Hello and welcome to the Shea Hates Everything podcast, where two brothers argue about video games and other shit that matters. My name is Shea, and today I hate that the holidays are going by so fast.
And my name is Kyle, and today I hate how expensive furniture is.
I also hate that. Y'all just bought a couch, which is very exciting.
Today. Bought a new couch today. It was way too much money.
Yes. We are in the market for a new couch. We've got like some samples, like some what's it called? The fabric samples coming so we can pick out the color and the fabric we want. And then we will be buying a couch. And yeah, man, it's expensive. We need a new one. The couch we got, it was our first big purchase after we got married. And we have been married for 9.5 years. Yeah. So it's time. But yeah, that's
the couch that we have is the one we bought when we bought the house, which was 6 years ago, and it was a cheap IKEA couch.
Right.
And there's been it's that like fake black leather. It's stiff as a board. It's super uncomfortable. And Harry, my previous dog, God rest his soul, R.I.P. in peace, Harry. He used
rest in power.
Yes, rest in power, King. He used to lay on the back of the couch in the windowsill and like poke his head through the curtains and sleep there. And just over time, he kind of wore the back down in that one spot. So it's like there's no coming back. And then also his claws at one point ripped a hole there. And so I just patched it with black duct tape because it kind of looked the same. It looked the same as the black fake leather.
It says a lot about the fake black leather.
Yeah, exactly. And now even that duct tape is like peeling off and doesn't look good. And it's yeah, you know what? It's time. It's time.
Yes. Yeah. So we are recording this the Friday before New Year, so it is December 29th at the time of recording. Y'all are listening to this in 2024.
Holy cow.
The future.
Whoa.
I mean, I guess technically you always listen to this in the future from when we record it, but this feels extra in the future because it's a whole year away. Wow.
It's also, can I just say, the very first day of the year, Prominence, and episode 69.
Oh, nice.
So good. So good.
Nice.
We're starting the year off with the hottest of bangs.
We're starting the year off nice.
Nice.
There's our first entry for episode title. Just
nice. That's good.
Love it.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So, the reason I bring that up is it's been like the holiday week. I had the whole week off. Our company took like a company holiday. So it was basically from, I guess it was like Saturday through Tuesday. So what is that, 9 days off that I had? And I'm closing in on the end of that, and it's really depressing. So that's just where I'm coming from. I've got the like end of a long vacation, bummed out sort of feeling right now, which isn't fair. I still have 3 more days off.
Yeah,
at the time
you need to just like put that feeling off and enjoy it.
I know. So
that is Monday's problem.
Yes, that is Monday's problem, and ideally not even Monday. Like let's wait until like Monday evening's problem. Yeah, because I want to enjoy my Monday as well. But quick aside, so I've been going to therapy for a couple of months, and it's been very nice. I recommend it to anyone.
Congratulations!
If you find the right type of person. But as part of like some of my homework, because a big part of my struggle is I struggle a lot with like self-reflection and understanding why I feel certain ways. And I'm a very analytically minded person, not very emotionally minded. So like, how can I take a more analytical approach to understanding of my emotions is like a good path for me. And so one of the things I did is I downloaded a little feelings app, which I actually very highly recommend. It's called Wheel of Feels, which is an adorable name.
The Wheel of Feels.
Part of the point of the app is to go beyond surface level descriptions of how you're feeling. So like, I feel sad. That doesn't mean very much. And so it gives like a second layer down. Like, so you pick, I'm feeling sad. And then it gives a couple other synonyms that are more specific. You pick one of those, it gives a couple more synonyms that are more specific. So instead of saying, I feel sad, it's, I feel, I can't think of a good example for sad, but it's like, I feel guilty or
morose.
ashamed. Yeah, where it's like it's a little bit more specific feelings. This is getting too far off of the point of this. But the reason I bring it up is because the last couple of days, I try to do a check-in every day just to get in the habit of it. And the past couple of days, I've been in like anxious mode, fearful mode, sad mode. And like it's ruining my vacation because I'm just thinking about my vacation ending. So all of that to say, I do hate that the holidays are going by so fast, but this is my opportunity to be positive and talk about video games and have fun for a couple of hours.
Yeah, you need to spin that wheel of feels upside down, brother.
Yeah, dude. Let's look at a positive. What's a positive one right now? So I'm feeling happy. So happy. Ooh, I feel powerful and creative.
Well,
so not just happy. I feel powerful and creative. Hell yeah.
I'm okay. Creative, sure. I would say you're not a powerful.
Yikes. Okay.
I'm just like immediately shitty. Can you imagine?
Let me go back to the Wheel of Feels and say I'm feeling judged.
Yeah. Can you imagine? It's like, yeah, let's do a positive thing. I feel powerful. Well, let's find a different positive that's more accurate.
So there you go. That's where we're coming from today. But I'm very excited to be here talking about video games. We have as usual, a jam-packed show. We've got a couple of special things we're going to chat about. So run through the agenda. We're going to start off, as we always do, with the games we've been playing. As a reminder, last month, our December Game Club game was Warhammer 40k Darktide. You and I did play that together for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
We were going to play again for a couple of hours, and then I had to back out because we were hosting Christmas at our house, and my wife was panicking, which was justifiable, so I had to help her get a grocery list together. So we only played once, which is a bummer. But we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
We'll talk about some other games. You've been playing some Avatar. I finished Super Mario Wonder and Spider-Man 2. We both played Dave the Diver, which wasn't even intentional. And then you've been watching the Halo Paramount show, which I'm very curious to hear about.
Watching is too powerful a word, let's say.
Okay. Great. So we got a handful of other things to chat about video games wise. And then we're going to do sort of a special categorical discussions on our favorite games from 2023. So folks that are listening to this towards the beginning of January, on January 15th, whatever the third Monday of the month is when our games that don't suck from 2023 podcast will go live. That is where we narrow down an ordered list of top 5 games. The point of like the categorical conversation isn't to award like a best looking game, best story. It's just sort of a framework for us to talk about our favorite aspects of our favorite games and not make it like a competition thing. We'll save the arguing part for that Games That Don't Suck podcast.
Yeah,
but we got a bunch of categories.
Yeah, a frame of conversation wherein we can talk about a bunch of games and not have to order them.
Yes. And talk about like specific things, because especially like there are many games that there are things we loved about them, but overall we didn't love the game. So it might not come up on the podcast in January, but like we want to talk about hey, I'm going to go out on a limb and say neither one of us is going to nominate Atomic Heart as one of the 5 best games of 2023. But we're going to talk about Atomic Heart as like one of the best worlds in the year, one of the best looking games in the year. So that'll be a fun conversation. And then we have got lots of news. First, we're going to start with the Game Awards. We'll talk through all the big reveals and stuff and sort of our takes and what we're excited for and not.
Yeah.
A handful of other news stories, the Insomniac leak, all of the business with the day before, which how that stuff all went down makes me feel even better about us not, quote unquote, rewarding that game by putting it on our Games That Suck list. But we'll get to that as well. We do have a Hate of the Week, which ties into everything we're talking about here with, let's call it, awards in general. And then we got an email from our friend Connor. And then we're going to wrap it up with games coming out in January, which is a very short list.
It's pretty small.
And then our Game Club game for January, in case anyone wants to play along. That's the agenda.
Please do. Please play along. It's more fun if you write us about your experiences.
Right. So yeah, like I said, lots of stuff to chat about. What do you say we talk about some Warhammer 40K Darktide?
I would love to.
Yeah.
So I had prior to the game club December month, I have played this before and put in a decent chunk of time. It's back when it first came out, so it was pretty rough, both technically and then also features wise. Things weren't quite nailed down, and the progression was a little different and more imbalanced and not communicated as well. So it was neat to go back to it and play with you and kind of see the changes that they had made, and it felt like a much more solid experience, like a little more, and there's maybe a little more focused in terms of because there's a hub world or hub area that's instanced with some other players that are on your server or whatever, and that's where you do all of your, like, what could ostensibly take place in a menu. They just have an environment for you to run around to all the different people and do the things like a Destiny, like around the different shops and the different vendors and stuff, allocating skills and upgrading stuff. So like that stuff has gotten a lot of reworking since I previously played it. The actual gameplay and the missions and stuff that's all basically the same from when I had played it.
Okay.
It just didn't fly apart at the seams the entire time, which was good.
Right. Yeah, no new like maps or guns or anything since they launched, to my recollection.
Yeah, if they did add stuff, it was certainly not in like the early game. It might be late game. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I guess that's my biggest piece of it is, having only played for maybe 3 hours when we played that one night. I will say it was a little annoying from the jump, like how long it took until we could play together.
Yeah.
Because you have to play like your tutorial mission, which is reasonable, but there are lots of cutscenes.
There's like 6 cutscenes.
And so it makes it feel very long. Like, some of that's on me, right? Like, the intent was for us to play together. You had already started the game, so you were ready to go. And for me, like, had I known, I would have started by myself and played for an hour. So I was to a point where we could play together. I could have looked that up, but also in a game that is about multiplayer, like, maybe let us play the tutorial mission together, or halfway through the tutorial mission, let you join my game once it's like, it doesn't matter that you would be playing with someone else. So, because there are like early training things and like it's teaching you the different moves that you've got. And it's just like, I understand why all of that stuff exists, but for anyone that's like, I don't know, played a video game, it's pretty straightforward.
Chief, look at the light.
Yeah, exactly.
And then there's all that stuff, and there's not an insignificant amount of it, as you mentioned, but then there's all of the like lore and world building stuff, like all those cutscenes.
Yes.
They just, like, Warhammer, they just can't help themselves. They love their world too much, and it is very cool.
Look, dude,
and
I love the world
attention.
too, man.
Yeah, it's
like,
super cool.
Like, the world building in this game is awesome. Like, all of the flavor text and the way they all talk to each other and just, like, all the vernacular that exists in this universe is it's, like, fucking goth as hell. Like, I'm super, super into it. The problem is twofold. First, which can't be helped, is that when you're playing a multiplayer game, you're not paying attention to that shit.
Right.
Like, you're not listening to the narration as you're loading into a level, or you're not paying attention to little cutscenes that you get because you're hanging out with your bros. Like, that is inherent. Like, that's a problem that Destiny had too. This great, cool world with lots of lore that no one paid attention to because they were hanging out with their friends.
Yeah.
And like, there's nothing you can do about that as a video game except make the stuff maybe a little more accessible after the fact, or like a better sort of codex with information. Maybe that's a potential solution. But the other part of it is, I don't know how you solve it, but it's inherent to it being Warhammer and how deep this stuff is that, like, I don't know what a lot of this means. Like, when you describe, when instead of health, it's X, or in like stamina is Y, or ammo is Z. Like, they have a different name for everything.
Right.
And it makes it hard to know, like, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah.
Like,
and like
what button do I press?
Right. Because it's all very like futurist Catholicism kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And so like you can like I think it's called consecrating your weapon and like all this other stuff, but it's like
Exactly.
different words
What the
for
fuck is that?
upgrading. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm like, you figure it out, but especially in the beginning, they just dump all of it on you
Right.
without like it's like it needs like a language tutorial that like tells you what these words mean in the context of it being a video game, and that would have maybe solved some of the problems that I had with it early on.
Yeah.
The actual like missions, I kind of feel the same as I did comparing it to like Exoprimal, which very different kinds of games.
Yeah.
But even just playing for a couple of hours, I was already like, okay, I get it. Like,
Right.
I don't know that this will be very much fun if playing it for 30 hours, because there's not a ton of variety.
Right.
As cool as all of the levels look, they also all look pretty similar. Like, they're all very mechanized, church, cathedral, sewer. Everything is dark and gray and grimy. Like, all of them look like that.
So
which, again, that's the world, right?
Yeah, there are different areas to go. Like, there's one world it's more of like a mountainous desert planet where everything's like
interesting,
like red with sand and like red rocks and shanty towns and stuff. And so like we just didn't play a whole lot of it is part of the problem. And a lot of those early missions we just happened to be pretty much all on the same kind of area, so that it was all thematically pretty much the same, but there is a lot more, maybe not a lot more, but there is more variety. But it is kind of, it's the same core game loop. Like there are a couple different factions of enemies that you can get, but they all have the same archetypes, and so they're all kind of, you fight them the same way. And like the mission objectives, like they'll have different terms for how you're doing things or whatever, but it's all kind of doing the same inputs and doing the same types of objectives with different skins on them. And yes, the levels can be very long as well. So it is like, it's a bit of an ask. It's a commitment to go do the thing, which is fine. But yeah, it gets repetitive pretty quickly.
And part of the problem is like you're rewarded for the speed with which you complete the levels, which takes away like wanting to enjoy the atmosphere and explore more. Like, because that's what I wanted to do as a first time player, but the randos that we were in, like they're just immediately beelining for everything, and it makes sense. Like that's part of the gameplay loop. And that's one of the reasons I really liked the early days of Destiny, like with the strike playlist. When you're getting a strike for the first, second, third time, you're exploring the nooks and crannies. You want to see all the cool art and all the cool things in the world. But eventually, once you've played the same strike 30 times, it's just beeline for the end.
Yeah.
And I'm coming into this game late as a first-time player. Everybody's already in beeline to the end mode. And so that just hampered my personal enjoyment a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, from a systems perspective, the game is set up to make sure that you're not idling around, like it's pushing you forward, because every like certain number of minutes a special enemy type will spawn typically behind you and attack you. So the longer you take, the more times you're going to get assaulted by those sometimes very difficult special enemies.
I do like the special enemies. Like, much like Left 4 Dead, it adds some tension and like a little bit of extra difficulty, because you also get like the horde spawns, which are fun. Like, I'm thinking of, there was one level we played where our objective was sort of like a hold the zone, while someone was like holding X on a thing, and the rest of us had to hold off waves of guys.
Right.
That was probably the most fun I had gameplay wise playing the game.
Yeah.
So there are like little pieces inside of missions that are more objective based that are very fun, or like when the special enemies attack you, that can create some like dynamism. But the moment to moment other parts of it where you're just running around killing one or two guys at a time, that stuff, even after 2 to 3 hours, became kind of boring.
Yeah, like the one or two guys at a time trickle is kind of lame and not exciting.
Because there is no difficulty to any of the enemies. Like, the only time you get in trouble is because of special enemies or just purely being overwhelmed by numbers.
Right.
And even that is very rare. Like, you kill guys so fast.
Yeah,
in that game.
And like,
which is part of the fun. But.
Yeah, like just holding back, like setting up in a tight corridor and a horde comes and you're just like melee killing these just hundreds of dudes just pouring in is super satisfying. That's a lot of fun. I will say, like, I agree, I really like the special enemies, but it does the same thing as in Left 4 Dead and a lot of other games of its type, where there are special enemies that will specifically like put you out of commission. Like they will like latch onto you and it takes your control away, and then the other players have to like help you or kill the thing in order for you to get control back. I think that is maybe one of the worst possible things you can put into a cooperative gaming environment, because if I'm playing and I'm into it and I get control taken away from me, that's the least fun thing. And like I get that it adds like tension, but there are other ways, other much better ways to do that by creating different enemy variations. You know, you can do things like, because there sort of is like there are like laser weapons and ballistic weapons and other types of, and like spell slinging and stuff too. And so like there's a little bit of that like type matching kind of like weakness versus strength type stuff, but it's not. They could play that up more, and like that would be more interesting. Like, oh, I'm using a laser weapon, so it'd be better for me to tackle these types of enemies, whereas someone else is using a different weapon. Like in Destiny, how they've different colored shields and stuff like that. You know, things like that would be, I think, better than wresting control away from your players. But it's like at this point, it feels like part and parcel with that genre of that cooperative kind of game, and that. It really hampers my enjoyment, I think.
Well, and that's something like, you know, we talked last episode about like Destiny. What's the long tail of Destiny? Like, can Bungie continue to make this type of game? And that's where I feel like they can, or like proof that they can is they've found really creative ways to force cooperation.
That's true.
As part of the gameplay, because they don't have enemy types like you're describing that like take away, or I mean, if there are, I can't even think of one off the top of my head. And if it is, like maybe it's like a one-off, but like they're so good in missions at giving like specific cooperation, and cooperation that can happen without voice chat, which is also really important in a game like this.
Really clear visual cues.
Yeah, so that's something that I think would not only help address the problem that you're talking about, but also just lend more like longevity to this game of additional types of, not game modes, but like objectives within a mission that are a little bit more complex, or like multi-step that different people have to do different things. Most of the stuff in this, that at least that we played, was one person does the objective, which is usually just like holding square for a minute while the other people kill things, and that's usually what the objective is.
Yeah, or it's like a CTF, like go pick up the thing and bring it to an objective. Yeah, but
or
while
like
you're carrying it, you can't fight, so people have to protect you. Kind of thing. Yeah, and all that stuff is fine. Yeah. But like, you know, there's so much.
Destiny
there's room for so much more like imaginative things that you can do, and other games are proof of that. It just seems like they went with, here's the thing we did last time in Vermintide 2, and we're just kind of reskinning it. It felt low effort from that perspective, where it's like I really don't feel like they have, and nor will they, because it's already been out for long enough that I don't think they're going to change anything like that. But it just doesn't feel like they've tapped out the potential of that idea. But it is what it is.
And I mean, you know, I didn't play Vermintide 2, so I don't have the direct comparison. But you know, we're talking kind of down on it. I did have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah,
like this is, again, comparing it to Exoprimal, which was the other co-op game that we played this year, like I would much rather play Darktide, because
for sure
it's better to look at. I find the actual like shooting to feel more weighty. Like I was playing the big like troll guy, and like my shotgun was so satisfying to use, and like the, you know, the knife and the sort of bum rush that he does to run through a big horde of enemies, like it just feels better to play. So I would totally play more. This is not a game that like you and I are going to play every other week for 6 months.
No.
But I would definitely play it again when we haven't hung out in a week and a half and like, we were looking for something to play. Like that I would totally do.
Right.
So I still had fun with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, that's Darktide. I'm definitely glad we checked it out. It had, you know, the rough launch notwithstanding, I had heard really good things about it, so I was happy to check it out, and glad I did. And like, it's not going to get me to read Warhammer books, because that's too big of a universe to take on. But as my like first real exposure to that universe, it's fucking cool, dude.
It is, yeah, it really is. That makes me. it continues to keep me excited for Space Marine 2.
Sure.
Even though that got pushed. But, I mean, that game looks phenomenal. It's basically just Gears of War, but in this setting with also, like, really visually arresting, really cool looking stuff.
Well, and likewise, it like pushed Bolt Gun farther up my list, which it's obviously a super different type of game visually and gameplay wise, but again, just like seeing that universe through the eyes of a Space Marine rather than a grunt on the ground, like I'm curious about that part of it. So Bolt Gun is one of my wish that I had played this year games. So yeah, what do you say we move on? We're talking about a really dark, disgusting, horrible world. How about we talk about a beautiful, lush world with some blue people and humans just being the fucking worst per usual?
Yeah, I played a good chunk of Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. If people don't remember, this is the blue people holding assault rifle video game.
Far Cry, but blue.
Yes. And so that's the interesting thing, right? It so clearly shares that Far Cry DNA, but it's also very different from a Far Cry game in that so if you've seen the Avatar movies 1 or 2 or both, you know that like the message is incredibly overt about how humans do bad to environment good and important. And like, yes, I think that's a thing that anybody who's a halfway decent person can get behind, and it's obvious enough. We don't need it like thrown in our face all the time. Sure. We need to throw it in the face of the people who control how we engage with our environment, but not the everyday person necessarily. But this game is very much that. It's kind of focused around that sensibility because you play as a Na'vi teen who was taken as a child and like basically brainwashed by the humans to like become ambassadors or potentially like spies to the Na'vi on the behalf of the humans. But then everything goes bad and the humans, you know, are also bad and they want to kill you because you're like a failed experiment or something. They don't have time to finish your brainwashing. But you escape and meet up with a resistance of the good humans who aren't pieces of shit. And it's neat because like you never see Jake Sully, who's the protagonist in the movies, but he's kind of like referred to as like, oh, he's over here doing this thing or whatever. It's like kind of like there's a little bit of parallel narrative happening, which is neat. And I wasn't
because this is because I haven't seen Way of Water yet, but this is much more vast than either of the other two movies in terms of like where you go and who you're interacting with, right?
Right.
Like,
it's pretty big.
The game introduces you to tribes that don't exist in the movies, at least not yet.
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
That's really interesting.
It's like pretty cool.
For someone that would be, and by someone I mean not me, again, because I haven't even taken the time to see the second one yet. Like, but for somebody who's into Avatar and is excited about 4 more Avatar movies over the next 20 years, like getting an early access look at some of the other like tribes and factions is probably pretty neat as well.
Yeah, it is. I will say, like, much like the movies, the writing and tone and pacing of it is pretty one note. Like I said, it's really just kind of hitting on that theme over and over and over again.
Sure.
And I don't know that like that is doable in a 3.5 hour movie. You can sit through that and still have a good time. Spread out over the length and scope of a game, it is too much. But I found myself, because I played for maybe like 10 or 12 hours. I found by the end of that, I was kind of over the writing and the story for the most part, so I was kind of skipping a lot of that stuff, especially the side quest text. I was just kind of skipping it to get through and to go do the objective, because I think the moment-to-moment gameplay is really fun. Like, you play as a Na'vi, so you're not human-sized, you are Na'vi-sized, which is like twice as tall as a human. You have long limbs, you can just like sprint through the forest, you can jump super high, you get like a charged jump, and you can clamber on stuff. Like, the navigation is really, really fun. And then
so it feels like the fact that you are so much bigger, you feel that like the world isn't scaled to the bigger, you know, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like,
so the environment kind of is in some cases, but like the environment is also like peppered with human habitats and stuff like that, like little like research stations and military bases and all that. And whenever you're in one of those, like, you are huge. Like, you are like, your head is brushing the top of every doorway and corridor. Yeah, it works. It really does.
Can you crouch behind cover, or are you too big?
No, you still can. I mean, it's like they try to keep it as open as possible. You're not doing a ton of stuff indoors. They kind of restrict that for very specific times. Because most of what you're doing is the kind of base takeover, like most of the combat stuff you're doing is base takeover, Far Cry stuff, where it's an oil rig base, they're drilling for unobtainium or whatever it is they're drilling for, and you have to go shut down the drills and shoot a bunch of mechs with arrows that are like as long as a human body. And like, that's really cool. You get like a bunch of different types of arrows. You can get some human weapons. But it's got this weird, unlike other Far Cry games, I don't think Far Cry 6 had this. Well, maybe it did, but it's like it's in numbers, like an incremental numbers. Like, I have a 36 bow and I want to upgrade to a 48 bow. Okay. It's one of those. But it's all centered. There is some purchasing with like a trade currency, but a lot of it is like going out and foraging for crafting ingredients. And there's a little mini game whenever you gather stuff, and you have the ability to like upgrade past the need to do this or whatever. But initially there's like a little mini game where you have to like harvest each ingredient from a plant a specific way, or at a certain time of day, or when it's raining or it's sunny. Like, they'll have different quality, and based on the quality of the crafting ingredient that you harvest determines the ending quality of the thing that you craft. Okay. So there's like a little bit of, there's some gameplay there where you're like trying to learn a little bit more about the environment, so you know, like, when's the right time to harvest this thing, where does it appear the most, what kinds of environments does it flourish in, stuff like that. Are
you like scanning stuff to uncover that?
So you have a Navi,
are you using like Navi vision?
Yeah, you have like the Navi sense thing.
Okay.
Which you can upgrade so that it highlights stuff in the environment when you use it. Otherwise, like, with the first time you harvest something, you learn a little bit about it and can like check it out and like see where it where it like naturally occurs the most. So there's a lot of that. There's also hunting creatures, and the materials, the crafting materials you get from those creatures that you hunt are also dependent upon how you kill them. Or so like, if you kill them quickly, it's like a good clean death, and so you get better materials. If you're like pumping them full of lead with an assault rifle, you're not going to get the best materials because you're like destroying the hide and stuff. So like,
yeah, that I think was in Far Cry.
I think so too.
I remember from Far Cry 4 at least. And it's interesting you mentioned like the weapon upgrade, like having like a number, like a, you know, not a level 41, but like
Far Cry 6
a
might
quality
have had that
number. I mean, that's from Assassin's Creed. The open world Assassin's Creed use that. It's just so it, you know, they're using their stuff.
Yes, yeah. It's all Ubisoft stuff.
Yeah.
I think like the loop is pretty good. I've encountered a situation where I need a like really good version of a material, and it only to get the best version of this moss, it only spawns in a certain area, and it needs to be raining in order for that to like have the highest probability or whatever. And it's just not happening for me. I'm just not getting the good rolls on that or whatever it is. And it's like, that is really frustrating. Because it only occurs in like naturally occurs in like one basin, and it has to be on a rock in the water, and then it needs to be, so it's like I'm passing time to wait until it rains, and then I go out and try and harvest all the spots that I can find, and it didn't get it, so go back and rest like a few days, and then wait for it to rain again so everything replenishes, and then try and go back out, and like, that's not fun.
Yeah, that's like, it's a cool system, but once you reach that point, it just becomes tedious.
Right, exactly.
Like, I don't know how you properly tune that.
Yeah. I don't know either. But I mean, aside from that, I've been having a good time with it.
How is the combat? So like do you find, is there enough variety in the weapons? Because there aren't a ton of different kinds of weapons, right?
Yeah. So there are long bows and short bows. There's like a grenade sling basically, where you can make like bombs and throw them with like what looks like a rugby net thing.
Okay.
You basically like
not rugby,
not rugby,
like
lacrosse,
what would that be?
lacrosse, a lacrosse net thing. I don't play sports. There's those. There's another Navi weapon that I'm neglecting, but then there's also like the assault rifle, the shotgun, and like other human weapons as well. But there aren't like a million of them, right? It is like a pretty tight handful. But within the like, there are different types of longbows and different types of short bows that have like added effects, like poison or something else like that'll do some damage over time. And
that's based on the bow, not the ammo.
Yeah, correct. So that is based on the bow. And then there's also like 2 or 3 types of ammo that you can fire from each weapon. Cool. So there will be like a poison cloud arrow or a fire arrow or like something else, or a grenade arrow or whatever it is. So like, so the weapons themselves can have properties like that. And then there's also the different arrows that you're crafting, and you need to like find the materials to craft those arrows in bunches or whatever. So there's a lot of that stuff, but they tend to be sprinkled around pretty healthily. So it's not that tough to find those things. It's just pretty good. And like I said, so the getting around feels really good as the Navi. You have like a really good flow. There's these little blue flowers that sometimes grow in certain areas, and if you run through them, it gives you like a little bit of a speed boost for a short time. And so you can kind of chain them and like really get going, which is a lot of fun.
Like a magic parkour kind of thing?
Yeah, sort of like a magic parkour, but for cool blue people. Right. And then it doesn't take very long for you to get your Ikron, the flying thing, your flying mount.
Okay.
And you can just, like, there are very select few locations on the map you can't call, but pretty much everywhere else you can call your Ikron and just fly around. Oh, right, there's another mechanic where you need to eat in order for your health to regenerate. So you do have a food bar kind of thing, and you can cook meals that give you buffs and stuff like that. So there's all this cooking as well as part of the ingredient harvesting and crafting. And your Ikron needs to eat too, but I very quickly purchased the upgrade of, if I just skim over the water, my Ikron will like fish for its own food, and so will feed itself. So I went ahead and got that just so there's like less maintenance. But I also found like the flight combat to be pretty good. Just like firing my super powerful bow at these like helicopter things, puncturing through the windshield into the pilot, and it explodes. That's pretty fun. They have like platforms that the humans are using to like research or survey areas, and you can like go take those down. So there are quite a few types of things for you to do, which is neat. Like a good range of missions and stuff. There's this one that you stumble across, and it's, instead of like a painting, the Navi will create these like arched wooden structures that have like beads and different patterns, and it's like a tapestry, like it's telling a story of a location, and it looks really cool. And at those locations, they're always like really picturesque, and you kind of do it's really reminiscent of the Ghost of Tsushima, the haiku moments, where like you find like a really peaceful, beautiful location, and then there's like, instead of choosing your haiku, you do this weird mini game with the analog sticks where there's like a trail of light on the screen and your character's hands, and you use the analog sticks to like slowly trace the path on the screen, and it's doing like hand motions and stuff, and there's music swelling and all that, and so it's kind of like a meditative thing. But like those moments, like the game looks incredible. Like the way that in the movies, like Pandora really comes to life at night with a lot of like bioluminescence. All of that stuff is like amped way up in the game. It looks incredible running through the forest at night, and just like from a fidelity standpoint, even playing on performance mode, it looks so good. And so like you get to these areas that are very picturesque, it just looks fantastic. It's just these incredible vistas with this crazy fantasy terrain. It's just really cool looking stuff. Nice. So like there's like a good, there's a good breadth of activities to do, and they're not all shooty, explode oil rig.
Yeah.
And like there are some side stories with side quests and stuff that are smaller in scope. Like you do some tracking and some hunting with your Navi sense, where you can like track trails of scent after a creature that you're tracking, or investigating an area and putting clues together, kind of a thing. Yeah, it feels like they threw everything in there, but it doesn't feel like too much, because you can kind of engage with everything at your own pace. Whereas I feel like Far Cry, everything always felt so frenetic. Like I'm just sprinting from place to place, blowing shit up and being under fire and all this crazy stuff. This, it's a little more laid back, which I think.
Well, there's more of like an environment to take in.
Yeah. And they give it that space, which is cool.
Right. Yeah, that's part of the problem with the Far Cry games, to your point of it feeling so frenetic, is like stealthing around isn't as satisfying as making things explode. And because it's just the kind of game that it is. Like they give the player so many tools to make shit explode that's what I want to do. And in this game, it seems like they're more focused on actually immersing you in the world through the hunting and how you're getting the ingredients in the right types of way and having to eat and like things that actually immerse you in the world. I'm really curious to find out what sales are like for this game compared to a Far Cry.
Yeah.
Because not like it, I mean, it's still very much like a Far Cry game, but it's got more depth to it. And I wonder if that would turn off the more casual Far Cry player.
Right. I don't know. Or what is the Venn diagram of Far Cry players who care about Avatar? I don't know.
Well, the list of people that care about Avatar is very small.
I don't know. Those movies do really well.
Absolutely, but I mean people that actually care about them.
Well, yeah, that's not my.
Everybody
that's not the question
them.
That I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I know. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like
it's cool.
Maybe it better than expected.
Yes,
maybe.
Yes, that was kind of my takeaway. Right, is like I was going into it like I bet I will like this enough because it's Avatar, but will be annoyed by all the Far Cry-isms. And there's way more new things or things that have been twisted and adjusted and iterated on to make it fit in the world that surprised me a bit.
Yeah, that's great. Like, going into it, I was like, this is a solid 7 out of 10 game, and it feels like maybe it's more like an 8.
Yeah, it's more like an 8.
Good for you, Ubisoft.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Anything else on Avatar? Are you going to keep playing?
I would like to put a little more time into it, yeah.
Nice. Well, let's talk about the other late year Game of the Year contender, House Flipper 2.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. This, like, you laugh and you joke. This made it on my top 10.
No, I'm not joking. Like, people have been loving it. And the first game people love.
It's so good. It just makes my brain vibrate. House Flipper 2 is incredible. There's not enough of it, is my only complaint, because I played through all of the missions, like all the jobs that they have in like 7 hours, 8 hours, which I did in like 2 days. just getting down into it. But there is like a whole half of the game that I don't care as much about, where you're actually flipping houses, like the name of the game. You buy a house and then you independently choose what to do to it. Whereas the missions and the jobs are like specific. They have asks for you and a task list that you do. There's the whole other side of it where there's all these houses and properties that you can purchase and just do whatever you want to them and resell them.
So it's more like a creation mode type thing where it's totally open-ended. Okay.
Right. And there's still like a budget, and your goal is to like make money off of it or whatever, but I guess you technically don't have to. You could just build whatever you want. So like that's cool, and there really is. I mean, you can basically tear down pretty much the entire house and rebuild it. I mean, with the exception of like everything has to lay within the floor plan because you can't really mess with the roofs and stuff. But largely everything is like destructible and all that stuff, which is pretty cool. And it feels like they kind of ramped that up quite a bit from the first game. It looks really nice. There are several quality of life changes from the first game, just in because in the first game, when you wanted a material, you'd have to like go into the shop and find the right thing and buy it, and then like place it on the ground and pick it up, and then like if it's tiles or whatever, like spackle the tiles and put them on. They've streamlined a lot of that stuff now, where like when you're on a job and they want like a specific tile, you can just like click on it in the job and it'll take you to the store page where you can buy it directly, and you don't have to like do extra steps. You can there's just kind of like a paint on tool instead of having to like spackle and do all this other stuff. You just kind of like slaps it on the wall, so it's like a little less simmy and a little more arcadey than the first one in that way, I guess, but it's all done in the spirit of just making it easier to make nice looking stuff. And there's an incredible number of assets in the game, like from wallpapers and paint colors and furniture items and types of tile and flooring and rugs, and it's the number of items and assets is wild. Very, very cool. But it's all like that distinctly kind of European flavor, because that's where where the game's developed out of.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I had an absolute blast with it. It's incredible. I hope they have DLC for it soon with more jobs, because I want more houses to go into and clean up leaves with my vacuum.
Does it scratch the same kind of itch as the spray? What was that one?
Yeah, so it does have a little bit of the power wash simulator in there, because like sometimes you go into a place, there's like trash everywhere, you got to pick up the trash and bag it, and then there's like you can play a little game where there's a trash can outside, you can flip the lid open and like you can run around the house and pick up all the trash, bag it, and then hold down the button to determine your throw strength, and like try to fucking bank shots off the lid of the trash can to make it in there from like across the house. Yeah, it's just, they made it felt like they made the first game, and then they looked at the second game, what their scope was, and they said, how do we just make it more fun? Like, get all the barriers to fun out of the way, make it not feel like work, make it feel like play. And I feel like they've done that really well, which
that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan.
Well, cool. Well, I've got 2 games to wrap up from conversation from last month. So I finished Super Mario Wonder. I don't have a ton to add about this game from what we talked about before. I think so. I had talked about the difficulty a little bit last time, on generally the game being a little bit easy, and like that's okay, because the main goal is getting the Wonder Flowers and just doing the crazy weird shit on each level. There are like hidden levels, not even hidden, but like super hard levels on a super hard level world that's up in the sky that you have to beat levels in order to get access to.
Okay.
I did maybe like 2 or 3 of those, and then there was another one that I played and died like 20 times and gave up because it was too much and I didn't want to do it anymore. And those, like, they satisfy the challenge part of it. I wish that there was a little bit more of that integrated into the regular game, like a little bit more difficulty spikes. Because with the exception of like maybe 1 or 2 levels out of the 30 that you play through, even more than 30, probably 50 levels in the game, maybe there are 2 or 3 that I died on more than twice. Like, everything was pretty easy throughout the game. And that kind of includes the end game, too. So once you beat each individual world and all of the levels in the hub world, you get the access to the actual, like, Bowser pirate ship that he's turned into. And there are maybe 5 or 6 levels that lead up to the final boss battle. And all of those even were super easy. Like, they introduced some new enemy types. And there are some of the, like, constant side scrollers, like on the old school games, whenever you're on like the Bowser ship, where it's always moving, and so you have to kind of keep your speed up. But none of that stuff was hard. And then the final level is really music based, so it's a lot of like timing jumps with the music, and ground pounds with the music, and really leveraging the power-ups that you've got, like the elephant and like the bubble Mario and those sorts of things. But again, all of it was like, I think I beat the last level on my first try. And, like, that's fine, but that's not what I want. I want something. I want to, at some point, I want to bang my head against it just a little bit beyond the extra hard levels, which are extra, extra, extra hard. Like, there's no in-between difficulty in the game. And that was a little bit disappointing.
Okay.
And also just the way that the game ends with the music kind of stuff is it doesn't really utilize the Wonder Flowers as much. Because it's kind of like the levels themselves are sort of like Wonder Flower levels because they're so music oriented. But like, I wanted a big crazy moment with the Wonder Flowers at the end, like something even more outside of the box than I had played previously in the game. And all of that again just made it feel a little underwhelming once I got to the final Bowser stuff. Like, I had way more fun in a lot of the other random levels of, like, you know, the Wiggler pipe, or getting the you know, where you have unlimited star Mario. Like, all of those were just so much more fun than the last levels were. I still think, like, it's a phenomenal game. It's definitely on my top 10 for the year. It's a really well made, well crafted, creative side-scrolling Mario game. It just doesn't quite it doesn't stay on an upward trajectory all the way through, and that was a little bit of a bummer.
Yeah, I feel like it's interesting seeing people's different takes on it, like post Mario Maker 2, right? We're like, people know how to play Mario really well now, and so, like,
yeah,
I guess, like, how do you design a Mario game now when so many people have such an intimate understanding of the mechanics? Like, I guess, how do you design a Mario game now that is truly a family game, like, kind of for all ages and accessible, but is going to offer challenge to those people who have played a lot of Mario? You know what I mean? And,
yeah,
I feel like this game doesn't
like
have as much of that.
It definitely doesn't. And again, I think that's okay, because the thing I wanted the most was the crazy Wonder Flower levels, and it delivered that.
Okay.
It's, you know, I think the point that you're getting at is it's kind of hard to serve two masters in that sense.
Right.
And I think the fact that they levered more on let's do wacky versus let's do difficult is totally okay. But even from someone like, I'm not the most hardcore Mario player. I've played all the old school games and love them. I haven't played that much 2D Mario in the past decade, like hardly at all. I'm like out of practice on doing Mario stuff. So I can't imagine how easy this would be for somebody that regularly plays Super Mario Brothers and is like, the muscle memory I had to get back. And a lot of it, you know, I'm playing with my kids and they're like crawling all over me and like hitting the screen. Like, my son is like shaking the screen while I'm holding it in my hands. And even with all that shit happening, like, it's still super easy. And like, my wife made a joke or two as I was playing it of like, I get through a level or make a really like complex jump sequence where she's like, ooh, like, oh yeah, like that looked really cool. And like, I want that to have been impressive, but it was so easy that I don't feel like I did anything cool.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Interesting.
It definitely feels like they missed the mark on satisfying hardcore Mario players. But maybe that difficulty ramp to the like I'm gonna call like they're like 5-star difficulty levels. Maybe for those players, those 5-star are a good kind of challenge. Because for me, at least some of them like were so ridiculously hard where I was banging my head against it for 10, 15, 20 lives that it became not fun, and it was like a sigh of relief when I finished it and not like a good challenge.
Okay.
Like, I'm thinking of all the 3D Mario games like Super Mario Galaxy where I did all like I did all 242 stars in the original Super Mario Galaxy. There were maybe like 10 of those stars that were like, holy shit, I hate this level, it's way too difficult. So many more of them were really, really hard and super fun.
Right.
This game doesn't really have any super hard levels that are fun. At least ones that I played. There were, 6 to 8 super hard levels that I never found the hidden entrance to play, or I didn't beat the super hard level I needed to beat in order to get to the next one. Maybe some of those would be super fun for me. And
right.
I don't have a ton of momentum to go back and try to access those. I feel satisfied with my time. Like, I put that game down and I don't intend to go back.
Okay.
So. And then I also finished and platinumed Spider-Man 2. Very different kind of game. I think I was probably like halfway through it last time we talked, and the third act of this game really goes places in how it changes the world. I remember in the first game in 2018, in like the third act, there's this, invasion of this like paramilitary corps, and it made traversing around the world so tedious because there are like snipers everywhere, and so you're constantly having to dodge when you're just trying to swing through the city. This game does. I'm going to talk a little bit spoilers for this game just to prep folks that haven't finished it yet. But in the third act, like that's when Venom really takes over. So Spider-Man successfully extricates the symbiote from himself through the help. It's actually really cool how they do it. So Mr. Negative, who, for those that don't recall or remember, he's the main bad guy in the first game, and he has this sort of like light and dark powers, right? He's the one that kills Miles' dad. Miles hates him in this game, and part of his story is tracking down Mr. Negative. That finally happens. They have not really like a forgiving each other thing, but they both end up having to fight together against something, and sort of it creates this like mutual respect. Mr. Negative's like, yo, I'm sorry I was a bad guy, let me try to make that up to you. And so he helps Peter get rid of the symbiote with his negative powers, and that's how Peter gets the anti-venom, is through the Mr. Negative powers, which is like a cool twist on the creation of anti-venom from the comics.
Anti-venom, oh my god.
It's a comic book thing.
I know.
No, look, if you're gonna roll your eyes at that, yeah. I don't know what to tell you about comic book stuff, bro. But that whole little storyline is cool, and I was wondering how they were going to let me keep my Venom powers after I got rid of the symbiote, which was going to be inevitable, and they did it through the anti-venom stuff, which is actually cool because it gives you more tools to use against Venom. And so in the third act, when Venom takes over New York City, he creates a bunch of like Venom zombies essentially, and it's like symbiotes that attach themselves to random New York citizens and turns them into bad guys. Many of them are very tedious to fight, unfortunately, which makes it a little less fun because they just take tons of hits. And there's like a purple one that's like a sniper, and it's really annoying to fight. And so point being, when you're swinging around the city in the third act, it's a little bit annoying, just like it was in the first game.
Okay.
And I don't know how I feel about that, because it's like, on the one hand, I want to be able to wrap up all the side stuff I didn't do. But on the other hand, they're using it as a mechanism to be like, dude, finish the game. Well, you're allowed to go back into the city when the game is done. Like, this stakes are high, finish the game. And so okay. I kind of lean a little bit more towards the second answer as being a good thing. Because this is a problem with open world games, is like, save the world story, but Betty down the street needs me to help her find her necklace, and so I'm gonna stop fighting the main bad guy to go help this chick find her necklace. It's like the Mass Effect problem, where like it's hard to keep that tension and urgency going when there's too much other random shit to do. So I kind of like how they make traversing less fun, because it makes you be like, okay, I just need to finish the story and then I can go have fun and do the random stuff. So the Venom enemies, like there already was really good variety in enemy types in this game, and the new Venom enemies even like level that up, and that from that sense it's really fun. I'm trying to think of like big things to hit on. So in the end of the game, right, so there are all the MJ missions, maybe like 2 that are not fun, and also even more stupid because you get like a taser gun and you can karate kick the enemies and it makes them all seem like chumps. There's a last MJ mission where you're like running through and actually fighting the Venom characters, and instead of it being mostly a stealth mission, it just turns into like a third-person cover shooter for a little bit.
And
weird. It sucks, dude. It fucking sucks.
Man, why do they do this stuff?
I don't know. I don't know why it's in there. Because I sort of like gave them a pass on the MJ missions earlier in the game. Is like, I get it, they're trying to break it up, they want to give MJ more agency, it's fine, but to like completely halt my good time beating shit up in the finale, like the Venom fight is multi-stage, it's fucking epic and awesome, and right before you get to do all that cool shit, you have to play as MJ for a few minutes shooting Venom guys and hiding behind cover. It is very, very lame. And so that was really frustrating. It puts you against this like big hulking venom enemy, and you can't face him head on because he essentially like one shot kills you. So I died probably 10 times versus that guy, because you have to, when you spawn in, you have to run away, and then you have to shoot this one thing in the right order, and it sucked. It really, really hampered the good times of the like climactic battle.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. The actual fighting that you do, the mechanics of the fights, the sort of interspersed cutscenes where Miles and Peter are doing all this cool shit together. That stuff is rad as hell and very epic, and loved that sequence. It just sucks that I had to do the MJ shit
right
on top of that. Yeah, so once I beat the game, I went and did a couple of little wrap-up things to get the Platinum Trophy. The only thing, like, there's nothing that's missable trophy-wise, which is I always love, because it did make me play the game a second time. The only tedious thing was there are these little spider bots that are in the game, and there's, like, a ton of them, like 50 of them scattered throughout the game. And those are the only things that you can't, like, find on a map. Ooh. They're just, not, like, literally randomly. They're all bespokely put in the world, but there were, like, 2 or 3 that I just looked up, because I'm just swinging around the city waiting to see the little purple circle ping in the air of where they are, and the couple of them that I had missed are just really high up in the air, where there's no way I would have seen it swinging around the city, because you have to jump from a really high building and glide with the right sequence to even be able to get it. So that was a bit annoying as like a final thing to have
to do.
Just
put them on the map. People are gonna look it up anyways, and at that point they're looking it up because they're frustrated, and so it's like, why?
Yeah, I think like
don't make the finding of them the trick. Make the getting of them the trick.
Yes, that would definitely be better. Yeah. And then a couple of little teasers at the end. Again, some spoilery stuff, but they obviously set up Green Goblin. The way that the shit goes down with Harry, because Harry becomes Venom, surprising no one, and bites Kraven's head off, and it is very violent and like intense. But yeah, when you fight Venom, one of the final stages, he sprouts fucking Venom wings, and it's the most death metal shit ever. He looks fucking awesome, which I think maybe he has wings at some point in the comics too. I don't think that's like brand new, but it looks like a Spawn villain. Like, it's crazy. He looks so badass. But then once you beat him, it's Harry and he dies, but Miles uses his Venom powers to resuscitate him, but he's in a coma. Norman Osborn's all pissed because he blames Peter for this shit going down. And then in the little teaser, Norman Osborn goes to visit Doc Ock, who's in prison, and sort of has like I want to take Spider-Man down, and sort of intimates that they're going to put the Sinister Six back together in some way, shape, or form, which makes it interesting to me, the comments by Insomniac that like moving forward, Miles is the main Spider-Man. And in this game, like, Peter quote unquote retires. He's like, I'm going to take a break. You've got this. New York City's yours. I'm out. I'm still around if you need me, but like, I'm done. And so it's weird to set it up where the third game, presumably the final game in this, kind of trilogy, will feature Miles mostly fighting most of Peter's villains. What I think they're doing is that in another... No, I don't. I feel like if they were going to kill Peter, they would have done it in this game. Because I think what they're going to do to make it make sense in the third game is another one of the little stingers. And throughout the whole game, Miles's mom is sort of talking about this guy she's been dating. And so the whole game, you're waiting to like, what reveal is this going to be? Is she dating this other random character, or what's going to happen here? And then at the end of the game, they're hosting dinner. The new dude walks in, and you're like, oh, he's just like a guy, or at least I didn't recognize him. But then from off, he's like, oh, let me introduce you to my daughter. And then in walks, I can't think of her name off the top of my head, but she's Silk from the comics. She is a character from the comics, and it's this girl. So clearly, to me, that's what they're setting up. So I would imagine Miles is the main Spider-Man, and he is taking this new character, who will be Silk, under his wing to show her the ropes, and she will be the second Spider-Man that you're playing as, and maybe Peter won't even be playable at all. That's how I would maybe position this. And he'll come in for like story moments, but I imagine you won't be playing as Peter, which I think it's fine.
Norman Osborn and the Sinister Six succeed in taking down Peter Parker, stripping him of his Spider-Man powers, and then you have Peter missions where it's a cover third-person shooter and he has a taser.
Oh, you know, the positive of if Peter isn't a main character is that they won't feel the need to shoehorn in some MJ shit.
Right.
And also, like, if Silk is the second Spider-Person character, they won't have the, like, we want a female character to have agency, because they will have a new one to have agency.
Right.
Hopefully that's what happens. But yeah, Spider-Man 2 was awesome. The story was very gripping. It doesn't have the gut punch of the first game where Aunt May dies. But all of the Venom stuff I thought was handled really well with Peter, with the symbiote, the big climactic stuff with Venom and how that affects Harry and the ending of it, the teaser into the third game. I think all of that is really sick. My biggest disappointment in terms of like teasers was I was sort of holding out hope that a random other Marvel hero would show up at some point. Like, yay, they've got a little teaser with Wolverine to tease their next game or something. None of that happens. But I also understand why they did it that way. They want this to sort of stand on its own.
Yeah.
So yeah, that game is fantastic. It is currently my number one game of the year.
Wow.
I don't know if it'll remain there. Hi-Fi Rush is really high up, and I kind of go back and forth. I've got some other stuff that I'm still trying to play, but as of right now, it's my game of the year. I think it's the best of the 3 Spider-Man games, and I'm super psyched for the third one.
Well, best of the 2.5 Spider-Man games.
Well, like Miles Morales, it is smaller, but that's like a 30-hour game if you want to do everything. It's a full game.
Oh, geez.
They sold it at a discount, and I don't know if it started as DLC or what the plan was, but that's a whole game.
Huh.
So yeah, Spider-Mans.
I wish I could continue to care about Spider-Man. I just I have those original movies. I have the theme song from the cartoon, Radioactive Spider-Man, and I have Ultimate Spider-Man comics, and that's kind of all the Spider-Man I need for the rest of my life. You know what I mean?
I do. Spider-Man, I mean, he's one of the most popular superheroes in the world. I get why he continues to show up. I definitely understand, in particular with the games, like a disinterest because of how much Spider-Man is in other media. It's just a bummer because the video games fucking rule. Like they're just, you know, a dude I like, Jake Baldino on Game Ranks, he has a phrase, video game ass video game. Like that's what the Spider-Man games are.
Right.
They're just good, fun video games, man.
Right.
And it's like the perfect kind of thing to turn off your brain a little bit. The swinging feels so good. The combat's so like athletic and dynamic. The story and the characters are all really fantastic. They're just like really fucking good video games. So I understand why you have the malaise towards the character, but it is a bummer because I think the games are great.
Yeah.
They're amazing.
Oh. Is incredible?
What do you mean? I think they've used every adjective.
Yeah, there's an incredible Spider-Man, right?
Spectacular was the other long-running one. Yeah. So yeah, how about we jump back? You want to talk some While the Iron's Hot, another new release?
Yeah. So this is on Game Pass, which is neat. It's a pixel art game, and it's sort of a little bit of a genre mashup. So there's when you're in a location, it's a 2D side scroller, like. And when you're traveling from area to area, it's like a top-down map, a la like classic Final Fantasy, traveling around the world map kind of a deal. But you play as a shipwrecked blacksmith who has come to a town to ply his trade, and the town is in disrepair, and you kind of get the smithing shop back up and running, and you're going around, and you like go to the mines to get your crafting materials and so on and so forth, and then you are fulfilling like orders for different things that need to be crafted, and the main gameplay mechanic is the actual smithing of the items. So like you spend a lot of time kind of doing typical pixel art, irreverent, jokey RPG stuff of talking to characters and gathering items in your inventory, but then the actual game part is all the little mini games about that are a part of the smithing process. So you can time your bellows when you're smelting the ore to like increase your gains from the ore that you're smelting. Then you take the smelted ore, the bars over to the anvil, and there's a little mini game where you're hammering squares away to kind of come up with a final shape of a thing, and then sometimes you need to like sharpen whatever the thing is you forged on the anvil on a sharpening wheel, or take it over the crafting bench, and every workstation has its own little mini game that you're performing, and you unlock the ability to do multiple things at once, so that kind of instead of having to do like, oh, I need 8 nails, I don't want to have to do this process 8 times, you eventually get the ability to just do all 8 of them at once with a single mini game kind of a thing. And so the game expands to become more about like traveling to new places, getting access to new tiers of ores, and getting like going from iron to steel, and like all the little side stories that they're kind of telling along the way. It has like really big Flash game energy. Like early aughts Flash game. Like just a lot of the sense of humor is kind of that period in time, it feels like, where it's not like potty humor, but it's just like pull in every reference you possibly can and put it within this framework of the
some like
setting.
random kind of humor stuff.
Yes, very much so. Oh, I stepped on this tile and now I'm in a swamp, and there's a house that I'm in, and I have to like gather things and put them in the right places, and it spawns a spooky ghost who comes out and talks. It's just like random bullshit all the time. And it's charming, and you don't have to do, like I said, they continue to introduce efficiencies in the minigames. So it's one of those things where like nothing is overstaying its welcome, other than the fact that nothing overstays its welcome. You know what I mean? Like it just keeps going, and like it doesn't stop with. It's like Family Guy episodes over and over and over. It's just like the most random shit happening all the time. Yes. And that can actually get old in a weird way.
Yes.
And that's kind of where I ended up on it. But I thought it was a lot of fun up until that point. I just kind of hit my limit with it, really, is what it is. Because I don't know if you know this about me, or the listeners know this about me. I am easily annoyed by things. If you're not easily annoyed, I bet you would finish it. I enjoyed my time with it. I thought it was fun, charming, and cute. It was just, it wore out its welcome in my brain.
Yeah, I had been eyeing it because I saw that it came to Game Pass, and again, much like you're saying, I was like, this looks cute and maybe fun. Hearing the humor level stuff makes me go,
yeah.
I feel like, not in a pretentious, better than anyone way, but I feel like I've outgrown that stuff more than a lot of people have.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Not outgrown's a bad word for that, but like I don't find it funny anymore, while a lot of people still do, and so I feel like even more so than you, I would be turned off pretty quickly by that.
Right. And like there's a way to do it where you sprinkle it in here and there for fun, but at the core of it, there should be this earnest story about this blacksmith like rebuilding this town, and like that could be fun and charming and cute. There's nothing really earnest about it. It's going for the memes, is what it feels like most of the time.
Yeah. Let's talk Dave the Diver.
Okay, yeah.
Since we both played that.
Yeah.
How far did you get into Dave the Diver?
Oh, what's my time played? Dave the Diver, 6 hours. I've made it 6 hours into Dave the Diver, which in terms of progression, I found a group of people under the water and am doing stuff for them.
Okay, I'm right before, like, my next mission is to find the people. I found the thing you need to find the people,
right.
but I have not gone back into the water to find the people.
Okay.
I don't know that I'm going to play more of this game.
That's where that's where I've ended up on it.
I think it is a very good video game. Like, all of the individual components, I think, are really good. I'm just not, it's not compelling me. And I think part of the problem is, while I find the writing good,
there's too much of it,
and the characterizations to be good, and the little cutscenes that play when, like, your chef learns a new recipe is, like, those are fantastic.
They're cool and funny.
There's too much of
way
that
too much
stuff.
Of it. Way too much of it all the time.
It breaks up the loop of
totally.
diving, making sushi and serving it.
Absolutely.
And it, like, it ruins the momentum and sort of the urgency of it. I also find the actual diving, like, I don't have that much fun when I'm under there.
Yeah, it's not that, like, it doesn't feel that great.
Yeah, and I know, like, I have been saving up to buy the next tier of harpoon gun, which I imagine will make catching fish much easier, because I've reached a point where, like, it's really hard to catch fish that are deep, because like, you have to hit them like 6 times with the harpoon gun.
Right.
And every time it spawns the mash A to catch, which is not a fun mechanic to do 30 times in a row. Right. So that part of it is also becoming tedious. The, like, exploration underwater, I think, is fun. All the different types of fish, I think, all look really cool. I like the pixelization, and I like how it's like a 16-bit game, but it's a little bit more fluid, which I think is, like,
it's animated well.
Yeah, all of that stuff I love. And again, like, the humor of it and the characters, I think, are great. It's just a game. It's just not clicking with me for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think it's about the pacing. They they have so much stuff that they wanted. Like, they're so proud of their writing and their characters, and, like, rightly so. All that stuff is great. They had no. It felt like there was nobody telling them, let's just let the players play for a little while here. It's like, every time I'm diving into the ocean, there's some new event thing happening. It's like, I'm just trying to catch some fish so I can run the sushi restaurant, make money, and upgrade my stuff. Can I do that for a little bit, fucking please? And the game says no. There's a cutscene. Or another character to introduce you to that wants moray eel sushi.
Yes. Yeah, I think even if they strip that stuff, like, I don't think there's a version of this game that would be what I want, because even if they stripped out some of the cutscenes and the new characters and all the stuff that happens in between the diving and the serving, the diving I don't think is that fun. Like, it's okay. It's not bad. But, like, the actual sushi part, like, the actual gameplay is very not interesting.
Right.
It's making the numbers go up, like, leveling my shit up. That's a good loop. That's like video game 101. I want to get the right type of things so that I can sell them for more expensive things, and I can hire a new person. Like, I want to do all those things. But then once I hit Y to open the store, it's not very fun. And so even if they took out all of the set dressing and the narrative, I don't think the gameplay would be enough to keep me hooked either. So that's, like, I don't feel like there's a version of this game that would click with me.
Yeah, and, like, they have that whole system where you can decorate your sushi restaurant however you want, but it all costs a bunch of money. And it's like, with the rate at which they're throwing new shit at me all the fucking time, I hardly have enough money to even keep up with, like, upgrading my suit enough to access the things they're telling me to do. Like, it's just, it's way, way, way too much. And I know there's, like, there's, like, a farm that you get or something.
Oh, Lord.
There's, like, this other shit that they're going to continue to pile onto it. And I read Dan Reichert put up his Game of the Year list on Giant Bomb. And, like, I skimmed it a little bit, but he wrote something about Dave the Diver where it was, like, he was continuing to find new, or, like, the game was continuing to throw new systems and mechanics at him 20 hours in, and it was just too much. And it's like, man, if I'm 6 hours in and I already feel like that, I cannot fucking imagine what it's going to be like 20 hours in. Like, just too much. I'm done. I'm out.
I remember hearing people talk about this game in a similar lens as like Frog Fractions, where like there's so much unexpected, weird, cool shit. Like that's what I was excited to see, and that's just misplaced expectations because this game is not Frog Fractions.
No.
Like it's not weird and surprising in that way.
Yeah, everything is kind of within
is,
the bounds of whatever they're trying to create.
But like the just the fact that they are throwing new mechanics and new ways to engage, like that stuff is potentially exciting. It just is too much too fast.
Right.
And knowing that it will continue to be too much, even when it's not too fast, that's like,
yeah, and knowing that all of those things are going to depend on the core mechanic of the diving, and the fact that the diving it's not fun, but it's not really fun. That's, you know, I feel like that's a good way for us to just kind of say, okay, I respect what you're doing. It's not for me.
Exactly. I respect what they're doing. Like I said, each individual component I think is very well made. It just doesn't all come. It's like the forest for the trees, or whatever analogy you want to use. It doesn't. It's not more than the sum of its parts. Yeah, if that makes sense.
It's like for me, I would rather see the depth, pun intended, the depth applied in different areas. But it's like their ratio of where they apply the depth versus others is different than where I would prefer it. And so
to continue the like water analogies, it's a mile wide and a foot deep. Like there are so many things to do, but there isn't a ton. Like there's not a skill ceiling. There's not more engaging ways to do the things you're doing. You're just leveling them up, and you're getting new tools, like a new type of gun or a new type of bow, or not a bow, a harpoon, or a new type of sushi. Like it's not, I don't know.
It's not.
I want more meat.
I want more
meat
in my
sushi.
Perching me on the edge of my seat.
Exactly. It's all a little bit like it's like underbaked. Like it's kind of raw. Like they're serving it up kind of raw. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. That's enough seahorsing around.
Okay. Another game, and actually like the game I replaced Dave the Diver with, is another game that you have played, which is Sea of Stars. So I just started it today, actually.
Nice.
And I'm very bummed that I can't play it handheld, because I'm playing it on Game Pass, and like I need a Switch game. I need a game that I can play handheld downstairs, or, you know, when I'm in the bathroom. Like I need that kind of thing. And Sea of Stars would be perfect for that because of the aesthetic of it, and just the like old school kind of JRPG lens that is filtered through. I like nothing about Sea of Stars is like world shaking, but it's great, dude.
Yeah, it's really good.
Like, I played for probably 3 hours today. I got past I got like the giant into rock the real monster game. Chucked me. Yeah, he chucked me into the new world.
What a cool way to travel, right?
Oh, yeah, it's insane.
That's so cool.
But like I forced myself to turn it off because I had to get my kids up from their nap time. But I wanted to play more of it, and I had been sitting there for 3 hours playing it. So yeah, I'm super into it. Garl,
dude, my man.
He's like the most wholesome, good dude ever.
Yeah. We'll talk about Garl a little bit later in this episode.
We will, yes. But like I always track a couple of notes of like talking points that I want to make sure to hit on. And my 2 notes for Sea of Stars are Garl rules, and it's a really good one of those.
Yeah.
Because that's what Sea of Stars is. It's a really good one of those. It's not going to blow you away with its graphics or the gameplay. I do think the gameplay has some fairly nice depth to it.
Yeah. With
the special abilities, like they're not just you use a skill and sit there. They're always, engage. You're pressing buttons to use the skills. The mechanics of doing extra damage, taking less damage by like timing the button presses. Like there are little bits and pieces of innovation compared to like the 90s JRPGs.
Yes.
But it's still one of those, man.
Yeah, I think that they're very smart at where they apply their modern sensibilities and where they try and retain some of that classic RPG magic.
Right.
I think they're really good at figuring out where that's appropriate and where it's not. This is definitely this is the one game right now that I'm like, I have to get back to it and play more, because I got a decent chunk into it.
Okay.
And supposedly it's not all that long either. So I feel like
I think it's like 20 plus hours.
Yeah, but I mean in the grand scale of RPGs, it's not very long. It is manageable in length in terms of an RPG. Yes. So I really want to get back to it. The music, dude, the music is so fucking good. The art is incredible. The characters are so fun and distinct and feel original and interesting. The writing is really charming and fun, and they've found the right amount of it, unlike other games that we've talked about. It's Sea of Stars is very good.
It's a good video game.
Yeah.
We'll chat more about that next month for sure. I want to get much deeper into that game before we record our Games That Don't Suck podcast. I wanted to start it so that I knew one way or the other if it was good or not, because I know you really enjoyed it too. And now that I have started it, I want to play more because it might be a game that I would fight for on a top 5 list.
Right.
Like we'll when we get there, we'll see. But okay. I'm actually kind of surprised how much I was into it because I expected it to be a good one of those.
Right.
And it's a really good.
Yeah. It really overwhelms you right away with good vibes and a lot of stuff to like and love. Yeah, it's good. Really good.
How about let's talk to me about Born of Bread. I have not heard of this game and it sounds insane.
So
just based on
Paper Mario is what it is. Okay. So it's a 2D paper cutout sprites running around in a nicely rendered 3D environment, turn-based RPG with that leans heavily on its writing to kind of keep you going through. I'll say that I think they fumbled a bit with it because one of the core things of Paper Mario is with the turn-based RPG, so you have the timing on your attacks and defense stuff, right? Like you can, if you time, like you hit A at the right time, you do a little more damage. If you hit A at the right time, you defend a little more damage. And that just gives it a little bit of fun interaction, and it varies based on the enemy's animations and attacks and stuff, and keeps you engaged in the combat. But it's not necessary, but it's a fun thing to keep you in it and feel like you're having an effect beyond your normal turn-based choices. This game, Born of Bread, every time you attack, there is a timing mini game. Every time you attack.
Okay.
And so if you don't do it, you don't do damage. So it forces you to engage with the timing mini game every time you attack.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, let's see, God, I don't even know that I put that. I played it I played 3 different sessions. God, where is it now? It's all the way back here. 3 hours. I put 3 hours into it over 3 sessions. I was playing it on my Steam Deck, so I naturally play shorter sessions when I'm playing on my Steam Deck. So I played 3 1-hour sessions, basically. And by the end of each 1-hour session, I was like, I really need to put it down. I'm really sick of doing these timing games. And the writing is good. It's a very charming, fun, whimsical story that it's a little all over the place, but I think it does it in an okay way. It's definitely not as tight as Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Okay. But it is the best one of those imitations that I have played. I played a few of them. Outbound Ghost was one. That one I really felt kind of missed the mark in a lot of ways. But Born of Bread is probably the best one of those that I've played, apart from Thousand Year Door. I don't know that I'm going to play any more of it though, because I really don't want to hit that A button over and over again like that. It really bums me out.
That's a lot.
It is. It's a lot.
Yeah,
it's a huge bummer. And the presentation's great, the little notebook and all the scribbles and drawings for all the menus and stuff. It all looks fantastic. You play as a little doughboy brought to life by a Geppetto-like cook, and it's just fun. It's cute. It's adorable. It's a pain in the ass to play.
That's a bummer.
It is.
Yeah, for something that has such a fun setup to have the gameplay hold it back that's a shame.
Totally.
But like those are things that like you can't teach creativity in that way, but you can teach through experience how to make mechanics work a little bit better.
Yeah.
So point being, like, maybe the next game from these folks will be a better version of what this is.
Yeah, because like I think the music was good, the art was great, and like I said, the writing was good. It was a good one of those. Yeah. It wasn't a really good one of those.
Sure.
So there you go. Born of Bread.
Let's chat through the rest of your games on here, and then I got 2 quick hits, and then we can talk the Halo show to wrap up our section here.
Sure. So I bit the bullet, and I got together with a few friends, and we played Lethal Company for a session. For people who don't know what Lethal Company is, it is a sort of a Phasmophobia-like, and if that still doesn't mean anything to you, it's a cooperative game with sci-fi leanings where you play as a crew of scavengers that work for a sinister corporation, and you go to procedurally generated planets, small environments, procedurally generated on your little cargo ship, and you try and loot stuff and get back to your ship and fly away and sell it at the company store for credits, and you have a quota that you are trying to meet within a certain amount of time. And it has built-in proximity voice chat. So it's baked into the game. And as you start out with like a little bit of money, and there's a store where you can buy stuff on your little computer, and they'll send in a drop pod of the supplies that you buy. So you can buy things like flashlights or walkie-talkies so that you can communicate at distance. And other thing like a shovel you can use as a melee weapon, a boombox so you can play some music, other fun stuff, dumb things, a toilet you can decorate your ship with, and it's just a fun cooperative game that is also terrifying because you land on a planet and you find an old like abandoned factory, and you all go in there together, and you're talking, and the audio is really good. It's like it's directional and it's proximity, and when you're inside it's echoing, and it all sounds like appropriate. And like if you're a few rooms down from another person, like you can hear them like very, very faintly like screaming through the wall as a monster attacks them. And it's got all that stuff in it, like a Phasmophobia. There's on the ship, there's a monitor where like someone could be with a walkie-talkie looking at a map of whatever the facility is that you're in, and like directing people towards things, or saying, hey, there's a monster headed towards you, you better turn around. So you can, there's some strategies that you can implement, or everybody can go in and it's a free-for-all and it's pure chaos, and that's fun. There's a huge variety of things that can happen, anywhere from mines that you step on and they blow up, to automated turrets that will be around a corner and fire on you, to horrible spider-like creatures that will jump on you. Someone made a mod for it called the Skinwalkers, where it will record your audio and play it back to the other players and try and like lure them to places. So like, for example, if I'm on one side of the facility and they're on the other, and I get killed by a skinwalker, it might like record a thing that I say, and then it'll like make its way to the other players and play my audio to them as if I were still alive.
Wow.
That mod is fucked up.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's really cool. The game's full of like weird, creepy, horrible enemies like that. Like there was one instance where I had found a V8 engine, and I was like running back to the ship, and it's all very cartoony, and the animations are really funny, which adds to kind of the charm of it. And I was like running back to the ship, freaked out or whatever, and then the ground started rumbling, and then a giant sandworm came up and ate me, and nobody was by me when that happened, and so none of the other people knew what happened to me, and so they were like, wait, where'd Kyle go? Kyle, is he there? And like they're like looking on the monitor, like he's not moving. I don't think that's a good sign. And they're like, why don't you go check on him or whatever? Because you can recover someone's body and bring it back. And then because if you leave someone's body on a planet, it deducts from your wages because the body has to get retrieved. But if you retrieve it, deduction's less or something. And so, like, one of the other people went out to find my body. They got eaten by the sandworm, but they were also by themselves. So then the other people on the ship didn't have any idea what happened. And they were like, you know what? Let's cut our losses and just, like, get out of here. So they pulled the lever, the door closed, and the ship took off, kind of a thing. And it's just, it's fun. It is a vehicle for fun, wacky moments.
Sure.
And just, like... just hearing your friends' blood-curdling screams cut short as their life is taken is hilarious. It's like Giant Bomb played a bunch of it as well, like a couple times, and there was this one facility set up where there's like a catwalk, and then on the other side of the room there's another catwalk. And because of the directional and proximity chat, voice chat, you couldn't really hear this person, but they were having a conversation with someone, and then one of the other people like sprints across the other catwalk and just goes, "Spider! Spider!" And then like, they like turn and look, and they're running, and then this huge fucking spider like chases them across the catwalk. It's just like a very Scooby-Doo moment. So funny. And it's just a game that helps facilitate those kinds of moments and interactions, and it was a lot of fun, and I really want to play more, and I think we're going to play more tomorrow night, so Saturday night, before this goes up. So I'm looking forward to that. It's like $10 on Steam. It's super cheap. There's definitely
like 187,000 Steam reviews.
Yes,
so
it hit big.
It must be a big streamer game.
It is. It hit big. It's tailor-made for streaming because of those moments.
Man, I'm so like out of the loop with that because I've never heard of this game, and the fact that it's so wildly popular is crazy that I haven't even heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, like the main problem with it is amount of content in it, because like once you see everything, you kind of like learn it all and figure it out. But
the surprise isn't really there.
Exactly. Yeah. So like another example, we were on a different planet, and we had gotten a bunch of loot, and we were all like on our way out, back to the ship. And then my screen started to get really blurry. Oh, man. And I was walking. I was the one who was in front of the group. It was just three of us playing. And Kara, my partner, goes, Kyle, behind you. And I turned to look at Kara, and they're like, ah! And then, like, I just watched them turn around and run the other way. And I turn around and there's this huge fucking monster behind me. Oh man, it was so funny because I totally missed it just because of the way the timing of it. And so I just hear Kara go, Kyle, turn around. I turn around to look at Kara. I see them run away the other direction. I'm like, well, I'm fucked. And then sure enough, I got eaten. An absolute blast.
That's fun.
Lethal Company.
How about For the King 2?
Yes.
This is another multiplayer game, yeah?
Yes. So this came out this year. Some pretty rough reviews at the start. It's a bit of a technical mess. The first For the King, I played with my buddy Cody and Kara, the three of us playing together. And we enjoyed it. It's definitely flawed. It's a party-based RPG, where it's like there's a world map and it's tile based, and everybody has control of their own character and can kind of run around on the different tiles and explore things, and you have objectives, and there's a timer ticking away at the top, like day and night cycle kind of a thing, and you're trying to do things within a certain amount of time before, because if you take too long, this thing called chaos starts accumulating, and if the chaos gets too high, you lose. So there's like a little bit of a campaign, a story that you're trying to accomplish in a set amount of time and a set amount of moves. It's also turn-based combat, but it has this whole system where if you're each combat that you enter has a certain range to it, and if not all of the players are within that range, they might not get pulled into combat. So you want to kind of be strategic about keeping all your people together, because you could really get screwed over by the wrong combat without all the players in it, kind of a thing. Really enjoy the first one. The second one, it's basically the exact same thing. It's just different content, is what it feels like. I'm not really noticing much at all that's different from the first game, including one of the big problems we had with the first For the King was that they didn't do a good job of telling you when you could do things and when you can't do things. So we would run into situations where, like, we're doing a dungeon, which is like a room-by-room multi-fight thing that every time you beat a group of enemies or do an event, you have a chance to stop and do something, like heal or trade items or whatever, distribute loot, equip new gear, and then you move on to the next area. But sometimes there are rooms where there's like a challenge or a puzzle, and once you do the challenge or puzzle, sometimes it gives you that opportunity to do stuff and like heal your party and re-equip, and other times it just puts you into the next room into combat and you don't have the opportunity to mess with stuff. And there's a character specifically built, the herbalist, where when you're in a dungeon or in a fight and you heal, everybody heals. And that's an important thing to get that party heal. It's the most efficient way to use your healing items. And sometimes it lets you do the party heal, and other times you burn the item and it only heals the herbalist. And like, so it's like, it's not clear about like when that's going to work and when it's not going to work. Because we're playing cooperatively, you can play single player and control multiple characters, but when we're playing cooperatively, whoever's turn it is kind of has control over the screen, and you can't do much. And honestly, if you try to do stuff, it'll just kind of like break the game, so you just kind of have to not touch it. That's frustrating, because it would be nice while someone's choosing their turn and doing their stuff. It might be good to be able to open my inventory and go through my things and say, oh yeah, I actually do have this, so don't worry about getting that. And it's just not. There's a lot of user experience things that should be fixed that were present in the first one and are also present in the second one. And that seems to be where a lot of the reviews are landing for it. Like people saying, the first game was so broken and this one's broken in the exact same ways. They didn't learn their lesson at all. And that's what it kind of feels like. They took all of their code for the first game and just made new stories and new scenarios and didn't do a whole lot of upkeep, is what it feels like. Whether or not that's the reality, that's been my experience. A lot of the issues that we had user experience wise from the first one are present in the second one, and that's a huge bummer, because it is a lot of fun. Like, we're still having fun, but it is frustrating, like, because there are things that I want to do to help us make more informed decisions, and I simply can't do that because the game's not communicating with me about what is usable or what is doable when, and that's unfortunate. And it's been out for a little while and has gotten some patches, but like, it still needs some work. But I don't know if it'll get that. Unfortunately, it's still fun, but just if you're listening at home and this sounds like a fun time to you, just like know what you're getting into. Know that there will be some frustration there.
Right.
So that's For the King 2.
Cool. I've got two quick hitters, although, they're big games, but I don't have a ton to say about them. So the first being Last of Us Part 1. I was gifted this for Christmas because it was a game I was not going to spend money on myself, but I did want to replay just to see the, updated graphics, and it looks really good. This game looks really good.
Turns out.
I'm playing it through with my wife. She knew the story of the first game because I had described it in exhausting detail to her when I played it. And then she also watched the show with me. Okay. And then she watched me play a majority of the second game. So she was super into actually seeing the first game through all the way. So we're playing it together. She has I don't know what it's called, a very addicting phone game that she's been on for a couple of months. So when I'm taking 10 minutes to loot a building, she's playing that, and then once I end up fighting things and cutscenes are happening, she watches. So we just got to the point with what's Sam and
Oh,
Henry,
God.
the brothers were like, right, you know how that goes down, where he has to kill his brother and then shoots himself, and like that happens, it cuts to black, and my wife goes, well, I didn't like that. And I was like, yeah, dude, but like
that's rough.
that happens in the show.
Right.
And she goes, I didn't remember. So that was pretty brutal.
Oh,
So yeah, we're in fall now, which is just so, man, the way they cut to black and then you see like the fall text pop up, it's great. The only thing I'll say, like gameplay wise, this is probably, I think, only like the third time I've played this game, and it's pretty easy on normal mode. Like if you are looking for stuff and, you know, looking through the nooks and crannies to get upgrade
find
materials,
what you need.
Like it's yeah, I'm pretty much always maxed out on almost everything.
Right.
And so that makes the combat stuff fairly trivial. I'm finding myself not trying super hard to stealth through sections. Like I'll stealth to like kill the first guy or two, but if anything like remotely goes wrong, I just go loud because I know I've got plenty of things.
Right.
I will say that like when things go bad, they go very bad.
Very
like,
fast.
There's a section through like a little graveyard where it's just a bunch of clickers.
Dude,
and
yeah.
I was trying to get them in a spot where like I could get a couple of them grouped together to use a Molotov on them, and I didn't realize that the pathing on one of them had changed, and so he came up and saw me from behind when I was trying to set up the other ones, and so it just turned into like me running in a big circle, like trying to get them close together to throw the Molotov, and it was fun. Like that was fun to do, but it was very, very, very intense. My wife was like, "Shea, what are you doing?" But because it's not super difficult combat wise, it's like it encourages me to tap into that little like badass, I want to impress the girl I like thing. Where like the section where you're trying to get to the sniper, right? Because he's like pinning you down with the sniper stuff in the house after you exit Pittsburgh, and I'm like, you know, not even sneaking through, but running through. And I got up to a section where there were like 4 dudes outside of his house and they knew I was there. So I was waiting in between sniper shots to like move from cover to cover. And the 4 of them were there. And I just like hopped up and popped off 4 headshots in a row with the revolver and just knocked all of them down one after the other. And like, it was one of those moments where like I put the controller down. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. And it's like that part of it is fun.
Get to keep your gamer card today.
Yeah, exactly. Like, because I don't play games with her a ton because she doesn't play many games, and it's the really story focused things that she enjoys. Like we played Gone Home together back in the day, and she loved that.
Oh yeah,
that's like very gameplay light.
Right.
So to have little bits and pieces where I can be like, see, I'm good. It's not just a hobby. I'm also pretty good at this. It feels good.
This is the father of your children.
Yeah. My wife, who I've been together with for like 15 years. It feels good to occasionally impress her a little bit. Every once in a while. So yeah, we're going to continue playing through that. It'll take us forever, and because we're also going to play part 2 through together. So that'll be like 6 months from now when we wrap that up. But that's been a good time. We can only play for like an hour and a half at a time because it's so like intense that, you know, in an evening we started at 8:30. We play for an hour and a half, and then like we need to watch a couple episodes of Seinfeld before we go to bed. kind of an experience.
Yeah.
But it may take us even longer than expected because the other day I decided to buy Baldur's Gate 3 because I really wanted to play Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
And I brought it up to Kelly as a game that I thought she might enjoy because it's so much about like characters and story. So probably like later this weekend, one of our hangout nights, I think we're going to start that.
Okay.
It might not be a game that she's into. We're going to give it a shot.
Yeah, I don't know.
But if it's a game that she likes, that will take a very long time to play through Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
an hour and a half at a time.
Someone. Yeah. Well, that one we can play for longer because it's not scary and intense.
Well.
Oh, okay.
No. There are quests.
Yeah, that makes me less excited to play Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
So
not
that's the
scary
Last of Us
intense in the same way because it's not real time.
Right. And then I also started up Cyberpunk 2077. I am trying to race my way through far enough that I feel like I can start Phantom Liberty. Like I want to get to a point where I've got a good stable of like weapons that I like, moves, or upgrade skills and shit that like I feel like I'm not going to wait until the end of the story to then go play Phantom Liberty, but I want to be deeper than I am, at least so far. And that's because I'm not like having that much fun with it. And I think it's because the thing that was fun about this game is exploring the world and interacting with the characters and sort of following this crazy story along. And none of that you can recreate. Like I've done all of that already.
Okay.
And so it's just not, it's not hitting the second time through, and the combat isn't interesting or challenging enough to like make that satisfying in and of itself. So I'm just kind of like playing it a little passively, which is why I'm trying to rush a little bit and like level up and just grind through a couple of missions and gigs just to get a lot of money and get some more skills so that I can go do Phantom Liberty, which I know I'm going to love. I know is going to be what I'm looking for. So that's like a little bit, it's bumming me out a little bit because I was very hyped to go back and replay this game. And like, I don't even know that I want to replay the whole thing again. I just don't know that I'm going to get that much out of it.
Sure. I mean, I think you're fine to like get to the point where you can play Phantom Liberty and then just do that. And then stop after that. You're probably fine doing that.
And I want to see, like you talked about, hey, you would go and like talk to Judy during a break in the Phantom Liberty stuff. Like that I want to do. But like once I beat Phantom Liberty, I don't know that I'm going to go and finish the whole, all those missions again.
Yeah.
And like, I just don't care that much. I'm playing a female V. I did the Corpo background, which when it started, I was very excited about how different it was from the Street Kid background, which I did the first time. But my memory of the Street Kid one is you have a whole other mission you go on with like one of the other local brat guys, and he's an asshole.
Huh.
In the Corpo background, it's very short.
It is.
Like it's like a 5-minute sequence and a couple of like cutscenes, and then that's it. And I was a little underwhelmed by that.
Yeah, I was like, when I went back to do the Corpo thing, I was kind of anticipating like some, I can't remember the name of the corporation in Starfield, but I was hoping to get like some of that energy, that like evil corporation you work for in Starfield, and like go do like, badass assassin missions and stuff. I was kind of expecting like a little bit of that in the beginning, but you just like have a couple meetings and then you get kicked
which
out.
Feels accurate to corporate life, but
that's fair.
Not as interesting gameplay wise. Right. So that was like a little bit underwhelming. I'm definitely playing the V character a little differently. I'm not like going full, heel turn bad guy character, but I'm like, I would say I'm like more direct and sarcastic as V.
Yeah.
And I'm intentionally making some different dialogue choices, but I have yet to experience anything. I guess the only big difference is when you're going to get the like little robot dog thing from Maelstrom.
Yeah.
The first time I played, I wasn't willing to hand over the credits the second time, so I had to shoot my way out and kill everybody. And in this one, I cleaned the credit chip so it didn't have the tracking shit on there. And I was just like, fuck it, it's not my money, just take it, fine. And then I had to fight my way out, killing all the cops instead.
Oh, okay.
So mechanically, it works out the same way, but it was at least different enemies. And then the interaction is different, because in the first one, the chick, the whatever corporate chick, is the one that I engaged with at the end.
Right.
And she was like, hey, you fought your way out, you kept my money, good for you. And in this version, because I didn't do that, she got killed off screen, presumably. And it was just the other dude that she had captured. It was him, where he's like, yeah, thanks for helping me out. And, we took care of her. Don't worry about it. So that was like a little bit different. But I also know those characters do not come back, so it doesn't actually matter to anything. So there's been a couple of little moments like that. But I'm not finding it to be a vastly different experience than the first time I played.
Okay. Huh.
So yeah, I'll keep plugging away on that. Maybe next time I'll be at a point to talk a little bit Phantom Liberty. We'll see how it goes. I got a lot of other shit I'm trying to catch up on as well. So
right, yeah.
But yeah, that's the video games. How about you tell me a little bit about the Halo show? What? Why? That's my first question. Why?
The first season is free on YouTube. Is why.
Okay.
And so my buddy Cody and I, we were like, you know what? We heard this show is very bad.
Mm-hmm.
Even worse if you actually like Halo. So let's find out how bad. We did not finish. Oh, no, we did finish the first episode. We weren't gonna partway through, and then we were like, you know what? Let's just watch the first episode. So we did watch the whole first episode. Master Chief takes his helmet off.
Right.
The dude looks like
a dingus.
the broest fucking loser, like the most background character army movie, Steven Seagal army movie dude, the most background ass dude you found in one of Steven Seagal's bad army movies. His voice fucking sucks. Like, that's Master Chief's whole thing, is his voice sounds incredible. It is the most badass voice. This dude sounds like such a fucking dingus. He sounds so stupid, bro. Oh, man. And, like, all the practical stuff looks awesome. Like the Spartans running around in their armor, firing their guns. It looks really cool. And then they cut to CG a lot. Like for all the Covenant stuff, it's none of that's practical. It's all CG and it's all bad. And it looks worse. It's bad sci-fi show bad. It looks worse.
Like it looks worse than in the video game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
It looks so
I've
terrible.
Seen a lot of that.
It looks so fucking bad, dude. It's so bad. Oh man. And then there's like this sidekick character that he like is supposed to gain human morality feelings about and tries to save. Mm-hmm. It's just all very dumb. The Dr. Halsey is like doing this British accent, and it's like she's not actually British though. She has she has an American voice in all the games. Don't know why they made her British.
Diversity.
I guess, sure, but
that was sarcasm because she's still white.
Well, yeah. Dude, so we finished the first episode, and then we were like, hey, do you remember that Forward Unto Dawn, like, fan tier Halo movie that they made that was like about the young Spartan 3s training or whatever? And so we went and like skimmed through that. That is shot so much better than this show. Like I don't think the Chief armor looks as good, but like the voice is better. I think the writing is kind of better in that, honestly, for as cheesy and kind of boilerplate as it is. But just like the shot composition is so much better in that than in the show. And there's not, I would say the CG's kind of on par with the Halo show, but like Forward Unto Dawn came out like how many years ago?
It's 2012.
2012. Yeah, so 11 years ago. 10 years past when this show came out. Dude, that show fucking sucks, bro. It is bad.
I have heard. And aren't they making more of it?
They're making a second season, which is why they're releasing the first season for free.
Yeah.
They're trying to get people into their Paramount Plus thing. Apparently, apparently Master Chief fucks in that first season.
Yes, he does. You see his ass.
It's like...
You see his bare ass.
Nothing about their characterization of Master Chief is like coincides with or aligns with the characterization of Master Chief in the games. He's emoting and he's having all of these emotions on his face.
Yeah.
And like
I have zero reverence for the Halo series, and even I am like, this doesn't seem like Master Chief at all.
Not at all.
Like
not at all. And like the way in the games they really figured out how to how to show Chief's emotions just in like the small movements of his helmet, his posture, like when he would choose to speak versus not speak. And I get that it's a TV show and like blah 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 whatever. Like, Master Chief doesn't fucking shut the fuck up in this show. He will not stop talking, and his voice sucks.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, how do you can't have him be like a silent protagonist, which he in many cases is in the games, because it's not a video game. Like, you're not playing it, you're watching it. But that's also, like, they chose to do this.
Yeah.
They didn't have to make a Halo show.
And if they made a
Halo show, they didn't.
I also think they can.
It didn't have to be Master Chief.
They can have Master Chief, like, be the same kind of characters in the games. They just need to, like, they fill the silence with other characters.
Well, and the irony is, you know, the conversation was always like, you can't have a faceless main character. Like, no one will. It's impossible to get invested in that character if you do that. And then The Mandalorian came
right.
out.
Yeah.
And proved that, yeah, dude, you totally can.
Yeah.
You need some other kind of cipher, which is what, you know, Grogu is.
Right.
To help bring you in.
Yeah.
But they have that, dude. Cortana exists. Like, there's a way to do that, too.
Totally.
Where Cortana could be the Grogu to Master Chief's Mandalorian.
Oh,
like,
man.
they fumbled hardcore.
Man.
It's very clear the people that made the show don't have a love for the source material.
No.
Because if they did, they wouldn't have done it like this.
They don't give a fuck about it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's weird.
Don't,
weird decision making.
Don't watch the show.
I won't. Thanks.
Anyone listening, don't watch that show. Do yourself a favor.
I imagine anyone that was interested has already watched it. That thing came out,
sure.
like, what, 2 years ago?
Yeah, but it was on Paramount Plus, and who the fuck has Paramount Plus?
Me.
Why?
I have kids, and they have Nickelodeon shows. One, they have like Paw Patrol and like all the Nickelodeon shit. But two, they also have Survivor and Global Guts and Legends of the Hidden Temple, like rife for we're having some cocktails on a Friday night.
Okay.
Those are the things we want to watch. So it's worth it. It's like $6 a month. But don't
watch Halo.
Don't pay for Paramount Plus. Don't watch Halo, even for free.
Yeah, don't go to YouTube and watch Halo.
All right, let's move on. So we have a big list here of just some like categories of game or of parts of a game that we're going to talk through, looking back at 2023. So let me run those down, and we've got, you know, a dozen games per category that it's like we want to say a thing about this game in this category.
Yes.
That's really the purpose of this.
Yeah.
So we're talking best looking games, best worlds, best stories, best characters, the coolest mechanics. Kyle came up with this, the most don't do that anymore.
I imagine this one is like that water spray bottle, like you spritz a cat to stop. That's this
like,
category. Hey,
knock it
bad.
off. The knock it off award.
Knock it off.
A category I came up with, game we wished we liked more the most, which is like not most disappointing, but it's like, we just talked about Dave the Diver. It's like, this is a good video game, but it just didn't click with me. And that bums me out that it didn't click with me.
Yeah.
And then finally, games we're bummed that we didn't play, which is an embarrassingly long list, as it always is.
Yeah.
So let's start best looking game. These are listed in alphabetical order, so we can kind of run through it that way if you'd like to start with your top, which, shocker.
And this doesn't have to be, it's broad, right? It doesn't have to be like best graphics technical. It is that
best looking game.
Yeah, it's just best looking game. It's good to look at.
You like looking at it the most.
Yeah. The first one on here, alphabetical order, and also top one for me, Alan Wake 2. I think the game.
We're not ranking these. It's just a casual conversation.
Yeah, we're not ranking them.
There are no winners or losers.
But if we were, Alan Wake 2 would win. Alan Wake 2 looks incredible. The art direction is so good. And I was just watching my buddy play this because he feels like he needs to play it before listening to all the different Game of the Year stuff that has come out. And so because he also knows how much I love it, and he kind of wants to like understand my love for it a little bit, which I respect. And so I was watching him play some.
That was my logic, but I don't love you as much, and so I bought Baldur's Gate 3 instead.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, no,
but we're also very like It's a scary game. I don't want to play a scary game. That's really all it boiled down to.
No, you don't love me as much is the main thing.
You didn't play Spider-Man 2.
Well, it's a two-way street, Shea. Tit for tat.
Actually, most of the streets that you go through in New York City are one way, but are the streets in the Dark Place, are they two-way streets, or
yeah,
it's like a fake city, right? Okay. Mm-hmm.
It's an anyway street, and every way is terrifying. It looks so good. Yeah. So like, speaking of the Dark Place, like that twisted version of that city it's so menacing, and they're really good about breadcrumbing you towards the interesting things, because it's all so dark and menacing. Like they do like neon signs, they're changing things dynamically in the environment to like lead you specific places, or as little bits of like background storytelling. But then even beyond the Dark Place and beyond all like the crazy insane FMV tricks that they're pulling, like they have FMV that is happening on digital screens in a digital 3D space. They have FMV that is overlaid on your screen. They have FMV that is like a 2D low opacity sprite that will like rotate around the world in 3D space, sort of like an old Doom sprite where it would rotate around so you can always see it, but it's occupying a point in 3D space. They have FMV that like does that. It's just, oh man, the number of ways in which they thread different mediums together is really, it's a crazy thing to look at. And then beyond all that stuff, the Dark Place and all the crazy FMV stuff, there's just kind of the regular Bright Falls and watery area that you're walking around in. And so much of that area, and I was talking to my buddy about this when I was watching him play it, it feels so real. Like it feels like an actual place full of actual clutter and personality. And it is so fun to look at, because every square inch of that game is covered in something that is steeped in Remedy connected universe lore, or it's just like it is a game. It is one of few games I have played that I've spent that amount of time like just looking at stuff that's on a table,
right?
Like in a random coffee shop, just like looking at all of the things that are on a table.
Yeah, because you never know what thing is going to be a little Easter egg.
Yeah, like, oh, there's like the name of the shop is on the coffee cup, but it's like a different logo, and like, does that mean something? That's just a made up example, but like it's like stuff like that. It's just wild. Like there will be newspapers in the environment that are open to different pages that, like, yeah, it's just fucking. It is. I mean, it's a game 13 years in the making, and it feels like it. It does not feel like that time was wasted at all. It feels like every minute of the last 13 years has been spent crafting this experience. And that's why it's so fun to fucking look at, man. Anyway, to wrap it back around to the category.
Yeah, let's move on from Alan Wake 2, because you talked about Alan Wake 2 for an hour last month. It is in multiple categories on this list, and you will have a lot to say about it, I'm sure, on the Game of the Year or Games That Don't Suck podcast. I am going to hate this game by the end of this month.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Everyone will. Just be like, get on with it.
Next on the list, Atomic Heart, which I have like sort of mixed feelings about. I think this game looks really good from a technical perspective, in like the detail and the variety of things that you see.
Yeah.
But I also felt kind of underwhelmed by much of the design, especially like when you're out in the open world.
Yeah, that's why I put this on here, is because like it looks really good in pockets.
Yeah.
And it's inconsistent.
And I love the variety,
Yeah.
especially like in the enemy types and like the different areas that you go. You know, most of it is like, you know, you're underground, but everything looks so different from place to place. Like they just got a ton of mileage out of this type of setting, and they really leaned into that like Cold War futurism.
Yeah, the retro
like all of that
Russian
is
Cold War
fantastic.
futuristic aesthetic is
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Like all the things that come out of that. It's really neat
I do
to see
think
that.
Like it makes such a strong first impression
Yeah.
when you're like entering the world, and nothing ever quite hits that high of a high again.
I agree.
Just in terms of like the scale and the detail, but it looks like freaking awesome.
Yeah.
And then, you know, like the twins are also good to look at for like the robo hips.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
do know what you mean.
So yeah, Atomic Heart is also
There are some
game.
videos that I could recommend.
I'm
I'm kidding. I'm not kidding, but I'm
Pass.
kidding.
Oh yeah, there
are videos.
Rule 34,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah,
Rule 34.
yes, absolutely.
If ever there was a Rule 34, it's going to be for the twins.
Yes.
All right, Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora,
Yeah,
which we
I
talked
just
a good
talked
bit about,
it.
but yeah.
So
yeah.
nothing to add here. I talked about how cool it looks at night. Pandora, all the bioluminescence comes out. Those quiet moments and the picturesque vistas and stuff. It all looks really, really cool.
Yeah. You put Phantom Liberty on this list. Like, you know, for my curiosity, like, are there things in Phantom Liberty from like best looking that feel drastically different from the base game?
Yeah, I think
or is it just more of that?
So Dog City has a grunge to it that you kind of get little, like there are some impoverished areas of Night City.
Oh yeah,
but
like any alleyway.
Yeah,
man.
but it's Dogtown. Sorry, but Dogtown is like all that pretty much. Like it's kind of this bombed out, ruined area, and so like that it's a different aesthetic, which is cool. But I mainly put it on here because like I had just before I came back to Cyberpunk, I'd kind of forgotten how fucking awesome it looked.
Yes,
and there is no part of that game that doesn't look awesome. Like every last bit of it is just really, really rad.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Dogtown stuff, it is a little different, which is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in playing through it, I haven't gone out into like the outskirts yet. And like I really liked that stuff. Like
like a little Borderlands
factory kind of. Yeah, the hills and sands.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of like
Rage.
not like the industrial kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I really like that aspect of Night City that you don't see a ton of. So it's cool to hear that they found other ways of slightly differentiating from the like main city too. So I'm excited to see that stuff.
Yeah.
Dead Space.
Looks incredible.
Looks really good.
Yeah, the game looks really it looks even better than the original somehow. That original still looks really awesome.
It does. It does.
It's dated in some ways, but
yeah,
it still looks good because the art direction is so solid and singular.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it came out 15 years ago. It gets a pass on the technical part of it, but yeah, the art direction was always fantastic. I feel like they did a really good job at making this game look like we remember the first game looking like. Yeah, if that makes sense.
It's like, yes, the new Dead Space looks like they took the old Dead Space and put it in 4K, and so it's like, I could not have noticed that detail before because the picture was blurry, but it was always there, kind of a thing.
Well, and just like the way that they're able to use like the lighting and ray tracing and all that stuff too, just really heightens the immersion and that sense of horror and tension in a way that my memory of the first game is like the first game was able to do that. But and we talked about this when I was playing through the new one of, because everything's so much more high def, it makes it so much scarier because you don't have that fourth wall, that like uncanny valley sort of, it's a video game look to it. It looks so much more real that it makes it so much scarier on top of it.
For sure. And then like obviously like the sound design kind of goes hand in hand with that to amp
We're not
it up.
talking about that.
I know.
It's the best looking
game.
my
ears looked at the sound and it looked really good. So
yeah.
This next one, Fort Solis, it in a very similar vein to Dead Space, that kind of sci-fi, like This one, it's far less ominous than Dead Space is, obviously, just because it's not like that the gothic space. Like, it's not that like sci-fi neo gothic look. It's just kind of more of like a hard sci-fi, sort of like kind of looking slightly ahead with current technology type of a thing. But it, from a fidelity standpoint, all of the environments, like just what I was talking about with Alan Wake 2, how everything feels like really lived in like a real location. The facility that you're exploring on Mars really does have, I mean, that's the whole point, is you're kind of coming there and looking through people's rooms and the places in which they were staying and the environments, and like trying to glean some information by going through that about kind of what happened to those people, what was going on. And like as much as like the text and the audio and the video logs give you that story, a lot of the storytelling is also happening in the environments and the way that they're decorated, and the fidelity to which and care to which they were decorated and made to feel really lived in. I think the performance capture is really good on it as well. Again, that's kind of a core part of the game because there's not a lot of game to it. But it, I think kind of top to bottom, that game looks really nice and the lighting looks great. And, other misgivings about the pace of it and stuff aside, or some of the storytelling, it just looks really incredible. So thought it was worth bringing up.
Yeah. I put Hi-Fi Rush on here. This is less about fidelity or even so much the art direction, which I do think is very good. To me, it's the immersion of, like, the way this game lives. Like, it breathes and it goes along with the beat of the music, and everything is pulsating and pounding and moving to the beat. It creates that vibe and that flow as you're playing it, and the immersion into like the music and the rhythm of what's happening. That's like, it's part sound design, but it's also part the way the game looks, and the way the game looks is so important to drive the audio direction and the music and stuff like that. So that, like, it really stands out in my mind as sort of a different take on what best looking game means.
Okay.
Because I do love the way the game looks.
Yeah.
Like, I love the colors and the vibrancy, and I'm always a sucker for that stuff. And I think the character designs are really fun and varied, and I really like the design of the robots, the enemies that you fight. But it's more so about like the pulsing and how the visuals go along with the music that really like stood out to me in my mind.
Yeah, that's cool. Octopath 2. This game looks fucking rad.
Did you played Octopath 2?
I did, yeah. I played quite a bit of it.
Oh. I didn't remember us ever
played
talking
like
about
20
that.
hours of Octopath Traveler 2.
Because I saw this on the list and I was like, wait, did Kyle play this?
I did.
Because I didn't play it.
I played quite a bit of it. So I started it and barely got anywhere, and then like 2 months later I came back and played a huge chunk of it. It's HD 2D at its finest. I've seen it in like games like Triangle Strategy, Star Ocean Second Story R. There we go. Couldn't think of the Star Ocean part of that name. The HD 2D look is getting more popular. It was definitely popularized by the first Octopath Traveler. But they've just kind of refined it, and it looks better. The environments look great. There's more animation than there was before. They've kind of evolved past the like papercraft look of it to something that's like a little more mature in terms of how things are stitched together. I just think it looks fantastic. There's just something about it. I want to play more games that look like that. Yeah, it's very pleasing to my eye. So
yeah, nice.
And the character designs are great. The enemy designs continue to be really good. There's a lot of fun animations that the sprites do, and special effects that are layered on top of the sprites. It's got a lot of flair, a lot of style. It was really solid. I enjoyed it quite a bit more than the first one, in part because it felt like a much more matured realization of the original concept that they had in the first one. So
okay, yeah, that tracks.
RoboCop Rogue City. So I put this one on here because I think I mentioned it. It has that, like, this is like it's graphics technical, right? Where it's very, very high fidelity, and like, a lot of people are holding this up as like one of the best looking games of the year, just in terms of like benchmarking for stuff and how they're doing ray tracing and the lighting and all the tech behind their visuals.
Yeah, I feel like the human characters look kind of wonky though.
Yeah, it's like it is that uncanny valley. It's like they're going for hyper realism, and like there's a certain amount of cartoonishness that you need to apply so that it avoids the uncanny valley, and I think a lot of games do that. Here in RoboCop, they're just kind of going for that kind of picture perfect exact copy of reality, and it leads to that uncanny valley aspect where things look just slightly off, but they look incredible.
Sure. And at a minimum, much better than you would have expected.
Oh, absolutely. Like, no one would have expected this to be, like, a graphics benchmark title for the year, right? Like, nobody was anticipating that. It's wild. So, yeah, there is, like, a surprise to it that I think makes a big difference.
Sea of Stars. I think you added this as well.
Yeah. Damn, like, this game looks so good, dude. The pixel art, like the art direction and design, it's all like, it just feels part and parcel with the tone of it and the writing. Like it doesn't feel like any of the art is at odds with what they're trying to make the player feel. Like everything is kind of in service to this, just kind of like this pleasant nostalgic feeling. And I think it's really, really masterfully done. Like they have some really great visual ideas.
I don't disagree. Like I definitely think it looks good. It doesn't wow me in the way that it sounds like it does you. I like the color, I like the animations, I like the sprite designs, but it does look like what my memory of this type of game looks like. Compared to something like an Octopath that has a distinct visual identity, I don't feel like Sea of Stars necessarily has that.
Okay. For me, I feel like Sea of Stars does what Dead Space Remake does.
It just modernizes what looked really good 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I think it does it. There's definitely... There are a lot of different ways and directions in which you can do that. Obviously, Octopath is one direction in which you could go, but they just went kind of... It feels like the natural progression of what that style would look like nowadays. It looks good, man.
Yeah, it definitely does. I don't want to make it like I don't think the game looks good. I definitely do. It's not similar, but similar emotion behind it. I would say Spider-Man 2. Mostly, I'm not as like passionate about calling it one of the best looking games because this is the third time they've done it. And it's not their fault. It's hard to make it look better than it looked in 2018, which is pretty impressive in 2018. But the way they've realized New York City, and you spend so much time swinging through like the tops of buildings that you forget, even when you go down on the ground, the level of detail and interactivity with all the citizens. Like it still looks awesome walking on the streets of New York City, which is impressive. The fluidity of the movement and like the characters' animations and the facial animations, they struggle with some of that uncanny valley stuff, especially with Peter and MJ. They look a little bit wonky sometimes. It's a sliding scale. They still look much better than most games, but as you think about like AAA character-driven games, the facial animations aren't as strong as a lot of others. But it's a fantastic-looking video game.
Yeah.
However, Starfield, I don't know why is on this. I don't know why.
I put it on here list. Because specifically just to talk about the NASA Punk art direction, where I really like the design of the ships and the clutter And I really like all of that stuff. I think Neon is a really cool looking city. Like, all of their bespoke locations look really cool. Outside of that, I'm not gonna go to bat for it as in terms of looking nice. And I think they reuse their assets too many times. But like from an art direction standpoint, I really like in the ships how they feel like an evolution of a real spacecraft and not like crazy sci-fi BS, like making shit up kind of thing.
Yeah, their take on what this future looks like, I can appreciate. I do like that part of it. But the actual execution I find kind of lacking some imagination, even for going for a more realistic take on this. Like the design of the spacesuits, I hate almost all of them. I hate like all of them. There was not a single spacesuit that I thought looked cool, including the fucking centipede whatever suit.
The mantis.
Like the mantis. Like, it looks dumb. All of the other ones, it looks like you're wearing a fucking what's it called? Like the big bed sheet, a comforter, like wrapped around you.
Yes, that's what astronaut suits look like, dude.
But that's what I'm saying. But it's a video game, though. Like, I get wanting to take a realistic approach to this stuff. That is totally fine, but it still needs to look cool. And the realism part of it doesn't look cool. That's my criticism of Starfield visually, is their realistic take doesn't look cool. It should look cool. Like,
interesting.
If realism isn't cool, I don't want realism. It's a video game.
That's interesting, because that's the opposite of how I feel. Like, the fact that they,
like, it's not a sim. It's not a sim. I guess that's my point.
Sure.
If you want it to be, if you want to go hard on that, make a different kind of game. Make it a sim.
Sure.
It's a video game. Like, there are jetpacks and shit.
Yeah.
Like,
I think normal astronaut suits are very cool and look very cool.
I agree with you. Real life astronaut suits look cooler than the astronaut suits in Starfield. Like, our actual real life NASA suits look cooler than the ones in Starfield. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Disagree, but okay. But that's the only reason I brought up Starfield, just because appreciation for the style upon which they settled, I thought was a cool choice, and I liked how it was implemented, if not to the robust, they didn't do enough of it.
Yes,
they didn't have enough to support the scope of game that they made.
I totally agree with the first part of, like, their approach to this type of look. I like their approach. And I do like the look of many of their authored towns. Like, I think Neon looks cool. I think the whatever frontier place looks cool. The main city, I think, looks cool. All of them, like, none of them feel unique, though. And that's part of the problem of, if that's the realism, like, none of it feels very inventive. And that's where it kind of falls a little flat. Like, Neon looks like a cool city, but, like, I'm playing Cyberpunk, dude. They're pretty similar. Like, Cyberpunk looks way cooler. Like, in every single facet. There's so much more detail and depth and, like, interesting things to look at, variety of things to look at. Like, it's not comparable. So that's where it's just like, yeah.
That's fine.
System Shock. System Shock looks cool.
Yeah, it looks stupid
because it's kind of cartoony, right?
Yeah, but it
almost looks like a kitty in a way.
Right, but it's very much what the original System Shock art style was, brought into like a high definition 3D version. And so I feel like they managed to do that really well, and while it's not really the aesthetic that I'm into, I appreciate that they managed to make it not look like just another sci-fi game. They made it look distinctly like its source material. They did it to like a high degree of competence, which I think is really neat. Yeah, that's kind of all I have to say about that one. Is that
it's cool.
They kind of did that. That's cool.
like seeing trailers for it and seeing this game that has like some horror elements to it, having like all these bright neon colors and sort of like blocky looking textures and stuff. It seemed weird, but in a way that I liked.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely agree.
Yeah.
I added Warhammer Darktide. We talked about this already. I think the whole gothic approach to all of the ship designs and the buildings and like the grunge of it, it's just a very atmospheric, immersive game. I wish that the game enabled you to enjoy more of the detail in the gameplay, but the fact that it's definitely all there and all of it is very cool and impressive and again, like unique. It's a unique take on what this sort of galaxy spanning society would look like, and that's all. It's just cool as hell, man.
Yeah, it's rad.
Warhammer shit is cool.
Speaking of stuff that's rad, Witchfire, the last one on our best looking game list. This game looks so fucking cool. I talked about it a lot when I first played it on the podcast. It's aping a lot from Hexen, and it's like Western Dark Souls and Blood. Well, it's like Western Bloodborne. Yeah, Western Bloodborne.
Sure, that makes sense.
And it looks like you get up close to those textures, and there's a lot of texture on those textures. You know what I mean? Everything looks really nice, and there's like really really cool visual effects, like the altars and stuff that you go to that have like the upgrade mechanics and all that other stuff. Like that all looks super rad. Like the cliffside convent that you call your base looks super cool and ominous, and everything in that game looks like it's a bad time,
right?
But in a great way. And I want to celebrate that a little bit because I feel like I haven't heard anybody talk about Witchfire, and it's a very cool game.
Yeah. So those are our best looking games. I mean, it's like I said, it's a lot. We're not trying to make a tiered, structured list, but when we think of the best looking games of the year, those are the ones that come to mind.
Totally.
Let's move on to the best worlds of the year. I'm going to give you 90 seconds to talk about Alan Wake 2.
I already kind of set it up with like best looking game where everything is fun to look at because of all of the hidden meanings and the secrets that you get to tease out, and like the way in which the game encourages you to leverage your knowledge of the extended Remedy universe and their previous titles, and I think all of that is really really smart, and I think they do a good job of letting the players. They do a good job of leading the players through the world from a main story perspective, and then giving the players who are crazy Remedy Extended Universe perverts like me the space and opportunity to go and explore and find those things for ourselves. I feel like they do a good job of kind of treading both paths. And appealing to both kinds of players. And I know that sounds like more of like a story gameplay thing, but I do think it's inherent in the structure of the world and the way in which they craft it, and like let you jump between characters and having these two different storylines that are parallel in both the Dark Place and Bright Falls / Watery and the surrounding area, having those things kind of overlapping and coexisting in the same space, and seeing the analogs between the two and those points of connection is really cool. Yeah, man. Alan Wake 2 is real good in that world. Like, I don't want to be in that world because it's a bad time. Sure. It's a bad place.
Yes.
But it is very well realized, and I find it really fascinating. And like they keep teasing more, right? Like they do the thing that good authors do in long-running series where they give you answers to questions that you have, but then they drip feed you new questions to puzzle over in the midst of it. And all of that stuff is about this extended universe in which the games take place in the larger Remedy world that they're crafting. And there's a lot of that stuff to sink your teeth into in different levels. And to me, that is like... The world of Alan Wake 2 is also, like, you can't really address that without also thinking about the larger Remedy world that they're building. So yeah, it's fucking good. Sorry, that was more than 90 seconds.
It's all right. Let's talk Atomic Heart. I think my issue with Atomic Heart is that the actual world part of it, like the open space, sucks. It's empty, like it's not worth moving around in. The game actively punishes you for exploring. It makes zero sense. We will talk more about that later. But the big picture world, like the world that they have created in a thematic sense, is really cool. Like the setup of the world is really cool. And exploring the labs and the underground, like all of the more linear levels are all very cool. Right. But those feel more like sort of like individual set piece sections.
Yeah, I agree.
The larger world I just don't find interesting.
Yeah, I think I agree.
But again, like the story of the world and the setup, like I think it still qualifies in my mind for, as we talk about the best worlds of the year. It highlights how disappointing the actual open world part of the game is to me. Because, like, there's probably cool stuff there that I never saw because there's zero... like, the game doesn't want... Like, it makes no fucking sense.
Yeah.
The way that they built that open world makes no fucking sense.
Right, I agree.
But, having essentially never made a video game before... It's a bummer, right? But I'm not going to hold that against them. And hopefully that's a big lesson that they learn as they make a sequel or whatever the next project is.
Yeah, for sure.
And then Avatar.
Yeah, which, I don't know what else to talk about.
Not surprised at all.
Yeah, if you've seen the movies, you know the world. That's what it is. It's Pandora.
It's cool as hell, dude. The verticality. Yeah.
It, like, flying around in your Ikran. How beautiful everything is. The crazy amount of flora and fauna.
Is there any underwater stuff?
So I have not... If there is, I've not gotten to it. I don't know if there is or not.
That feels like a sequel thing.
Yeah.
Like, that makes me think of Horizon.
Right.
Because in Zero Dawn, like, there wasn't it. But then in Forbidden West, they added more mechanics underwater and more underwater creatures and that kind of thing.
That would be cool.
That's a smart thing for them to do if they end up making a sequel
for
to this.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. That would be very, very cool. I don't really have much else to say about Avatar.
Yeah. Similarly, Phantom Liberty, like we've sung the praises of Cyberpunk many times over the past year that we've picked the podcast back up. It's a cool ass world.
Yeah. you want to immerse yourself in it as much as possible. Unfortunately, the game doesn't always support that to the degree that maybe it could or should, but it is really good.
It's a rare game that just walking down the street is cool.
Right.
You want there to be more interactivity. You want to be able to go inside more buildings. Like, I want there to be way more depth, but at a minimum, walking down the street is awesome.
Totally.
And immersive. And that's, that's something that most quote unquote open world games can't replicate. Of just walking around the world doesn't feel cool. Like GTA is a game that comes to mind that's really good at that. There are not that many games that are really good at that.
Agreed.
Like there's for being such a big city, it's still so condensed. There's so much detail to look and read.
Packed full of it.
Yeah.
You put this next one on here.
Yeah, I added Hogwarts Legacy. So this is a game, like, it bums me out because no one talks about this game. There are two games that came out this year that I think rule that no one is talking about because it's been such an insane year. Baldur's Gate 3, Alan Wake, like there are so many huge games, especially in the back half of the year. No one talks about Hogwarts Legacy and no one talks about Star Wars Jedi Survivor. That's true. I'll talk about those both back to back here, just bring them up. Like, I think the world of Hogwarts Legacy, the larger world, is lacking a lot of interest and variety. But Hogwarts itself, Hogsmeade, all of the little villages that you find that are scattered throughout the world, like, again, it's the attention to detail, the immersion, the like, I guess, like, variety in terms of the different ways that you can engage with the world, the little nuggets and Easter eggs that you get. Like, Hogwarts Legacy has not gotten enough credit for the realization of Hogwarts in a video game.
Yeah.
It's like it couldn't be better. Like, I can't think of a way that the actual Hogwarts school could be better in a video game than it is in Hogwarts Legacy. All of the hidden shit you can find, the ways that you can interact with the school that don't lead to anything. They're just like fun little things. You just press a button or you cast this spell and it does a thing. You don't get a trophy for it. You don't get items for it. You don't get gold for it. It just moves in a cool way because you cast a spell. Like, that stuff is so, pardon the pun, magical. But it is. It's so magical to experience that. And Hogsmeade feels the same way. The problem with it as a best world is the forest and the hills. It's just empty. There are so many side activities to do, right? Like, all of the Merlin trials and all those things exist, and those are fun in their own way, but flying around on your broomstick is only fun for so long because it's just a bunch of trees and wolves and spiders, and there's not enough to do out in the world that makes you want to explore everywhere. But the stuff that is highly authored, I think, is like amongst the best. You know, we talk about Cyberpunk, but the level of detail and the condension, there's so much shit. That's how I feel about the actual Hogwarts castle. I loved it. Like, thinking back on that game, it makes me so happy, and it bums me out that so many people have just like moved on from it, because everyone felt this way when it came out. It's just like no one's talking about it anymore, and that makes me sad. Star Wars Jedi Survivor also, I think that this game sort of got a little bit of a bad rap because it launched in sort of a bad technical state. A lot of the story stuff wasn't as compelling as the first game was, but in terms of world, the game is so much bigger. So many of the environments are so much bigger with more stuff to do and more places to explore and hidden things to find. Like, the main hub world, while at first it can feel a little tedious, like if you try to go do everything when you land on a world, you won't have as good of a time because you'll get bored of that world. But if you approach it like a Metroidvania, where you kind of stay in one zone, and then once you come back because you got a double jump or whatever it might be, and then you start to explore farther, that's where it becomes really fun and like rewarding to explore with all the new tricks up your sleeve. And it's also Star Wars, and so it's an unfair advantage that this game has when it comes to, I didn't bring it up in best looking. I guess I could have, but it's an unfair advantage that Star Wars games have for me personally. Feels fucking cool to be in the Star Wars universe, man. Yeah. There's like very few things that can top that. So,
are there any locations from Jedi Survivor that like stick out in your mind? It's like, this was awesome that I got to go to this place.
It's tough. It's been a while since I played that game. So I think like the Tanalorr, the sort of like the planet that you're trying to get to that's hidden away from the war that's happening. Once you finally get there, you don't spend a ton of time there, honestly, and like there isn't a ton to do, but it's the sense of this being like an otherworldly place, I think, is very satisfying. The Jedi, the little like hidden Jedi temples that you go into, where you get, I don't remember what they call them, but they're essentially like extra power-ups that you can pick a couple from. You unlock those in these Jedi temples, then they're all like random puzzles and stuff. Those are really cool because they give a lot of like history about the Jedi Order in the Old Republic and things like that. So I guess it's a lot of the Jedi-oriented environmental storytelling. Those are the things that stand out more than just like the literal physical places. Because, there are the expected planets. There's some kind of like industrial refinery floating thing on a meteor that you land on. That one's pretty cool, but I wouldn't say that any of the environments stand out in and of themselves. It's more about the atmosphere and the environmental storytelling of those places that is cool.
Okay.
Oh, fuck, you start out that game on Coruscant as well.
Oh.
And Coruscant's cool. It's mostly just the prologue. You don't spend a ton of time there, but that's cool as hell. Like, just to be able to be on Coruscant in a video game.
Yeah, the city planet.
Oh, yeah.
So I put Shadows of Doubt on here for Best World because... So this is that procedurally generated detective game with those kind of like 3D pixel art, like voxel-based graphics. I put this on here because that game, Shadows of Doubt, every time you play it, it generates like 6 city blocks of actual high-rise buildings that also have basements where you can go in every room, and every person is simulated with a schedule and a job and relationships with other people, and it's all procedurally generated, and you solve cases that leverage all of those things and systems together, and it's just incredible interplay of systems, and that's why I think it's on this list, because that world is dope. Like, I have never played another game that made me feel as gumshoey, like as stepped outside I walked through the glass door.
Film noir.
Yeah, film noir. The cold rain hit me like a slap in the face. Like, I just wanted to talk like that the whole time I was playing. It's very immersive because of all the detail and the way in which you're engaging with all of the information that is procedurally generated about the city. Damn, that thing's really cool. It's been getting regular updates too, so people should continue to pay attention to it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Last one on this list, Warhammer 40k Darktide. Again, like, not a ton to add here. I think that the sort of, like, I would call it like the set dressing is all really awesome. Yeah. You just don't get to see a ton of the depth really in the world just because of the structure of the game. But it goes beyond just the actual art design of the areas and like the visual fidelity of the place, and it is more about the immersion and, we talked about like the vernacular of the characters and stuff, like all of that just creates a real unique sense of place that I think is very, very cool. And I agree, makes me excited about Space Marine 2, because if it's leaning on a lot of the same shit, but you play a superhero, that sounds pretty fucking cool.
Yes, it does.
Okay, let's talk about the best stories of 2023. Surprise, surprise. Alan Wake 2 is on this list.
I don't need to say anything else about Alan Wake 2. Everyone knows why I think it's in the best story list. Save it for the next podcast, Kyle.
Yeah. Phantom Liberty. I don't want like spoilers, certainly.
Right.
And I know you talked a little bit about this in the last pod as you had played through it, but like, again, comparing it to the base game, how do you think it stands apart?
I think the narrative is a little more coherent and focused in the Phantom Liberty, the Dogtown stuff. And I think that's all to its benefit, right? Like, so it doesn't get in its own way. I like the way that it weaves in and out of the main campaign stuff, and I like how that content has some limited interplay with each other, and I think it's a really tight kind of blockbuster-like story with a lot of great set-piece moments, some fun new characters. I think they just did a really nice job with it, and I dug it a lot. So nice. There's not much else to say other than like they told another really cool story in this universe.
Right.
So yeah.
Oh, I can't wait till they make a sequel in 12 years.
I know, right? Next one is the Dead Space remake for best story. And so this one, it's kind of funny to put it on here, but I do think they make some really smart changes to the story to like make it a little more fluid and help the narrative flow better, make it more clear in some spots about what's happening. They make few but very intentional and effective changes that make it a better experience.
That's cool.
Yeah. And they weren't weren't afraid to do that. It doesn't feel like because the story of Dead Space is still good. They filled in some of the gaps and switched some things around and gave certain characters more things to do and stuff like that. And I just think they just improved on it and iterated. And I think it just makes it better, a great story better. Fort Solis, I talked about this a little bit before as well. The story is this game's whole thing. That's the point of it.
Yeah.
I will say, I think it deserves to be here in the way in which it tells its story, because I think, like I mentioned, there's audio logs, video logs, like text logs and stuff like that, but you get a lot of the story through the way in which the environment has been set up and decorated. Like all that environmental storytelling is really strong, and that stuff's great. I think they fumble the ball when it comes to like the actual important narrative plot. I think they kind of fumble the ball there. Like I mentioned this on the podcast when I first played it, but I feel like I missed something somewhere because I never really understood what the thing was that was going on. That's not great, right? So like that's a problem. Apart from that really key thing, I thought the way they were telling the story was very cool. I guess I should have just done more exploring at that critical moment, but
maybe.
Yeah. They were definitely setting it up like this is urgent. And so I was not thinking to go back and look at stuff. So they fumbled the ball a little bit. There's a lot of promise, and they fumbled it a bit there at the end, in my opinion. But I don't think that's an unpopular opinion either. But I just wanted to talk about mostly the environmental storytelling is why I think it deserves to be on here.
Yeah. I added Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores, which was a DLC that came out this year. I think mostly, I think the actual plot of this is good. It's not amazing. Sam Witwer plays the villain, and I have a long history of not being the biggest Sam Witwer fan, so that didn't hit as hard for me. But I do think that his character plays well in a very like Elon Musk way. Like he's very easily hateable in that like douchey billionaire moron way. So that part of it I thought was fun, but it's mostly about, I talked about this when I had originally played it. It's more about how this DLC finally makes good on Aloy's character story back from the first game of her learning to trust other people and not try to do everything herself. And this one new character being like the one, Seika is her name, being like the one that actually motivates that, which also makes sense why they like sort of, if you choose, burgeon sort of a love story between the two of them. And that I thought was really well handled as well. Okay. So it's less about the actual plot, which is still good. It's more about like the character progression of Aloy and me having a little more confidence in the third game, not repeating the same character story from the first two games.
Okay.
I'm very excited by the fact that you put Sea of Stars on here, because obviously like this, I've seen the setup and been introduced to like whatever these masked figures 1 through 4 bad guys and a lot of blue bolded text and red bolded text about the world. But I'm not into the story yet, so I'm glad to hear that it's pretty good.
Yeah, but at the point in where I'm at, I really, really have liked it so far and what they've set up and all like. There has not been a character that I'm like, oh, this is annoying or whatever. I have liked all of the characters, all of the writing. They all have very distinct voices, and I think all of that stuff's really, really solid. And it's also about pacing. For a game like that, a lot of it's about pacing, like knowing when to stop for a cutscene, when to let players play. It's very good about that as well. and not overstaying.
Nice.
Having the cutscenes and conversations overstay their welcome. Everything's paced really well, so that's why I threw it on there. Is because it is doing those things very deftly, and I like I said, I want to play more of it and find out how like where the story goes, if it ever like reaches the high highs that I feel like it's kind of setting up. So I guess it's technically, because I haven't beaten it, it might not actually be on this list, but I hope it is.
Sure, at least so far.
Yeah.
I have Spider-Man 2 on here. This again it's a little bit less about, although I think the main A plot is very fun and twisty and turny, and the mystery behind who Venom is gonna be, or who's gonna be Venom rather, I think is great. The Kraven stuff is a little less interesting, but similar to the first two games, it's more about the characters, man. Like the journey of Peter in this game, being taken over by the symbiote, dealing with his best friend coming back from seemingly almost death to being healthy, and the conflict of having this power, and the power can save Harry, but it's dangerous, and also it's manipulating your mind and making you more selfish, like all of that. And a lot of it's the voice acting too by Yuri Lowenthal. Like that is all really, really, really well done. My only disappointment with the story is that Miles gets a little less of the focus than I would like, because he's such a great character. Just because it's the nature of the story. Like it's a story about Harry and Peter, and Miles is sort of separate from a lot of that. So that is a bit of a bummer, just because I love the Miles character so much. But the action movie, superhero movie level plot is very, very fun, but it's layered on top of just really, really good character work that they established back in the first game. So I think that story-wise, again, I mentioned like the narrative the narrative gut punch is less than in the first game with Aunt May and the Doc Ock betrayal, but I think overall the way the story is told is better in this game than even in the first one.
Okay. And you said you felt like there was good character development, like narrative payoff from first to the second one.
Oh yeah, for
That's
sure.
Cool.
Definitely. And even for Miles on his sort of like side story level stuff, I think that he grows a ton as a character. There's a moment in the game which I meant to mention earlier but forgot, like the stuff with Mr. Negative, where they have sort of a come to Jesus moment where Mr. Negative wants to, walk the straight and narrow, and he's apologizing for all the bad shit he did, and in particular killing Miles's dad, in like a moment that I feel like most stories are afraid to do, because it makes your main character less of a quote unquote good guy in the strict sense. Miles is like, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, I can't forgive you for what you did. It's not in my nature, but I can move on and be grateful that you're trying to do the right thing from now on. And I just feel like that's not something that happens a lot in stories, of like a character not forgiving someone for like that type of scene is always like, yeah, I forgive you, we're good, blah, blah, blah. But to let Miles really own the kind of a shitty attitude that he has, of him being unwilling or unable to forgive this man, I just thought was really, really cool that they went for it in that way. And again, is another proof point.
I think that seems perfectly reasonable to not forgive the dude who killed your dad.
I also think it is reasonable in real life, in movies and in storytelling. The forgiveness always happens because so much of our stories are filtered through this like Judeo-Christian ethics mindset where you always have to forgive. That's more what I'm talking about. Like the fact that he doesn't forgive him, I think is really cool. I absolutely believe with you. It's real. That's more real to do that. But stories don't typically do that, which I just really appreciated that in the story. Yeah. And then last on this list, so I keep a running list for my own like Game of the Year stuff, which one of these days I will actually write for 2023. Right now, my number one story of the year is Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Wow.
Which like I'm kind of surprised by, but I think it makes sense. I think that in the first game, so much of what was great about the story was the actual story of this young character overcoming the demons of his past and trying to survive in the dark times, being hunted by the Empire. And so much of it was like the subtext of a story versus the actual plot of a story. In this game, I think the actual plot is way more compelling than the first game. I think the downfall in a lot of people's minds is that like the character stuff isn't as strong because there isn't as much to do for Cal, for Marin, and the other characters. Like there isn't as much growth because that was such a focus in the first game. That the actual plot, I think, more than makes up for that. All of the mystery around trying to find Tanalorr, this like old Jedi from the Old Republic being resurrected, and you're trying to understand what's going on with him. Like all that stuff is fucking awesome, and all of the mystery around that, all of the Jedi Temple stuff that you see is all just super cool. And then on top of that, it has a great burgeoning love story between Cal and Marin that is hinted at in the first game, but they really dive deep and explore that here. And you also get a ton of like knowledge about this, like, you know, burgeoning new Jedi Order that is trying to be formed by Seer, who was Cal's sort of mentor in the first game, and all of the shit with her that happens. The Darth Vader confrontation where she ends up dying at the hands of Darth Vader in a fucking insane boss fight. So I think like while the character stuff isn't as strong in this game, the actual plot is way better than it was in the first game, and I think that gets missed by a lot of folks.
Yeah, that's really cool.
So
that bums me out because I know I'll never play it. That bums me out that I'm missing on a cool Star Wars story.
Dude, it's a really cool Star Wars story, and like, I mean, I talked about this in when I originally had played it, and you know, happy to even talk offline and give you all like the spoiler shit, but the way they like give you a double twist is so cool when you find out that I don't remember the dude's name, but like the new guy character that's with you throughout the game, he has a betrayal towards you at the end where like you find out, or you see like he murders one of the old Jedi Masters who has some of the answers you need, and he like betrays you, and you're chasing after him, and you have this confrontation, which that I saw coming from a mile away. Like I knew from the minute he entered the video game that he was going to betray us. And they give you little teases on like something might not be quite what it seems with him. And that was super obvious, but they use that as a red herring to trick you into thinking that that is the twist, when the real twist is revealed, which is he's a fucking Jedi that's been on the run also. And that I was like, holy fuck, like it was such a goosebump moment when that happened. And then you spend the rest of the game trying to hunt him down, and man, the whole third act of that game is like, I was fucking racing. You know, we talk about Spider-Man 2 where I wanted to go do some of the side shit, but the game was forcing me, or gently forcing me, to finish the game. With Jedi Survivor, I was desperate to get to the fucking end of that game because I was on the edge of my seat, man. Yeah. It was so fucking awesome. Good story.
Nice.
All of these are good stories.
Yeah, it's no Alan Wake 2, but nice.
Yeah. We'll get to that. Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about the best characters.
Yeah.
So this is a fun one. In my Game of the Year stuff, I generally have like best characters, like in totality, games that have the best characters. Thought it'd be fun to talk about like the best character from any of these video games, not in totality. So the first one alphabetically on this list is Cinnamon from Hi-Fi Rush. I think many of the characters from Hi-Fi Rush rule. Chai, who's the main character you play as, is also really good. I can't remember her name, but sort of like the main side chick. Not side chick. Sidekick chick is also really good. But Cinnamon is the robot. He's sort of been manipulated from being a bad guy into being a good guy. He draws on his face to convey emotions because he can't convey emotions in his speech or in his actual like movement of his robo face. He's just a really charming, sarcastic, funny character, and I love him. He's a good dude. Good robo
nice.
Dude. Speaking of good dudes.
Oh, the best dude of the year.
The best dude.
Best
boy.
Dude of the year. Garl from Sea of Stars.
Garl.
My fucking man waited for years and years. Most of
10 years.
Most of his formative childhood to early adult years, waiting for his two best friends to come down from on high so he could journey with them. And what did he do in those years? he learned how to fucking cook because he knew that was going to be the best way to support them. He knew he was never going to be as powerful as them, so he better learn how to cook. And boy, does my man sling a mean pot of joe. A pot of joe? Pot of something. Pot of something. Man, Garl's the best. And he's got like a fucking eye patch and shit. Man, he's cool.
I have laughed out loud at least 3 times from his, and it's non-spoken dialogue. Yeah. It's just text dialogue. I have laughed out loud at least 3 times, and I'm only like 2 to 3 hours into this game. He's the best character of the year. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah. Garl, character of the year.
Garl rules. I also have Marin from Star Wars Jedi Survivor. In, typical fashion with this, including the first game, like, one of the bummers about Cal Kestis was his supporting cast was more interesting than him. That continues in the second game. I think that he's a good character, but Marin in particular, with how their love story unfolds, she has more agency. The thing that I love the most about her is she's better than Cal. She is a better Force user. She's a better fighter. She's a bigger badass. And she, lets this be his story because he's the Jedi and it's, his world to try to fix. And she's there to support him. And she rules, dude. I've got feelings for Marin. Let me just say. And then I added Miles Morales from Spider-Man 2. Again, he's deserved by the story and a little bit, but he is fucking awesome. I don't need to continue talking about Miles, but I love Peter. Peter is my Spider-Man from the comics. I always liked Miles in Ultimate Spider-Man, but I didn't have as much of an affinity for him. These games have made me love Miles more than Peter, and that's saying something. So Miles rules.
That's cool. I put Rose from Alan Wake 2 on here.
We could just talk about all these Alan Wake 2s.
Yeah, I have Rose, I have Tora Noden, and Imo and Yako. So Rose, she is my favorite character in Alan Wake 2. She was in the first one. She is the waitress at the diner, the Oh Dear Diner, and she is she's the biggest fan in Bright Falls of Alan Wake and his works, his writing. She's super fangirl. She has a standee of him in the diner because she's super crazy about him. And she gets, in the first game, she gets taken over by the Dark Presence, and kind of lures Alan into a trap kind of a thing. She survives her encounter with the Dark Presence and becomes one of very few people. Sorry, I have some spoilers for Alan Wake 2 in here because we're talking about character stuff. She becomes one of the few people in Bright Falls who understands when and where the dark place is affecting reality, and changing things based on its contact with Alan's writing. And so, but she's also kind of lost her marbles a bit. She reminds me a little bit of what is his name from Hook? The old guy who
who loses his marbles.
Yes, who loses his marbles, and Robin brings them back to him, and then he flies off at the end with pixie dust. She's a little bit of that energy. She's totally out of her mind, and she just speaks wide-eyed with a smile a lot, and there's this really funny note that you find from the cultists, the Cult of the Tree. They've been watching her and monitoring her because she's had contact with the Dark Presence before, and they think that she's susceptible to it or whatever. It turns out to be the opposite. So there's this guy tailing her and writing down her routine, and apparently she spills coffee at the diner and spends 20 minutes looking down at the spilled coffee and laughing. And then there's another time where she stares up at a ceiling fan for 15 minutes and smiles, and she goes out to the lake and talks to herself for 5 minutes, and she's just
that's very Twin Peaks.
Well,
right?
yes, and that's.
Because I think there's a similar a male character in a diner in Twin Peaks that is
yes.
that.
Yes. And the Oh Dear Diner is based off that Twin Peaks diner. It's almost an exact carbon copy of that actual diner, which the Twin Peaks diner is based off of a real diner, and so. Anyways, it's circles within circles. Some would say it's not a loop; it's a spiral. And so it turns out that she got instructions to help Alan when he is going through all this stuff, and so she's been and also help Saga as the hero of Alan's story that he's written her into, and so she's leaving these lunchboxes around. You don't know that it's her at first. Eventually, it comes out that it was Rose was the one leaving the lunchboxes that have manuscript fragments, which Saga uses to upgrade her weapons. Which I know that sounds ridiculous, but the reason she's upgrading her weapons is they're manuscript fragments of Alan writing about Saga getting more powerful weapons. Anyways, this game fucking rules. In Rose, in a couple of the lunch boxes, instead of leaving encouraging notes for the hero, good luck, I wish I was the hero kind of thing. Sometimes you'll find a couple pages of fanfic about Rose being a hero and Alan being her writer dame kind of thing.
Okay.
And it's and then there's so you find one of those notes, and then the next lunchbox you find, there's a note that's hey, I think I accidentally left one of my fanfic pages. Don't tell anybody about that. Please ignore it if you find any more. It's just funny stuff like that. Rose is great. She plays an important part at a pivotal moment in one of the chapters with Saga. She's just she's that archetypal character that seems crazy, but actually knows way more about what's going on than you think she does, and has a much more important role than you think she does. And that's why I think she's my favorite character, because she's just so weird and unsettling. And at the very beginning of the game, Saga goes to the Oh Dear Diner, and the first thing Rose says to her is, "Oh, so sorry to hear about how your daughter drowned." And Saga's my daughter's alive. And Rose is just yeah, okay. It's just the weirdest, craziest interaction. And that's pretty much her throughout the entire game. And it's fantastic. Mm-hmm. So Rose is great. Tor and Odin, they turn out to be Saga's grandparents. Tor is her grandfather and Odin is her uncle. They are the leading members of the band Old Gods of Asgard, which is an in-universe band that was in the first Alan Wake. And Tor and Odin become Rose, controlled by the Dark Presence or influenced by the Dark Presence. But they, even throughout their kind of being manipulated, they maintain some semblance of cognizance around themselves. And so the boss fight with them and in their area is very different from fighting the other Taken people in the first game. And so that's never really addressed or explained in the first one. In this one, they kind of go an extra step and Saga's related to them, and Saga has this power that she can profile and actually read the minds of certain people and question them in their minds, kind of a thing. And you think it's just her profiling as a cop, but you find out it's actually a power that her mother had, her mother being the daughter of Thor. Tor and Odin also wade into the lake at one point and travel into the dark place, which I believe is where they play their song that they played at the Game Awards during that sequence. So Tor and Odin also have this ability to, Rose. All right, in Control, there is
we don't need a plot breakdown of these.
No, I know.
Just why are they cool?
This is part of why they're cool.
We can't spend 15
I know. This is all part of why they're cool. In Control, there is a song by the Old Gods of Asgard. So they are clearly capable of kind of transcending the boundaries between these universes that are kind of bumping up against each other, in a way that other characters like Ati and Mr. Door and other folks are capable of doing. Clearly, Tor and Odin are capable of doing that as well. And so it's just like there's more bubbling under the surface there that makes them mysterious, but at the same time they're just these two drunk old dudes who just want to fucking rock and party. And they're very funny. So that's why I like Tornodon a lot. Lastly, Ilmo and Yako are two new characters in Alan Wake 2. They are Finnish. They have these really funny FMV commercials for, like, they run like a tour guide company. They also are responsible for running the trailer park, and they have founded the Coffee World, super creepy theme park that you have to go to as Saga at one point. And it's just like, there are these immigrants who are all about the hustle. Like, they have like a bunch of different hustles going, and they turn out to also be two of the leading members of the Cults of the Tree, which is kind of like actually a neighborhood watch that are killing people who are infected with the dark presence to stop them from killing other people. So it's like kind of like, oh, we agree with your method. We agree with the result, but not necessarily your methods, kind of a thing. But they're just like these two Finnish brothers that are actually played by the same actor, which is also funny. And one of them is like boisterous and loud, and the other one is like very stiff and kind of formal. And so like they're playing off each other in these commercials in really funny ways. Like, I don't remember which one's Ilmo and which one's Yako, but like Ilmo will like throw some kind of joke to Yako, and Yako will like just kind of stare at the camera and deadpan deliver his line. It's just very funny stuff. And they're very charming characters and turn out to be pretty central to a lot of the plot that's going on. Yeah, and that's why I think they're also great characters. Alan Wake 2.
Hey, I heard it's good.
Yep.
Last one on the list is Seika, I mentioned from Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores. I wish that she was in the game more. Like, I wish they found ways to sort of force her into the exploration part of the game, because that you're still doing solo as Aloy, and it's really only the main story missions where she comes into play. I just think she's a great foil for Aloy and like a good companion type character. She's got a lot of depth that you sort of learn over time as you're doing some side missions and for missions for other characters, like at the main camp of what I don't remember the name of like her tribe that she's a part of. But I just love how she helps Aloy grow, and I think she's a good just a good growth character for Aloy, and awesome in her own right. I also wrote Baldur's Gate 3 down. Are there any Baldur's Gate 3 characters that deserve to be called out?
No. Shadowheart.
No?
Shadowheart is really hot, but she's also a bigot at the beginning, and so that's pretty not cool.
Yeah. And then I also wrote Starfield down. Are there any Starfield characters? Like, Sam Coe is fine. Barrett is
They're
fine.
all fine.
I like the robot okay. I was trying to think if there are any side characters that I met that like stood out as like being really cool. I enjoy the Adoring Fan. I think he's a lot of fun. There's a ship captain that's part of the whatever the military corps is, that I ended up meeting her because I randomly went to the planet. You met her as part of the Vanguard storyline, but she's just like a huge badass. I feel like she's Asian, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
She's like one of the captains. She was really cool.
Yeah.
But you only interact with her on the one mission.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, nothing really.
There's a ship full of people who like they launched from Earth, like their ship launched from Earth at the same time as other ship, but something went wrong, so they like didn't have faster than light travel, and so like their spaceship has been slowly traveling through space for like a few hundred years, and there's like generations of people living on this ship, and then they come to orbit around this like perfect planet or whatever, but it turns out that planet's already been settled and it's like a resort planet, and so they don't want to let this ship of people dock or give them, and like you're trying to like basically negotiate on their behalf to like, hey, maybe you could just set aside some land for these folks to settle, because or you could like fix their ship and like give them FTL travel so they could go find a different planet, kind of a thing, or like find different solutions to it. But like that's like more, I don't know that any of those characters are all that interesting that are on there, that are on the ship.
Collectively,
it's a good story. Yeah,
that makes sense. And I'm trying to think of like other games that I liked in totality. Like Hogwarts Legacy, there aren't really many standouts either. Like one of the bummers of that game is the characters are all pretty self-serious. Like there isn't as much personality as I would like in this game. Like I think Phineas Black, the headmaster, is really funny, but he's barely in the game, which was really disappointing. And then the Professor Fig, sort of your mentor, I also liked, but not enough of like a standout. What's the poltergeist from that the like horror mission? Because that was a really good character too.
Yeah, right.
Shit, I don't remember. It doesn't matter. It wouldn't qualify if we were putting a ranked list,
right.
But he was good too. It's like the students are all pretty straightforward,
right? Which
was kind of underwhelming. Sorry, I'm scrolling through all these fucking lists to see if I can find him, but probably not. Oh shit! Nearly Headless Nick is in this game. Forgot about that. Yeah, and the villains, Ranrock, Victor Rookwood, yeah, they kind of suck. It's kind of disappointing to have a Hogwarts game where like the characters aren't interesting.
I agree.
Okay, let's move on. Coolest mechanic, and I think you might have one for this.
Yeah, the Mind Place in Alan Wake 2. It's just really, it's a great way to help new players get caught up, and also help players just as they're going through the story keep track of all the threads, literally. I just think it's a fantastic mechanic that they have also some fun with as you go throughout the game, and have like they layer mechanics on top of it, like Saga will hear something that she knows is not true, like it's part of the dark place infecting the real world, and so like you'll put a photograph of a thing up there that says like this thing happened, and then Saga will automatically put a different photograph on top of it at an angle that says like, no, it's actually this. And so like they do neat things like that. And there are like some nightmare sequences where the Mind Place is used to a great effect there. And it's an awesome mechanic that solves a lot of problems for them. And like they didn't have to make it as fleshed out and interesting and as cool as they did. But I also like the fact that for Alan, it's the writer's room that he always goes back to. And his stuff's on like a chalkboard and instead of like the detective pushpin stuff. It's cool mechanic. Then we have the boomerang thing from Sea of Stars. That boomerang attack that bounces between the enemies.
I want to make sure it was just that attack. That is a very satisfying attack.
Yeah, where you like if you time it right, you can get it going really fast and hit it a bunch of times and do a ton of damage.
That is cool.
That's a cool mechanic.
It's a good mechanic. I also just think generally the concept of like the boosting your magic is a cool mechanic too. That like you can even use someone like Garl who can't do damage to certain types of enemies because only the two main characters can, but you can have him attack that enemy and it will like sort of spawn these little balls of energy that the other two characters can absorb to add additional power to their attacks. That's like an actually cool like adding depth to the combat type mechanic. But also hitting the boomerang back and forth is fun.
Or I don't know if you got to this spot yet, but also the other characters can attack enemies and Garl can absorb those orbs and then also do magical damage.
He can as well. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, they tell you that right in that the first time you're doing it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's great.
Worlds Within Worlds in Cocoon. Yeah, this would win like mindfuck of the year, I think. Or I don't know, Alan Wake 2 came out this year also. But yeah, just the concept of solving a puzzle inside of another world so that you can move the outer world inside an even outer world. It's crazy, dude. Like what kind of mind it takes to create puzzles in this way, like it's insane. Like they're geniuses for having been able to construct puzzles around this type of mechanic. Because it's one thing to like write a story, like I'm comparing it to Alan Wake 2 just with the crazy mindfuck shit. Like it's one thing to write a story using that stuff, and that's like a type of talent, to write a story that is so wild, but to come up with mechanics that are multi-dimensional, like it's hard enough to solve those things. I can't imagine creating them on top of that.
Right.
Much respect. Yeah. That is a good video game.
Yeah. I wish it didn't have boss battles.
Well, wish you were better.
Yeah.
Video
skill
games.
issue. Next one.
You should play it with Kara around. So you put in your like show off, put on your show off hat a little bit and try to do something badass.
Yeah. Nah, I'm good. The hand tracking minigame from Avatar Frontiers of Pandora that I talked about, where you kind of like have to trace the lines with the hands, and it creates kind of like a song or a memory of the place. It's just a really cool, chill activity that it was like a nice break from running around and shooting bows and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I
just thought it was like a neat minigame. Then the Backpack Organization and Backpack Hero. We talked about this on the previous podcast. The way that they make the backpack, the structure of the backpack, and the place in which the contents are in it and occupy the spaces have that directly affect the combat and what you're able to, well, the kind of damage that you deal and how much damage you're able to take. That's really cool. Like, knowing that, I have to put the helmet at the top because it gets more armor based on the number of slots below it. I need to put the armor, the chest, the cuirass in the middle because it beefs any armor or weapons that are in the slots that are next to it on any of its sides. Or with the bow, I need to make sure that I have multiple arrows in a row, or make sure multiple empty spaces to the right because arrows do more damage with empty spaces to the right. It's just, it's a really neat mechanic. Like, solving that organizational puzzle and having that have direct consequences for the turn-based combat is a cool mechanic.
Yeah, very inventive. Like that, I've never heard of another game having something directly like that, and that's always super fun.
Totally.
I put down the first few times you fight from Hogwarts Legacy, and this is mostly about the flow state of using all of your different spells in combination to like break shields and throw enemies into each other. Like the initial attempt at the combat in the game feels really, really awesome. The bummer is that it doesn't hold weight because the game's too easy and there aren't enough spells in totality to like keep it interesting forever. But they're in the early stages, like when you're dueling, right? Like when you go to little duel school kind of thing, that is like, when you first start doing it, you're like, oh shit, you're seeing the potential of fighting with magic. And that was awesome. Just doesn't hold up, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah. That is a huge bummer. Doing detective stuff in Shadows of Doubt. Yeah. Like, it's the detective board is the mind place, but it's all manual. Whereas in Alan Wake, they're kind of using it to lead you on. That's a good joke for Alan Wake 2 fans. This is a mechanic to lead you on. Anyways, doing detective stuff in Shadows of Doubt, I like that it's all manual and it's user input centric. And like you fill out your case board and you turn it in, and if you do it right, you get the credit. If you don't, you don't. And like you're trying to it's entirely up to you and understanding and utilizing the mechanics of the game. Kind of they all flow into this one mechanic, and it's up to you to kind of take advantage of them and utilize them to great effect as the greatest gumshoe of them all. And it's very satisfying. It's a cool mechanic.
Yeah.
Free building in Sons of the Forest, which came out in early access this year. So in the original Forest, you would build with blueprints. So it was kind of one of the first survival games to where like you open up your book, you select a blueprint, and you place it in the world, and it's got this ghost image of what you want to build, and you slowly add materials to it, and it slowly builds it. That was really cool and revolutionary at the time, and now every fucking survival game does that. what they innovated with for Sons of the Forest is they still have those blueprints that you can lay down, but they have free building where like you chop down a tree into logs and you can just like place that log in a bunch of different orientations anywhere and like start creating a frame. You can chop the log into thirds or quarters or halves and have those do different things and set them at different angles and really build out a structure log by log. You can like build a whole wall out of full logs and then chop specific sections of it to create a doorway or a window or whatever it is that you want to do. It's just a really cool mechanic, and it's very satisfying to like put that stuff together. Since I played it, they've also added the ability to build out of stone, so it's like a similar thing where you can free build using large stones, or I believe there are also blueprint things that you can use with that as well. But specifically the free building I found to be really exciting and fun, and there was a lot of freedom with the free building. So,
makes sense.
Good for energizing the creative mind.
Yeah. I put customized stances and sabers from Star Wars Jedi Survivor. This is less of a, we talk about like the world within worlds from Cocoon, the backpack stuff and Backpack Hero. It's not a new type of, like, being able to use different stances and weapons. That's not a new type of thing.
Right.
But in a Star Wars game, it makes it extra cool because it's a lightsaber, bro. That's fucking awesome.
That's true.
So the bummer is you can only have 2 at a time. And I want to be able to use like all 5 stances. I get why they don't allow you to do that. But, and you can obviously change them at any sort of save point. But that I just, as an evolution to the combat in the first game, which I thought was generally pretty good, this really made it it felt so much more tactical and customizable and like personal for me to be able to pick what weapon I want to use in what type of scenario and mix and match and find the one that find the ones that work for me. It really creates that like Jedi power fantasy in a really awesome way. I will also say the switchable main characters in Spider-Man 2. It's just super fucking fun to be able to play as both Spider-Man and switch whenever you want out in the open world. They have different move sets and power sets, which makes it, them feel actually differently in combat. Most of the side missions have a character that you need to play as, and obviously the story missions you're playing as one or the other. But for the random open exploration, you can switch whenever you want, and it loads super fast and has a cool animation when you switch. And they're usually like in a, like, you could switch from Miles to Peter, and when it goes to Peter, he's like hanging upside down eating a pizza on the side of a building, and he's like, okay, time to get back to work. Like, nice. It's just, they make it fun, and the load time is like non-existent, which makes it feel so much more dynamic on top of that.
Nice.
And then the Wonder Flowers from Super Mario Wonder. I've talked about this a ton, but there are so many just fun examples. And again, as we think about actually innovative ways of changing gameplay, people talk like, oh, Super Mario Wonder, there's like, it's just a side-scrolling Mario game. Like, you have not played it, my guy, because this game is super innovative in the way that it structures its levels, the way that it allows you to manipulate its levels, skip sections of the level that completely change the level to a top-down 2D level instead. It's fucking crazy. The creativity is off the charts and really makes this game like a top tier experience for me this year, beyond just it being a fun side-scrolling platformer. Like, this is one of my favorite games of the year because of the Wonder Flowers, and that's awesome.
I don't know. Sounds like just another 2D Mario game to me, bro.
Dude, it totally is. It's just a sequel.
Yeah. It's not even a mainline Mario.
From the final one on here, from Hi-Fi Rush, I put all of Hi-Fi Rush, which is mostly like, it's a joy to play. The rhythm combat never gets old. They're constantly introducing new mechanics as part of the overall combat system. Like, that game might have my favorite gameplay of the year in totality. It just feels fucking awesome. And just this version of rhythm-based combat is a cool mechanic.
It's interesting.
They made the whole game that way.
you became, I feel like, a lot hotter on this game as time went on. Because I know, like, initially you weren't as hot on it. Like, you weren't sure, like sometimes the beat stuff didn't feel as natural. And I just remember talking on the podcast, you had some reservations about it.
Yeah, like initially I definitely did. Like when in the first couple hours of it, like I saw the potential, but it wasn't totally clicking with me yet. And then once I got past the first like third of the game where you get into the meat and you have more variety in the combos you can do, you are summoning in the other characters for quick hits and attacks. You have to utilize them to break stances or break shields based upon the type of enemy that you're fighting. Once it added more depth is when it started to click for me.
Okay.
And like, yeah, I think you're right. Like, hindsight, having played, like, this was one of the first games that came out this year.
Right.
Hindsight, being able to play through and have so many more experiences with games, it definitely has risen Hi-Fi Rush in my mind. And a lot of that, I think, is because of the uniqueness of the game, the innovation of gameplay in this game. So many of my other favorite games, Spider-Man 2, Jedi Survivor, things like Sea of Stars, Dead Space, like those games are all awesome, but they are video games. Like, I've played 100 games like all of those games. I have never played anything like Hi-Fi Rush, and that just makes it feel so much more special in my mind.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Okay, those are all really cool mechanics. So let's, as we are wont to do, let's take a critical, negative lens on our categories of games in the most don't do that anymore. So Kyle, I'll let you start this off.
Reusing the Breath of the Wild map in Tears of the Kingdom. Don't do that anymore.
But did you play that game?
I played like 3 hours of it.
Okay. Because it feels like a weird one because, yes, it's the Breath of the Wild map, but they added the whole cave system. They added all of the flying islands. Like, that feels like it's a little bit underselling everything they added by just saying they reused the same map.
Yes, it is. Like,
you're just being a dick.
I am being kind of a dick, but also like, why didn't you just make an actually like a full new game? Like, I get why, right? You spend a lot of time creating the landscape and you want to like get your money's worth from it or whatever, but Breath of the Wild sold a fuckload. You got your money's worth. I feel like you probably could have, I don't know, taken a little more time. And because what I've heard is that like the Sky Islands and the underground stuff, like, it's not as fleshed out as people were expecting it to be, is what I've heard colloquially. So like, I don't know. That's why I bring it up. It's like, hey, maybe you should have just made it all new stuff.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm with you on that though. Like all the mechanical shit that they added in how you traverse and solve the encounters and stuff. Like, that's where the new shit is, which that would be under one of the coolest mechanics, but neither of us really played that game to be able to talk about it. But like, that's where the quote unquote new game part of it comes from.
I guess. I just like the way that you have to play, the amount of the game that you have to play, and the way in which you have to interact with it to actually engage with those cool new powers and systems and things. I don't know why anyone would want to spend the time to do that.
Yes, but that is separate from the argument that you are making here,
I know.
Which is it's just the same map.
I know.
It just feels like you're using this as an excuse to shit on Tears of the Kingdom, and I don't know that it plays. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I didn't play a whole lot of it either, so
okay.
Next up,
so let's do a quick.
Let's move on.
These next three are just petty rants, not unjustified, but like petty. They're not even don't do that anymore. They're just specific to these games.
Yeah, but also don't do these anymore. boring writing, bad music, real-time combat, and removing elemental weaknesses in Final Fantasy 16.
I would agree.
Don't do that anymore.
Don't do that anymore.
Don't do any of those things anymore. Stop it. Next up, completely removing the fun in the RE4 remake. Don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that either.
Yeah. Stop it, Capcom. Next up, numbers scale, but so do enemies. So why does any of it matter in Diablo 4? Don't do that anymore.
This I actually, I want to correct myself. I said all three of these were just like petty complaints. This one I think actually is relevant.
Yeah.
Like enemy scaling or like level scaling.
Yeah.
I
constantly,
don't
nonstop.
do that anymore.
Like
that is not fun.
Yeah, not scaling at gates.
Yeah.
So like constantly scaling, so there is never a power fantasy. It is always status quo. That is not fun. Yeah. Don't do that anymore.
An old favorite that will always be on this list is games that launch in really crappy technical states.
Yeah.
Like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Redfall, Starfield, Warhammer Darktide. People even said like, Starfield's the best performing Bethesda game ever. Which that might be true, but it still is was broken as hell when it launched.
Let's
not give people a pass.
For the King 2 on here as well.
Oh, okay, yeah. But yeah, I would say there were a lot of high-profile games that did not launch broken, which is rare. It feels like these days most AAA games launch super broken.
It's crazy.
So it's worth saying that, hey, games like Baldur's Gate 3, Alan Wake...
Well,
I don't remember.
I had a lot of technical problems with Baldur's Gate 3 in the first couple of weeks.
Okay.
But...
yeah. But yeah, that's one that will always be relevant, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Please don't do that anymore when it comes to making games that the people making games don't want to make.
And the award goes to
Lord of the Rings Gollum and Skull Island Rise of Kong. Please don't force people to make video games that they don't want to make because the product will not be good and you won't make money.
Right.
It makes fiscal sense too. It's not just you being nice.
I'll shove my fiscal up your ass if you do. Nailed it.
Okay.
Next one. Teen protagonists who are pithy and irreverent. Brought to you by Forspoken and Immortals of Aveum.
Yes.
Don't do that anymore.
Yes. And thankfully it does feel like the reaction to those games, it seems like maybe, in the future at least, they will have learned their lesson.
Yeah, I do have to wonder if there are any games currently being developed who are looking at the response to Forspoken and Immortals of Aveum and looking at their game and going, all right, we gotta fucking do something. We gotta make a change.
I will say, so I watched some preview coverage of Prince of Persia Lost Crown, which comes out in January, which it seems like that game might actually be really good.
That's what people are saying.
But one of the things I have heard is that the main character is kind of like a sarcastic, cocky, Gen Z kind of dude, which sucks.
Yeah.
So that is an upcoming game that it sounds like might suffer from that. Similarly, Suicide Squad killed the Justice League, which looks like hot garbage because of that. I'm just looking at upcoming releases here. Nothing else really stands out that seems like it might be at risk of that. But there will be a lot of video games coming out next year, so hopefully, ones that are using the Joss Whedon characterization are able to get those voice actors back in studio and re-record some lines.
Yeah. Don't do that anymore.
Don't do that anymore, please. And then finally, open worlds that aren't good open worlds. This is intentionally broad, but there are a couple sort of variations of this.
Right.
So I would say get a game like Atomic Heart, which punishes you for exploring its open world.
Yeah.
Don't do that anymore.
Stop it.
Games like Starfield, Forspoken, Hogwarts Legacy, that there's nothing out there. Don't do that anymore.
Don't
there's no reason to explore the open world. And then a game like Redfall, which is just, there are things to do and find, but it all sucks. It's boring and uninteresting. Don't do that anymore either.
Why?
If you're going to make an open world, make it compelling.
Yeah.
Don't make a game arbitrarily an open world video game.
Right.
Give us things to do. And I'm using open world even broadly. Like, Star Wars Jedi Survivor is not an open world game, but it has 3 or 4 very large planets with huge zones to explore. That's an example of a good open world approach, because the nooks and crannies, even though they're just like cosmetics, they're still fun to discover, and the things you do and the creatures you fight to get them are fun. I want to do those things. Starfield, there is literally nothing there, dude. Like, literally. I'm not even being hyperbolic. You can land on a planet and you run from marker to marker for like 4 minutes, and you are just running forwards for minutes. Why would you do that? Don't do that.
You can go to a cave and there's not anything in it.
Yeah. And yes.
There's not even something to fight. There's like a mineral.
Don't do that anymore.
Stop it.
All right, let's take it home quickly here. Game we wish we liked more the most. Atomic Heart. Yeah. That game has a lot going for it. It is certainly not a great video game, even objectively, but I do wish that I liked it more. Like, I wish that I could overlook its flaws to, like, look back on my experience as being more positive, because there's so much cool shit. There's so much promise to that game, but its flaws are too glaring that, like I would give that game, like, a 6.5 out of 10. Like, it's not even a 7, 8 out of 10. I don't think it's a very good game, and that makes me sad.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Baldur's Gate 3. I wish I liked it more, but the design flaw of the co-op experience, like, where it becomes an unmanageable mess because everybody's having conversations at the same time. If you're not constantly communicating with each other and being very careful about how you're proceeding and doing things at every moment, like, if you're not functioning at a high level at every moment, the game will just fuck you. That's not very fun. There's also, there were a lot of technical problems that I had. I think the UI and all that is pretty garbage, like Witcher 3 upon first release garbage. And then the single player version of Baldur's Gate 3, the tedium of controlling the 4 characters and how their AI will never avoid hazardous terrain, even though they should know it's there. Like, fucking, I wish I liked that game more. But it keeps pushing me away. So
that's too bad.
It is. Also, I put Cocoon on here because I know you really liked it, Shea, and I wish I liked it more. I've already talked about why I don't like boss battles and stuff. I wish I liked it more, because clearly it's very good.
It is very good. In a weird way, I even wish that I liked it more than I do. Like, it's a game, it will be on my top 10. It's a game that I respect more than I enjoyed, like, because the back half gets a little bit too hard to parse, because it's so mechanics driven, and it really messes with your brain in a less fun way than the first half does. I think it's a fantastic game. It's a fantastic inventive puzzle game. It looks awesome. But even I wish that I liked it more, and that's coming from someone who thinks it's really good.
Yeah.
Dave the Diver, we talked about that already. I feel like Dave the Diver is like the biggest showcase for this category of everything this game does is really good. We just don't like it as much as we want to.
Right. It's not deep in the areas in which we derive pleasure.
Yeah. Exoprimal I put on here. It's more about the game, where it's super fun to play, especially when you're playing with someone. It needs to drip feed faster. There needs to be more variety. It is the game's fault, but, like, I don't know. I mean, this game, it's dead. It's
yeah.
done.
I was about to say this is the game we wished more people liked more the most because then it might still be around.
When I started playing it, I was rooting for it,
right?
But I don't think it's like it. It makes sense why it didn't work.
Yes,
out. Yes. But that is sad because again, there's stuff there. There's
right.
cool stuff there.
Yeah. Immortals of Aveum, that game is 100% competent. I don't think the writing is nowhere near as bad as Forspoken. And it looks really nice. It was fun to play. I wish I liked it more. I would have spent more time if I liked it just a little bit more. Again, it was like, it's kind of aping that Doom 2016 style, but it's at a much more measured pace that I connected with better. Yeah, and I fell off of it.
Next is Jusant, which is depressing because we talked a lot about this last month as one of our Game Club games, and you'll notice neither of us went back to it this month.
No.
And that's a bummer. Like, I still want to because I want to see how it ends, but every time I think about it, I don't want to climb more.
I just looked up the cutscene.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to do. Was it worth it?
It's a very cool moment.
It
is cool.
Is it worth, like... Would it be
Don't play it. No, just watch the cutscene.
All right. I might do that tonight after we finish recording.
It's fine. You don't have to do the climb. Similarly to Cocoon, where eventually it becomes like the mechanics are the thing keeping you from enjoying it. Jusant was the same way. So just watch the cutscene. It's a very sweet, cute, nice thing.
Sigh.
Yeah.
Minecraft Legends I put on here. I feel very similarly as I did about Minecraft Dungeons in that I really root for Mojang. Like, I think it's great that they're getting to spread their wings and do different types of genres of games. I think that there is a good 101 version of this like tower defense kind of structured game. I think that there is enough character and fun in the game. There just isn't enough depth, and the troop management, there isn't enough depth. It doesn't work sometimes.
Yeah.
It's definitely the game's failings that make me not like it more, but I do wish that I liked it more because I really root for that studio, and I would love to play more types of Minecraft games. It's just not quite there.
Yeah.
Starfield.
I like Starfield a lot. More than you do. I still wish I liked it more because I'm always chomping at the bit for that next big Bethesda RPG, and this is my least favorite of them. So of course I wish I liked it more.
Yeah, I don't wish I liked it more because I don't like this game, and it's 100% Bethesda's fault. Like, it's nothing like Dave the Diver. Like, it's just not. It didn't all come together for me personally. Cocoon, it's like I didn't quite connect with the way that the systems worked. Like the reasons I don't like Starfield, none of them are a me thing. They're a Bethesda thing, and that just makes me angry. I don't want to like it more. I'm glad I don't like it because they don't deserve me liking it.
Oh, jeez. Woo. Man. Lastly, Star Ocean Second Story R. Again, it seems like a great package for that game. I wish I liked it more. It just like was overwhelming with the number of systems. It became way over my head. And required way too much mental acuity and faculty and energy that I was not willing to apply to it. So I wish I liked it more because then I would be more motivated to engage with all of its systems and figure it all out.
Yeah. So those are games we wish we liked more than we ended up liking.
Yeah.
Taking another step farther down the depression, games that we're bummed we didn't play. Most of mine are like indie games, as they tend to be. Having two kids and limited gaming time makes it hard for me to like be able to play 2 games at once, and so I'm usually playing a huge game and then trying to fit in smaller games, and so unfortunately smaller games usually end up getting the short end. I just added Octopath 2 to this list after you talking about it and reminding me that it exists, because I do really want to play that game. But other games that I jotted down, Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun seems like just a really fun boomer shooter. Viewfinder, which a lot of people said was like one of the better puzzle games, indie games of the past several years.
That's
and
on
again,
my list
just like
too.
completely, like no other game has ever done anything like it, and I love that kind of stuff. More like story-oriented games, like vibe games that I tend to really like. Planet of Lana, Chance of Sonar, and Season A Letter to the Future. All of those are mostly a symptom of I have to be in the right mindset to get something out of those games.
Yeah.
I would add, actually, Venba, I would add to that list too, of games that like I know that I would, or not know, but I have a high likelihood of getting a lot out of, but I need to be in the right mindset, and I just have not been.
Yeah, I didn't play any of those either. I do want to play Chance of Sonar. I got it from a friend for Christmas. We exchanged Steam wishlist games.
Oh, nice.
My group of friends do, and so
That's
one
fun.
of my friends got me Chance of Sonar, so I have it. It is installed. I do intend on playing it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to it before the Games That Don't Suck podcast, but I certainly will try.
Yeah, ironically, of the ones I listed, that's the only one I don't own. Because
Okay.
all the others are either Game Pass or I went ahead and bought on like a PlayStation sale. So
Okay.
other than Chance of Sonar, all those games I totally could play. And also the last one on here that I wrote, Dredge. I also bought that and just have not played it yet.
Okay.
I know you started it and generally enjoyed it, but didn't get all the way through it. Dave the Diver almost makes me want to play Dredge more. Because I feel like Dredge has more going for it from a gameplay perspective that I would enjoy. So that one I want to try to check off in the next month.
Okay. I put Armored Core 6 on here because the people that I have heard talk about Armored Core 6 really fucking love it. And like they're also like, some of them are people who've never played an Armored Core game before. And so it's like, damn, I really feel like I'm missing out on something having not played that. Under the Waves, I know you and I were looking at that. I confused this with Still Wakes the Deep, which is not out yet, but Under the Waves, it's that kind of third-person, story-based, sort of a underwater thriller, narrative-heavy. So I was looking forward to playing that. I just never got around to it. I was really high on El Paso Elsewhere after playing that Steam Next Fest demo, and I never ended up actually picking it up and playing it.
Okay.
I super need to play that. Same thing with Wizard with a Gun. That's I really need to play that too.
Yeah, that one looks really fun.
Yeah.
There isn't like cross-play on that, is there? Because that's totally a game that you and I could play together.
I don't think so. I can't imagine there would be.
Yeah.
I also put Assassin's Creed Mirage on here. I'm bummed I didn't get around to it because I feel like of all the years, I finally felt like I was ready to have kind of a classic Assassin's Creed experience.
Sure.
And I just, again, I never fucking got around to it.
It makes it hard when, like, even for being a retro, like it by all accounts, it's not that great of a game.
Yeah.
So that makes it kind of harder to commit to also.
Right.
And I forgot I did add, I put Super Mario RPG on here, mostly because I've never played Super Mario RPG, so them putting the HD remaster out, I am looking for a Switch game, so maybe that would be a good one. Although, maybe harder to play in 10 to 15 minute bursts.
Right. Yeah, I would like to play this as well. I would need to find a way to play it that's not on a Switch, and I don't feel like doing the process of setting that up because it's a pain in the ass.
How would you do that? Also, how would you set that up?
I don't know. I'm sure it would be completely legal though.
Absolutely.
However I did it.
So yeah, those are some categories. Thought it'd be fun to talk about games in a slightly different way as we look back. We will have our like knockdown drag out fight on the quote unquote best games on our Games That Don't Suck podcast, which will launch in mid-January. But if there are games that we missed, like games that look really fucking good or really cool mechanics that we didn't talk about from games you played this year, send us an email. info@SheaHatesEverything.com. We would love your feedback also.
If you have any more fun, most don't do that anymores. Let us know your don't do that anymores.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to take the news. We're going to rapid fire the news.
Bing, bang, boom.
This has been going a while, and I'm glad we had that categorical conversation, but this is shaping up to be a very long podcast. So I'm going to skip, or do you want to talk about like the actual awards that were given out at the show? Is there anything like relevant? The only question I had, because I know the dude from Baldur's Gate 3 won Best Performance, and having not played that game, like all of the conversation I saw was like, oh yeah, he totally deserved it.
He's my least favorite character in that.
I was curious
party character
about
in that
game.
From the moment he opened his mouth. Yes. From the moment he opens his mouth, I was like, I'm never talking to this fucking dude again. I cannot fucking stand him. People are so horny for like someone who's gonna damage them right now, and I don't know why. People are like looking to be fucking abused and shit on, and I don't get it. That makes a lot of sense. And he's like this. He's so fucking gross immediately and always, and I don't get it. And you know what? It's fine if people want to go be emotionally and physically abused. Go for it, but let's maybe not perpetuate that as like some form of normalcy in society and like give people the green light thumbs up that that's okay. Anyways, that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I think the only other thing that's worth having a brief conversation, and like we're not going to say anything that folks that are chronically online haven't already seen, but just the entire structure of the Game Awards themselves.
Yeah.
In that they rushed winners off stage after 30 seconds so that they could have celebrities take several minutes introducing the next category.
That was not
They gave out awards on a side stage and didn't even show the winners. Like in some situations, it makes a little bit of sense. Like Alan Wake 2 won Best Narrative. They rushed through that award. Or wait, am I misremembering? There was an award that a game that won a bigger award later on was about. And so, like, they didn't show them for that side stage award. Oh, it was Baldur's Gate 3. Like, Player's Choice. Like, Best RPG, Player's Choice was Baldur's Gate 3. And they didn't have anybody come up to talk about that. But it also won Game of the Year. So they got to have, their 30 seconds, which isn't enough.
Yeah.
But then there are other situations where, like, Sea of Stars won Best Indie Game. And the fucking people that made Sea of Stars didn't get to say a fucking word about making really the game. Shitty. Like, that's so shitty to do.
Sucks.
When you have Anthony Mackie up on stage talking to people in the crowd that we can't hear for several minutes.
Jesus Christ.
Shut up. They have fucking... Which, look, Jeff Keighley, he's blowing Kojima behind the stage every second of every day. Like, they're best friends. But, like, the fact that he has Kojima come out and announce a game, duh. They're friends. People care about this. But to have Kojima come out on stage and talk nonsense for 5 minutes and then bring out Jordan Peele so that they can jerk each other off for another 5 minutes. Like, they said nothing about what this game is. And they were up there for like over 5 minutes. Fuck off with that stuff. It's so annoying, man. And that isn't me even putting my anti-Kojima bias away. I don't care who it is. Because they did this last year with Neil Druckmann. Like, when he came out to talk about their multiplayer game and the show, like, he said a bunch of nothing.
Right.
And it was so annoying. Like, if this is a Game Awards show, celebrate the people that make games. If the reality is you're not going to do that because you feel like people won't watch it, then don't act like that's the main focus of the show.
Yeah.
If the focus of the show is to get people to sponsor it, to run their trailers, don't call it the Game Awards. That's all I'm saying, man. It's annoying.
Yep. I agree.
So yeah, that's the actual awards show stuff. Not a ton of surprises, honestly, in terms of like who won things, but it was a nice show. I'm glad this show exists. I just want it to be better, and I want the people that make games to get more credit and more due. to Jeff Keighley's credit, he at least after the fact was like, we fucked up. We rushed people off stage too quickly. We'll look at that for next year. I get it, man. They didn't want a repeat of what's his face's 8-minute acceptance speech.
Yeah, and
they're
him coming on at the beginning was fun and making a joke about that.
Yes, totally. Yeah, there is a middle ground that was not found this year, and hopefully they find it next year.
Yeah.
All right. Mostly this show was E3 in December, and a ton of fucking games got announced. I wrote down all of them. We're not going to talk about all of them because, like, literally there's like 40. So as we go through here, Kyle, just call out things that look cool. They're remaking or remastering Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, which I am very happy about because more people need to play that game. It is absolutely incredible. I'm not sure how I feel about how they're doing the graphics. Like, I don't know that I like the way that they're making this look, but I'm really glad that Joseph Fares's first game, or at least like his first big game, will be in the hands of more people after It Takes Two won the Game Award last year. So that part of it's cool.
Yeah, which in and of itself is fucking just baffling and crazy. Then the new game from the guy who made Inscription, Pony Island 2. It's so the first Pony Island game is just, it is random nonsense, but is very much like that meta narrative where they're breaking the fourth wall and kind of a game inside a game and all that other crazy stuff, the stuff that Inscription also does. So I'm sure it will be a lot more of that, and that, like, few people do that better than this dude and his team. So
sure,
keeping my eye on that. I think that's pretty neat.
Windblown, which is by the folks that did Dead Cells. It's another roguelike, but it's got some multiplayer. It's isometric. It looks real cool. I have not played Dead Cells. I've heard great things about it. But yeah, I mean, as someone who hasn't played Dead Cells, this still excited me. So that looks dope. Exodus. Was this the one with Matthew McConaughey?
This was the Matthew McConaughey one,
okay, yeah,
where like
he
was vague about
big
what role.
Sci-fi announcements.
Yeah, he was vague about what role he plays in the game, just
right.
that he would have a unique relationship with every player. So maybe he's like some sort of
the Keanu Reeves.
Yes, he's the Keanu Reeves of Exodus. It has big Mass Effect vibes. So I'm interested to see how it comes together, because I don't know anything about the studio. It's a new studio. I don't know anything about the people who are forming this new studio and like what their credits are or anything. So just kind of have to keep our eye on it as they release like trailers and stuff about it. But it looks interesting, at least.
Yeah. Something I totally forgot came out was God of War Ragnarok Valhalla DLC, which was free DLC. It is out. I forgot that this was out because I intended to play it so that I could talk about it on this podcast. And reading through our show notes right now is when I remembered that it exists. So I will definitely be playing that this month, because when I saw this, I was extremely hyped. I'm less excited by the fact that it's a roguelike, but what I have seen is that there's a lot of story in it, which that is exciting. So you'll hear more next month. And also, if you have God of War Ragnarok, go play it because it's free, which is fucking awesome.
Right. Yeah, that was a cool announcement. Then they showed Big Walk, which is by the Untitled Goose Game team. This is crazy. Like, it's a highly detailed, realistic looking environment, but it's a co-op game, and you play as those, like, it looks like those dipper birds that would, like,
right.
They rotate on a hinge with, like, a top hat, and they dip water, and then through some sort of physics nonsense, it makes them dip up and down, sort of a perpetual motion thing. It looks like those, but, like, so they have, like, the long, thin legs and the weird lumpy bodies, and looks like you probably get to customize your bird person or whatever. But, it's, like, very emotive and expressive, and it seems like it's like cooperative sandbox, meaning that it's a big open area and it's kind of full of a bunch of things that are like toys for you to mess around with. But also, this place that you're on seems like there are some puzzles that are present. So there's like some puzzle solving, and maybe there's some sort of a narrative or a mystery, like some loose threads that you're discovering with your co-op compatriots. But it was just a really charming trailer that seems like a lot of fun, and I dug it quite a bit. The anachronism of the weird cartoony Dipper Bird characters in the realistic environment, I thought was a lot of fun.
Yeah. And then we saw some more stuff from Hellblade 2, and the note that I wrote is that this game looks fucked up.
Yeah, more fucked up than the first one.
Yeah, which I still haven't played. That is very high on my pile of shame, because I've heard that the combat is not good, but that the story like really, really makes up for it.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna play Hellblade 2. I don't think I'm gonna bother going back to the first one.
I don't know. I don't know enough about the game to know that will you be missing a ton of stuff if you don't play the first one?
It's probably enough to go into it knowing that she's a tortured soul. Hellblade 2.
All right, and then No Rest for the Wicked, which is a new game from the Ori people. It's an action RPG. It is like pirate stuff, which is always an easy sell.
Yeah, it's got
really a little
cool.
bit of like Sea of Thieves energy.
Yeah,
visually and stuff.
I think the visual style is interesting because it's almost like the opposite of cell shaded, where everything
it's
has
like a claymation kind of look.
Almost, yeah. There's something weird about the edges of the things in the world. It's like instead of a black outline in a cell shade, it's almost like it's like a blurry, hazy white outline almost. Like things look highlighted almost. It's really weird, but it looks very cool. That also had great music. But yeah, it's like you said, it's a weird blending of like fantasy and pirate stuff. It seems really cool.
Mm-hmm.
This one's weird. Well, so y'all remember Super Game?
You better. It's the episode title of our last podcast.
Yeah.
Super Game.
Sega announced 5 remakes of classic IPs. They're bringing them back, all the fan favorites.
Yep.
They are actually the fan favorites. Jet Set Radio. There's a new Jet Set Radio coming. A new Shinobi, a new Golden Axe, new Streets of Rage, and a new Crazy Taxi. All of those
then I
games
believe
in
they
development.
said and others.
And others, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, if they are new games in these beloved series, awesome. If they're just like modernized versions of these classics, less awesome.
I mean, no, they look like new, like Jet Set Radio. I mean, looks like Jet Set Radio, but just like a nicer modern version. But Golden Axe, like what they showed was a very early like 3D third person combat game, and it's not like a side scroller.
Like that is exciting.
Yeah,
they didn't show enough of a lot of these to know like what their approach is necessarily, but I'm a big fan of this idea.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think companies need to continue to leverage their classic IPs.
As long as they're doing new and innovative things with
exactly.
them.
Yes.
If you're just remastering shit, you can go to hell. But like, if you're making a new game that leans into nostalgia, but it's a new game, like that keep doing that, man. As long as you've got new ideas, who cares? Make new shit.
Yeah. Then the aforementioned Kojima section, where he came out and announced his new game OD, which that had been leaked before, the title of it. It was complete nonsense. What they showed was it was facial capture, digital rendering of facial capture that was frankly indistinguishable from real footage of someone's fucking face. Yes. But it's like a tech demo of characters saying a phrase, which I think it's one of those phrases that you say, like, you know, I forget which Mission Impossible it is. It's the one with the actor who died, blonde hair, pudgy.
Yes, Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Philip Seymour Hoffman, thank you. Sorry.
Mission Impossible 3.
Sorry for saying pudgy, R.I.P. Philip Seymour Hoffman. But how, like, Ethan Hunt, like, kidnap or, like, kidnaps Philip Seymour Hoffman and makes him say a line, and then it can like mimic his voice from then on because it has all the vowels and consonant sounds you need to then generate a voice fake or whatever thing. Like that's what this gave me vibes of like they're saying this phrase and it then allows them to like AI their voices from then on or whatever. Like, so it just makes me wonder if they got these actors into a studio, made them say lines in different ways, and then sign off the rights to like fully AI digitally recreate and render voices included.
Man. I don't actually, but like the sick shitty part of me hopes that is what is happening,
because this is the game. I think
all the Kojima fanboys try to defend that shit.
Well, because I think this is the game that Kojima's partnered with Xbox Cloud services on.
Yes, it is exclusive to Xbox.
And so this seems like something that would leverage processing power like that to generate that stuff. So that's just a theory that I have, that's the vibe I got from it, is he's getting these stars to come in and do that so he can utilize that and have it be kind of not authored content, but generated content based on these people's likenesses. Yeah, which, look, if you're an actor and you're signing away your right to do that, like, shame on you.
Well, that's not fair.
I think it is.
Like, the system is the problem, not the humans.
Well, it's
because if they don't,
the humans make the system and participate in it, so it's everybody's problem.
No, dude, that's like blaming servers for asking for tips. It's not the server's fault that they're dependent on tips to survive. It's the system that creates a transaction where they have to have tips in order to survive. That's where the blame should be put on Kojima for making this, not on the actors for agreeing to participate in it. That's ridiculous. But we don't even know that that's what's happening.
Right.
So
anyways,
we'll have that argument when and if it's true. The only thing that I would add is I wrote down a quote, which I don't know if it was from Kojima or Jordan Peele, but it's when my eyes actually rolled out of my head. One of them said, "It's a game, but also a movie, but also a new form of media." Fuck you. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here.
That's what Kojima was saying about Death Stranding, too.
Yeah, totally. New form of media.
Yeah.
Fucking walking up a hill and holding a ladder. Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck you.
Yeah. It's pretty stupid. Jordan Peele came out. It was equally dumb.
Yes, it was very lame.
I love
Jordan Peele.
I will be playing this video game.
Oh, yeah, no shit. You and 15 million other idiots.
Yes, please and thank you. Feed it to me cold. I'll take it. Jurassic Park Survival. It's a first-person survival game set, I believe, during or immediately after the events of the original Jurassic Park movie on that island. This seems like a really interesting idea. I don't trust them to make a. There have been a lot of bad Jurassic Park games. I don't trust them.
This trailer did nothing for me. Like, I thought this looked bad. It looks like they're just like recreating famous moments from the movies.
Yeah.
And like, I don't understand. I wrote down that this looks like a VR game, but it isn't. It's like in a real video game.
Yeah.
But it looks like something where it's like, relive your favorite moments from the movies in this semi-interactive VR experience. Like, that's what this looks like.
Fight Vader with a lightsaber.
Yeah. But like, apparently it's an actual video game. I don't understand.
That's why I don't like the trailer. The trailer also did nothing for me, but the concept that the trailer is communicating interests me. I just don't believe it'll be executed in a way that's good.
Yes.
What's this
Tales of Kenzera Zhao.
I remember this.
The actor that came out on stage, who's I did not recognize him, but he told a really moving story about, you know, his love for games and his dad and wanting to like make a game that sort of captured his dad's spirit and memory. And I loved the way he introduced the game, and it like when he was talking about it, I was like, please look good, because I want to root for you. And then they showed a trailer for it, and it looks sick, dude. I mean, it's a side-scrolling, like, action platformer kind of thing.
It looks a lot like the new Prince of Persia game that's coming out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I didn't see a ton in there that was like, wow, this is super fresh and new and innovative. But it looks solid and fluid and fast-moving, and it looks very kinetic. So yeah, I wanted to call that out primarily because of his like really moving description of the passion behind it, but also I think it looks like it should be a pretty solid one of those, and that comes out in April, so not too far away.
Yeah. This next one is hilarious.
Skull and Bones.
Oh,
is coming out February
it just
16th.
won't die. You know what? This should have made it onto our "Don't Do This Anymore" list.
Don't do this anymore.
Don't talk
Skull
about
and
Skull and Bones anymore.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
It's supposedly coming out on February 16th. That is a date that they have said out loud and on a screen.
They can't delay it again.
They also announced another beta, which is
Lord, I missed that.
What could you possibly have left to learn at this point? What could the players possibly impart to you that would matter at this point?
No, that's a marketing beta, not a gameplay test beta.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then one of the, I guess, generally highlights, like one of the biggest announcements.
Yeah.
But I would put some qualifiers around it, was Blade. So this is a new game from Arcane. This is the Arcane Lion team, which I feel like they were intentional about, like, saying that this was the Arcane team that made Dishonored and Deathloop to separate themselves from Redfall, which, like, I get it. So this, they said specifically, this is a single-player, third-person game.
Yeah.
They also, I mean, I don't know that they specifically said this, but obviously this game is very far away. I saw some scuttlebutt. This is like a 2028 game.
Okay.
Which is insane if you're announcing a game 5 years before it comes out.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that is what is happening here, but we'll see.
I mean, but also, like, you got to get out there and get people excited about an Arcane game again, though.
Yeah.
You can't let the year just be Redfall and that's it.
I mean, yeah, Microsoft paid all that money. They got to do it, you know?
Right. This excites me because I love the Blade movies. Like, those movies are rad and so stupid. And I think Blade...
they're making a new one, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Mahershala Ali.
Mm-hmm. I am very interested to see how this one shakes out.
And then we had Last Sentinel, which was just a CG trailer. I mostly call it out because it's like a big sci-fi game shooter, and I don't know, man. Like, I like those. It's so hard when it's just a cinematic trailer based on nothing.
Yeah.
It's a new studio, I think, Lightspeed LA. They're owned by Tencent, so they've got a lot of backing. The studio head, Steve Martin, he previously was at Rockstar and EA. You know, again, we know nothing about this game. It's going to come out in 4 years, but it was a cool trailer, I guess. Like, the vibe of it was cool. Like, that post-apocalypse sort of robo-future.
Future, the year 2000.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Play the Concords, hell yeah. Den of Wolves. I wish I wanted to play this because it looks really cool. Like, the vibe of it looks really cool. So this is from the Payday and the GTFO people. It's a new one of those games they make. It's a first-person shooter, heisty, extraction type game. It looks really good. I'm sure it will be good. It's just, we ain't gonna play it, man.
Nah.
That's a bummer in and of its own right. Light No Fire.
Yeah.
This I'm
the
really
new Hello
in.
Games game.
Yeah. So they talked, man, dude, Sean Murray, he made a comment that I was like, dude, don't do this.
Yeah.
And he made a comment about like how this game being even more ambitious than No Man's Sky. And I think Jeff like laughed at him when he said it.
Jeff laughed, and then Jeff made another comment later, and Sean's face, Sean just went, "Oh no, not again," kind of a thing.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the point of this being, it's a procedural world. Like, it's not worlds and universe, but an actual world that is procedurally generated.
Yeah.
That sounds really cool, man.
Well, a world bigger than the size of Earth. is what he said, which is fascinating. And it's just this cool, so it's not sci-fi, it's fantasy, which is another interesting change. So yeah, I mean, like what they showed was really neat. Again, it's like, is there going to be enough stuff there to do that makes it interesting? I don't know.
It's also interesting because like they're still a small team and they've been cranking out tons of free content for No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
It's just like, how do they have the bandwidth to also be working on this game? Like it just must be they were smart about using their tech for No Man's Sky, which is proprietary, to make this type of game, and that has to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting. I'm really curious to see more.
Yeah, so I mean, I that has to be how you populate a game like this, and I was interested because it seemed like there are also NPCs in it, like it seemed like
maybe multiplayer.
Well, yeah, so it is an MMO. So the conceit is that every player is playing on the planet together.
I see.
I don't know how they're gonna, because No Man's Sky does like a little bit of partitioning here and there. They'll probably do something similar just for server purposes, but ostensibly every player is playing on the same planet. But like there was all these different races, like otter people and rabbit people and other stuff like that. And there was this one shot of them walking through like a ruins. Like a stone ruins city, and there are like some rabbit people that are like kneeling to you and bowing, and there's like a big rabbit dude on a throne kind of a thing. So it seems like there's gonna be NPCs and potentially like some lore and stuff, and I don't know, it's hard to say what it's gonna be like, but it seems interesting.
Yeah. And then I highlighted the finals on here mostly because they had a really awesome trailer. It's out now. This I should have mentioned in my games I wish I played this year list because it looks so fucking fun. It's by the Battlefield, like a bunch of people that made Battlefield, I should say, like former DICE people. My only problem is it's a team-based shooter. And you're my only friend and you're not going to play it with me. And this is the type of game that you need to play with a crew of 3 in order to win. And so I'm just never going to play it, I guess. I want my kids need to get older so that I can play video games with them.
Yeah. That's funny.
And then they closed the show with Monster Hunter Wilds, which is mostly... I was just
a weird closer.
That like it rated as a closer for the show.
Like to me, the closer should have been like Light No Fire.
But I think like because he had Sean Murray come out and talk about it, that doesn't make it a closing and one more thing style trailer. And I guess maybe nothing else. I'm looking back through the list, like nothing else would have been a good fit for that, I guess. Yeah. Because like they had Matthew McConaughey come out to introduce Exodus. There weren't really any other big games that had anything meaty to show. Like Last Sentinel is presumably a big AAA game, but it was a CG nothing trailer. Like Monster Hunter is a known quantity. I'm sure there are tons of people super hyped after Monster Hunter Worlds. It's just weird. It was just a weird kind of like ending to it, because it hasn't even been that long since the last Monster Hunter game.
I know.
Like, are people really craving another one already?
They're all perverts, man.
Yeah, it's true. People are fucked up.
Yeah. You Monster Hunter fucks.
Killing animals and wearing their stuff.
It's messed up.
Evil human beings.
Avatar taught me that life is precious.
Hell yeah. Except for humans.
Yeah. That's not... Humans are fair game.
All right. Let's race through the rest of this news here. So... GTA 6 trailer happened. There was some like drama about it being leaked, and so they just relaunched it because they wanted people to watch it and have like the right experience. But it's coming out in 2025, which people are like happy about because it makes it feel more real, but also sad about because obviously people want to play this. Mostly like, what do you want to see from this game?
I don't know if I'll play it.
Okay,
based on the trailer, how it's like a lot of it's like because their GTA games are all about like playing down hard on satire of a thing, or multiple things. And it seems like that satire is that thing is Florida and TikTok, and I despise TikTok. I think more than most people on the planet. And knowing that that's going to be like a core subject that is covered and a core part of how the story is probably told and you interact with the world, I just don't want to do that. So I probably won't play this game, which sucks.
Yeah, I'm in a weird spot because like I had a big realization this year because I missed the zeitgeist on everything. And it's because I don't have that much time to play games. And so whenever a big new games comes out, I'm halfway through the previous big game. So like I missed Baldur's Gate 3. I missed Alan Wake 2. I missed Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. And not all of those are games that I wanted to play in the first place. But like I hate missing the zeitgeist because I used to be part of that. And that's so fun. As of now, there aren't really any big games announced for 2024 that feel like that. There aren't any games that feel like a zeitgeist game yet. That might change. There's a bunch of stuff that doesn't have release dates yet, but GTA 6 will be a zeitgeist game. Like this will be the game that there are 50 million people playing at the same time, and I have made a decision that I'm going to be one of them. I don't have a lot of hype for this game. I have played every GTA game. I have enjoyed most of them, but like GTA 5, I played after the fact. I put in 15 hours and was like, okay, I just don't care that much. I'm like a huge GTA person. I'm not super excited about this game, but I'm going to play it. I'm going to get it day one, and I'm going to play it along with everybody else, and we'll see. That's a decision that I just decided to arbitrarily make. So in that sense, like I am kind of excited about it, because I'm excited to do that. To play a game when other people are actually playing it. So we'll see how that goes.
I hope you like it.
Yeah, I might not, but at least I'll know from the jump.
Right.
All right. Sad-ish news, which we knew was coming. E3 is done. Announced on Twitter. It's done. No, we'll see you next year. We're gonna come back and retool. Like they officially announced, it's over. So, just as a fun thought experiment, favorite E3 memories. I've written down a bunch that I was thinking about. I don't know if you've got any additional ones to add. In 2005, the 360, the PS3, and the Wii were all revealed at the same show. That was fucking crazy and a lot of fun. Probably my favorite game reveal of all time at E3, 2018, God of War.
That was a big moment.
Like that was so awesome.
Yeah, people were
chills.
like no one expected it. People were like, "What the fuck? This is crazy." Yeah, people were really taken aback by it.
The Cyberpunk 2077 Keanu Reeves appearance is always fun. Easy to love. The introduction of Reggie Fils-Aimé as the North American head at Nintendo. That's the "my body is ready and I'm all about kicking ass" speech.
Yeah.
That fucking guy, man. The industry is less without him in it, and in an active capacity. Another fun one. I don't remember what year this was, but this was when Nintendo did a live demo of Wii Music with Miyamoto on stage with the Wiimotes, and it was an absolute train wreck. If you've not seen this or don't remember, just go on YouTube and just search for Wii Music live demo E3. I'm sure it will come up. It is fucking hilarious and just the worst thing to ever happen on stage. Not something that was directly on stage, but that happened around E3, which was the head-to-head battle between the PS4 and the Xbox One, when all of the games sharing DRM online shit was going on with Xbox, and then Shu Yoshida and can't remember his name, the dude he was at PlayStation for a while. They made a little video on like how you share games on the PS4, and it's just Shu Yoshida just handing a disc to the other guy, and then that's the end of the video.
So rude.
Just some like total like that's the kind of corporate shade that I'm all about. And then finally, in literally the most cringy moment of all time at E3 was Mr. Caffeine. If you don't remember.
Oh man, that guy.
the Ubisoft showcase with Mr. Caffeine.
Nobody can pay me enough
live
money.
in infamy.
I would like to add Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson revealing the original Xbox.
Oh,
fucking wild.
Any celebrity appearance is very high up. Fucking was it Battlefield 4 where they had Snoop Dogg and Zac Efron and Jamie Foxx?
Yeah,
like not even pretending to not be high.
Like,
I believe Snoop was
had,
holding a blunt.
He had a blunt in his mouth while he was playing. Incredible.
Yeah, that was really good as well.
Doggy dog. All the Giant Bomb at Night couch interviews with Jeff Gerstmann.
Yep.
Just some incredible conversations with developers, leaders of the industry. Always got
his
a lot
Phil
of
Spencer interview was
so
always
good.
Awesome.
Yes, so good. Like always got some terrific insights. Trying to think. Shoot, I had one and it flew out of my head. Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't know. It's gone now. But yeah, some fantastic memories of E3. Just it was our holiday.
Yeah. $599 is up there.
Yeah.
Hit the weak point for massive damage.
Yeah, attack the weak point for massive damage, yeah.
Yeah. So lots of great memories. Taking off of work, skipping school, ordering Buffalo Wild Wings, and just sit in front of the computer all day.
Yeah.
E3 will be missed. It will be missed.
A lot of inhaling gamer fuel.
Oh, Lord. Yeah. Doritos.
Yes, yeah.
Gotta get your COD points.
Crazy.
All right. The day before. I don't know, dude. Go look up The Day Before if you want to learn more about it. Fuck this game, man. Fuck the guys that made it.
Yeah.
Basically, the game came out. It sold like 200,000 copies immediately. And then also, almost as immediately, people realized that the game wasn't what they said it was going to be. We talked about this part on the podcast last month and on the Games That Suck pod. But just a couple of days after it came out, fantastic. The developers announced that they were going out of business because they don't have the money to keep making the game anymore, even though they had sold 200,000 copies. But also, apparently, almost half of them had been returned.
Yes, and I believe
that might be something.
Yeah, I believe Steam proactively refunded all.
They have now,
yes.
Yes,
they have now.
So they delisted the
everybody.
game, and so it is obvious that the guys that made this are scammers. They thought they'd be able to take the money and run because at least X% of people that bought the game wouldn't seek a refund and therefore would not be able to get a refund. Well, Gaben, in his ultimate glory and wisdom, said, middle fingers to Fantastic, we're just going to refund everybody. You don't even need to request it. You don't need to bring it up. We're just going to refund your account. So that's a loss for Steam to take, but they're doing right by their business.
Well,
their customers,
it's not coming out of. I mean, Steam has to pay the processing fees for all these transactions and stuff.
That's what I mean.
Okay, yeah.
And just like the mechanics of doing it, like it's time cost and resource costs also.
So the only people that really lose out here are Steam and then the investment corporation behind Fantastic. Mm-hmm. So basically, Fantastic got a bunch of money to fuck around and not actually make a game for a few years is what they managed to do.
Yep.
So
it sucks.
You know what? Get yours, I guess.
No.
No, I can't support that.
Don't get yours.
No. Not at the cost of other people's hard work.
Other shitty news. The Insomniac hack, which if you missed this, back in like mid-December, a hacker group said, hey, we have like terabytes of data from Insomniac, including details on their next games, a playable build of Wolverine, and also personal information of people that work there.
Like scans of passports and shit.
Yeah.
Like not good stuff.
We want, in typical hacker fashion, we want 50 Bitcoin.
Right.
What? Which equates to like $2 million, but why would you request fake money instead of real money? I'll never understand.
Well, because there's less...
yeah, I know. They can't track it in
they
the
can't
same way. I get it. But it's also annoying because anyone that likes Bitcoin is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Sony and Insomniac didn't pay, obviously. And so they were going to sell it to the highest bidder. That didn't end up happening, thankfully. But then they just released it all.
Some of it was sold because not all of the data was released. So some of the data, and we don't know what it was, but some of the data was sold to someone.
Oh, well, that's even more sinister. But yeah, don't go do this, but you can go look up like the whole story of the Wolverine game. You can see gameplay of it. I'm sure Sony is taking down stuff where they can, but I'm sure also that you can find it if you look hard enough. Also, the worst part is that a bunch of personal details of developers at Insomniac were leaked.
Yeah.
Some of it innocuous stuff like their t-shirt sizes, but also stuff that could easily be used to dox them, which is less innocuous. So, shitty people continue to do shitty things, which is shitty.
Yep. Don't do this anymore.
Don't do that anymore. I agree. It's the meme from like whatever it is, the Norman Rockwell painting of the man standing up in court that has become a meme of like people saying very easy to agree with things, but saying them in a way that makes it feel like it's a hot take. Don't steal people's personal information. That's my standing up in a courtroom to make a statement.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a crazy one that actually isn't as surprising if you think about it. Naughty Dog has canceled their multiplayer game. Their multiplayer Last of Us game. It's done. They had delayed it-ish before. They had talked about, hey, we're, retooling some stuff. There had been the feedback from Bungie about how it didn't have legs and they needed to go back in the drawing board with some things. Well, they've just said it's done so now. There are a couple of different ways that this could be happening. It could just be that it wasn't working out. Bungie's feedback was fair. They didn't have the right type of idea. It just wasn't coming together. And so they just don't want to devote more resources to it. That's totally a reasonable explanation.
Well, it could also that's according to a statement that was released about the cancellation.
Of course, because that's of course what they would say.
Right, yeah.
That's what I mean. Like that could be the answer. But also it could be that, and Sony is dialing back on their live service stuff since Jim Ryan left, which is interesting. Like, this was a huge initiative by Jim Ryan. The fact that immediately after he leaves, they start dialing back. Again, it could just be timing. That they're seeing the reaction for live service games, the tepid response and the immediate cancellation of a lot of live service games. Or it could be one of the reasons Jim Ryan decided to retire, quote unquote, is that he was forced out because the board and people didn't like his decision making. And so this is one of the casualties is, hey, we're dialing back. We're not going to devote more resources to a game that's already struggling.
Yeah.
One interesting tidbit in the announcement was that they said that in order to support this game, the entire studio would have to be working on it for years. So they wouldn't be able to do more single-player games if they were working on this multiplayer game.
Right.
I'm not sure I buy that. I mean, they aren't a huge studio comparatively to like other studios that do multiple games. I'm not sure I totally buy that, but it is an interesting way of looking at it that in order to execute this, even if it was only a portion or for a portion of time, a significant amount of resources internally would have to be taken away from other projects to get this out the door and to support it from a live service standpoint. So, as someone that doesn't really want to play a live service game, I'm pretty okay that they're not making this.
Yeah, I was
lots of people don't agree.
Yeah, I was interested in seeing what it was going to be.
Sure.
But certainly not at the cost of it, of one of their single player experiences.
Right. Which, let's be real, it's just going to be Last of Us Part 3 anyway, so.
Let's fucking go.
Woohoo. And then finally, Bethesda has sort of stealthily re-added paid mods to Skyrim. So as a quick history lesson, they added paid mods to Skyrim in 2015, which was a system where anyone could charge money for their mods. People hated that because so they didn't even launch it. They were beta testing it and then they just canceled it because of the vitriolic feedback that they got to it. Then, in 2017, they launched the Creation Club, which was a paid mod system for Skyrim and Fallout 4, but the difference was you had to apply and be invited into Creation Club. So it was very a much smaller group of mod creators that had a lot more stringent rules. Like, they had to be lore appropriate mods only. They were far more curated. They went through an approval process at Bethesda. Bethesda also had their own mods in Creation Club that you could pay for.
Yeah.
And that had been going for several years. Not sure about the level of success. There was some negative feedback on that of, like, people that had mods for free that then just moved them to Creation Club. Other instances of, like, people stealing mods and recreating them so that they could sell them in Creation Club. So it wasn't a great system. And now it's worse because they just launched paid mods again. So you still have to apply in order to be able to charge money for your mod, but anyone can do it. And they've also relaxed the like stringent policy on lore appropriate, approval based. So, like, you could add fucking guns to Skyrim and charge someone $5 for your Skyrim guns, and that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough because, like, modders that want to make money for what they do, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
But also the fact that it's being filtered through a huge corporation that makes tons of money feels a little gross. So, I don't know, dude. It's all bad. The funny side note is that when they launched this update, it broke Skyrim script extender, which is like the most common foundation of mods in Skyrim, which is wild that they didn't consider that when they launched this update. The creators of Skyrim script extender, they've already, like, issued a patch to fix the problem that it broke, but still, just the idea that, like, you launched this thing and broke the tool that people use to make mods, which they would then sell in your paid mods program, is just weird. And, like, I don't know, feels like they were trying to sneakily and in a rushed way get this out there. And why? Why do this?
Revenue,
I don't understand. Yeah, but it's like the reception was so poor. I guess their idea is like it's for Skyrim and Fallout 4. Tons of people still play those games, but they've been out for years and years and years. So maybe people don't care in a way. It's just the hardcore community left, but it still just feels gross. The bigger part of it is, how is this going to work for Starfield? Like, are they presumably they're going to have this for Starfield also? But it's also worth saying, what will the mod scene be like for Starfield? Because many big modders have said, I'm not making mods for this game. It's boring. So we'll see. I'm really curious in 2 years to see what the mod scene for Starfield looks like.
Yeah, me too.
And that's the news. Let's do a real quick Hate of the Week. Hate of the Week. I hate Game Awards. Not the show, the Game Awards, but, like, actually awarding video games. But also I do hate the awards show for reasons we talked about earlier. But the biggest thing is, like, just how people talk about Game of the Year and the superlatives that are given out about games. There is nothing inherently wrong with that. I like that. I always do a top 10 list and all that good stuff. That's fun. It's a fun conversation. I'm excited for our conversation in a couple of weeks, Kyle, as we talk about it. The problem is how we, the infinite we, as a gaming community, react to this thing. So I've got a couple examples here of the things that make me hate awards for video games. I saw a comment on the Game Awards. I was watching the YouTube recording of it on the Game Awards YouTube channel. And one of the comments said, Spider-Man 2 was nominated for 7 awards and won 0. Armored Core was nominated for 1 award, and it won that award. That's how you know Armored Core is a better game. So, that's fucking annoying. What?
Is it annoying?
What?
Or should you just ignore them and not let them have an effect on your life and
yes,
move on?
Dude. No doubt. Look, I've gotten much better about that kind of thing, which is why we don't do Hate of the Week all the time. That the reason that this is worth mentioning is because there were several instances of this. I'm not holding on to this. I don't care about this person's opinion, but it's a frustrating, stupid, it makes me it makes me not want to engage with people about video games because these people are out there, right? That's what sucks about it. I would love to talk to strangers on the internet about video games. The problem is a lot of those strangers are fucking assholes for no reason. I watched IGN put up their Game of the Year video where they gave it to Tears of the Kingdom, and they also talked about a couple of the other nominees and like why they were awesome, but also why Tears of the Kingdom ended up holding on to the award and beat all these other games. And then like that video has a ton of downvotes and a bunch of comments of like, you guys are stupid for awarding this to Tears of the Kingdom. It's Baldur's Gate 3, or it's Alan Wake 2, or it's Spider-Man 2. And it's like, okay, for you it is. That doesn't invalidate this wholly other group of people's opinion. I don't understand why, like, your Game of the Year can be Baldur's Gate 3. And Kyle's Game of the Year can be Alan Wake 2. And mine can be Spider-Man 2. Or maybe Hi-Fi Rush, or maybe Baldur's Gate 3 once I play it, I don't know yet. But, like, all of those things can be true at the same time. And none of them have anything to do with each other. And it's really annoying to dislike a video because you have a different opinion on the Game of the Year. IGN isn't posting a video saying, this is everyone's Game of the Year, Tears of the Kingdom. I would dislike that video too, because that's really presumptuous of you to tell me what my Game of the Year is, but that isn't what happened. This is a group of people saying, this is our Game of the Year. Aren't video games great? And people respond, no, video games are not great. Only the one I like is great. It's so lame. It's like that's what something my fucking 2-year-old would say. Yeah. Like, that's so annoying. And then there's the conversation around the actual Game Awards and any, like, show around this, or even the way people talk about it, which is that indie games never have a chance. Somehow, like, a game costing more money to make, being longer, having better graphics, being AAA, whatever the fuck that means it's more deserving of Game of the Year than a smaller game. Like, I don't get that either. Like, Journey is one of the best games I've ever played. It was my Game of the Year in 2011 when it came out. I had no qualms about Journey being the best game that came out that year, in my opinion. I don't care what bigger games came out. Like, that was the best experience that I had. I'm not saying Cocoon is that game, but if it was, like, Cocoon could totally win my Game of the Year. And for anyone to say, like, it can't because Baldur's Gate 3 has 100 hours of great content, that's just a stupid argument. It's just a quantity over quality argument. And that sucks. Like, that sucks for indie games to not be given the same level of respect. Like, if you watched the Academy Awards, not that anyone should care about what the Academy votes, but if you, like, it's not like some tiny indie movie would be disqualified from winning Best Picture because it didn't cost $200 million to make. Like, that's absurd. They would never do that. But somehow that's okay in video games for some reason. It just doesn't make sense to me. So yeah, the discourse around Game of the Year, it just ruins what should be a celebration of our best gaming experiences. But people ruin it, because that's what people do. And that, it sucks, man. Don't do that anymore.
Yeah. I'm sorry, a few minutes ago you said they're out there, and the X-Files theme song has just been playing in my head this entire time. Just do 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 do. And I heard the words you said.
Yeah.
And I had a hard time caring about them.
Awesome. Cool. I appreciate how engaged you are on the podcast.
No. I'm joking. I totally agree. Like, that stuff is very frustrating, and you just kind of have to filter it out. And
yeah,
but unfortunately, in just filtering it out and not engaging with people to change their minds, you are also, like, in a way, admitting defeat in that, like, no, these indies will never have a shot because there are all these people out there, and I cannot physically change their minds, and there's nothing I can do about it. I just have to.
And that I don't even care. Like,
let it go.
I'll mute all those people. I have no qualms about that. Like, I I had like 10 people muted on Twitter 2 years ago. And like I literally have like 5,000 people muted on Twitter now. Because anytime I see a tweet of someone saying something like this, I mute them because it's easy to do. And then I just don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah.
Like that I don't have a problem with. The moving on and not caring about these people's opinions is fine. The bummer is the response is typically like, dude, don't read the comments. And I've said that before, and I've done that before. Like, oh, just don't read the comments. But if you just avoid all of the comments, you're also missing out on actually good conversations about games and comparing them to one another, or hearing people's unique stories of an experience with a game that was super special for them. And that, like, I don't want to miss the good stuff because I'm just avoiding everything so that I don't see the bad stuff. That's such a miserable way to live, and it sucks. It's like it's a narrative thing around, like, evil only has to win once. Like, good will never win forever because evil will always be there. Good has to fight every single day to defeat evil. Evil only has to win one time and then it's over. And that's how it feels. Like, one bad comment can ruin any conversation of good that's happening. And by avoiding all of it, you're missing the good. And like you're saying, like, you're letting the evil part win. And that sucks, man. It's sad. But I also get why someone would do that. To just free yourself from the vitriol of gamers being horrible, which the gaming community is amongst the worst communities online there is. And that's coming from someone who engages with the football community, which is also just atrocious. I mean, just people suck. And they shouldn't.
I am one of those people you're talking about. I live blissfully unaware of most
dude,
of
and
this. It's incredible.
Yeah, that's great, and that's totally fine for, like, if that's what you want to do. Like, there's zero judgment on anyone that does that. I hate doing that because I miss out on the positive part of it. But at a certain point, man, you got to stop. Like, even for me, I've had to shut it down at different times because I need a break from the negativity part of it. Which might sound hypocritical because we're always negative on this podcast, but we're not assholes, and we're not going to judge somebody else for liking something unless it's a Kojima game.
Okay.
All right. Let's
snuck that emails.
Emails. We have one email.
Send your emails
Connor.
to
info@SheaHatesEverything.com. The subject line of this email is Shea hates tools, which I believe we just talked about. Email reads, Howdy, Tool is a cool band that plays some pretty intricate music and has some fun hits. However, their music for the most part can be pretty divisive. Fans of Tool will claim you're not intelligent or musically talented enough to understand their music if you don't love it, and for the most part can be insufferable about it. What is the video game equivalent of Tool? Is there a developer, genre, or series in gaming where the fans are the most insufferable? Happy holidays, Connor from Evilis. The first one that comes to my mind, and again, this is not a condemnation of the video games, only on the community, the hardcore community of said video games. And that is FromSoft. FromSoft fanboys are some of the worst,
difficulty
most
argument.
Annoying people that you can engage with online.
The difficulty argument, like, with the FromSoft champions.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy, dude. Why do you care?
And again, not to ignore the good, to only focus on the bad. Like, there's a lot of fun conversation about the Dark Souls games as well. Like, the sense of discovery and all of the NPCs and, like, all these cool stories and the whole Melania thing about Elden Ring. Like, there's a lot of fun that happens, too.
Yeah, wouldn't it be cool if more people could experience that because the game was more accessible? Wouldn't that be cool?
Well, yes. And also just, the get good people, you're not a gamer unless you've beaten a Dark Souls game people. Like, come on, dude. Stop gatekeeping everything.
Agreed.
That's what comes to mind. Any for you?
Yeah, anyone with Nintendo stuff. It's just
Nintendo in general.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get why people keep going back to that well and, like, ranting and raving about how incredible all their stuff is. I don't get it. I don't get it, man.
But do you feel like they're annoying?
Yeah,
about it?
because
Or
they're
just that you just
so
don't see
loud
it?
and there's so many. They are billions. They are everywhere, and the moment I say something bad about a Zelda or a Mario game, there is
Yeah.
someone somewhere that has a dissertation for me to read. Which thankfully, I mean, that's why I'm not really on social media much at all anymore, so I can say whatever I want on this podcast and not have to fucking listen to you crazy
Hell
assholes.
yeah, dude! Shout into the void.
That's right. That's where I live.
Obviously, I have a long history of this, but like the hardcore Kojima people, and this isn't anybody that likes Kojima games. I take the piss out of Kojima stuff, but I think that there's a lot of really brilliant game design in a lot of his games. But it's more like the bootlicking people that everything he does is the most genius thing to ever come out of anything. Like those type of people I find extremely insufferable. Pokemon fans came to mind, which like I love Pokemon. I play the Pokemon games, but I'm not going to defend them. Like people that defend Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, that's pretty insufferable. And then even higher on the list, Sonic fans. Man.
Ooh, Sonic fans are the Disney adults of gaming.
Oof, yeah. Sonic fans are brutal.
Like, talk about Asterion and like abusive relationships. Sonic fans have been treated so poorly, and yet maintain such a wonderful disposition that it's like either they're the most resilient people on the planet or they're all just masochists.
I feel like categorically all of these fit into one of two buckets. There is the like pretentious condescension, I'm better than you bucket, which would be like the Dark Souls people, the Kojima people. Like they think that that's the real gaming, and anyone that doesn't like it just doesn't get it, man. Like you're just too stupid for it. And then there's the other bucket, which is the ignore any flaws in something.
Yeah.
Which is like the Pokemon, the Sonic, Nintendo fanboys. Like that's like the my stuff is above reproach, when you can enjoy those things and also acknowledge that they have some flaws. Like, look, we take the piss out of Sonic games a lot. If you love the Sonic games, I don't care, man. Love them. But don't act like there's nothing wrong with any Sonic games. That's crazy.
That's unhinged.
So yeah, lots of insufferable people in the gaming community. Some might say dudes that go on a podcast and just shout criticism into the void with zero consequences. That's pretty insufferable, and I would tend to agree.
Resident Evil 4 remake is a bad game.
People that can do it with like charm and wit and just be really handsome and funny about it, that I think is fine.
Yeah, especially those guys who have older brothers that are less charming and handsome and witty, like really makes the younger brothers shine.
Like our older brother
even
Chris,
brighter.
who died because he choked on mom's meatloaf. Like that older brother.
Yes,
is that
that
what you
older
mean?
brother. Yep.
Okay. Inside Castle family joke.
That's the Castle family lore right there. Good. Follow the QR code to the to the lore card on the internet and file it away in your castle bestiary.
Some real AR marketing, man.
Yeah, there we go. That's what this podcast needs. We need more AR marketing.
Incorrect, because that would take a lot of effort on my part.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not doing it. You got to do it.
Certainly not. Okay, let's take it home. Let's talk through this laundry list of games coming out in January.
Oh, it's
on the
so
18th,
crazy.
Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. We talked about this. Like, I am far more interested than I expected to be. I want to see reviews. I'm curious about the writing and about like how does the gameplay evolve over time. Because at least what I've seen, it looks pretty fun. I just don't know that it'll have enough for the length of the game.
Sure.
So I'm a wait and see on it.
Okay.
On the 19th, Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, which I think it's like a $10
It's a
upgrade
$10
if you
upgrade,
own it.
yeah.
So this has got, I mean, it's the PS5 version. The graphics will be indistinguishable, but they're better, quote unquote. But the bigger sell is that it's got some like
new modes,
cutting room floor levels that you can play.
Yeah,
right?
with commentary. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's got a horde mode essentially, which is a weird fit, but whatever. I'll probably end up doing the upgrade since I'm gonna be replaying this game anyway. Why not?
Yeah.
Just have it on PS5 also. And then on the 26th is Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, which, hey, it's a Like a Dragon game. People love the RCGG games. Cool. I won't play it because I always tell myself that I might play one, and then it goes to Game Pass, and I still don't play it, even though it's free.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for people that are excited.
If they make another turn-based one, I might check it out.
Okay, yeah. And that's it.
That's everything that comes out in January.
It's a good month for catching up on your backlog.
You know what? No, there is one more thing you missed, Shay, and it's very high profile, very important, and I am being sarcastic. Mm-hmm. On the 18th, Bulletstorm VR.
Oh Lord! Actually, that might be fun.
Yeah, that sounds kind of rad, but is also like, why now?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Why now? But yeah, good month to catch up on a backlog, to listen to us talk about the best games of 2023. So do that. We will be catching up on a game for both our backlogs that is also on Game Pass, which is our January Game Club game, Solar Ash. So this is by Heart Machine. It came out, I think, in 2021. This is the crew that made Hyper Light Drifter, which I played a couple hours of and liked it and then just never ended up going back to. It's in the same universe and like somewhat connected, but they also, I think next year, have Hyper Light Breaker coming out, which is a 3D action-y platforming game. Solar Ash is like a really like fast-paced platformer traversal game. I think it might have not like direct rhythm elements, but it's got like a little bit of that vibe to it.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to check it out for a long time. I think because it's on Game Club, I think it actually was a PS Plus game from the past as well. I'll have to look that up because I might have it on both systems now. But yeah, we're gonna play some Solar Ash because why not? So if you want to play Solar Ash, if you've got feelings about it, you can send us an email and we'll chat about it on the next pod that will come out in the beginning of February. That email address is info@Shea. Let me try that again. That email address is info@SheaHatesEverything.com. There we go. So yeah, we're going to play that and it'll be fun. And we'll talk about it next month. Let's go to sleep.
I'm so tired. It's 1 a.m. I'm so
1 a.m.
tired.
In typical podcast recording fashion, I now will have to eat something after we're done. Because I've been up, I stayed up too late. Now I have to eat something. I need a second dinner. But I'll say that today I don't hate that I'm doing a decent job catching up on 2023 games. We mentioned like my pile of shame is still pretty big with indies, but like I took the plunge and bought Baldur's Gate 3 to force myself to play it. I have access to most of the other smaller games that I do want to play, so that if the urge strikes, I can play through it. But like I went ahead and I started Sea of Stars, even though I sat there and was like, I don't know, can I really start a new game? Like I just fucking went for it, and I'm glad that I did.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm using these last couple of months in a very frenetic way to catch up on stuff.
That's a good use of time. I don't hate that work is really slow right now, so I get to just play a bunch of games. I've been taking time off, taking days off while it's easy to do so, and playing a bunch of video games.
Yeah, you had a busy end of the year, so it's well deserved and earned.
I've earned my rest, and now I must game.
Well, that's the podcast. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Subscribe, leave us a review, a rating, tell your friends. That's it. We'll see you back mid-January for our 2023 Games That Don't Suck podcast. And then the first Monday of February for the flagship pod. And we're going to bring back, we'd probably forget that game.
Hooray!
That'll be a fun one to go through. We were going to do it this month, but we decided to do our categories instead.
Yeah.
I feel like that worked out. That was fun to do.
Yeah.
Topical.
It was also,
so we'll do some.
It was good. It let us like get some of the stuff out of the way so we can have like more of a focused discussion for games that don't
that's
suck.
That's a good point too. And just like talk about games that we won't talk about in January. Like, we're not going to talk about Atomic Heart, but it was good to talk about the cool stuff in that game.
Yeah.
Too. So awesome. That's the podcast. Thank you everybody for listening. Have a great month. We will see you back in February. Peace out.